Hello, y'all. How is it going? It is Sunday, the Labor Day weekend. It's Labor Day weekend. It's Sunday, which is the day before Labor Day, and on account of the 3-day weekend and being able to sleep in tomorrow, no issue. I decided to do a big stream today, and specifically, I wanted to do a continuation of a thing that we were doing like a couple months ago. A little bit sniffly. A couple months ago, I, for the birthday stream, did Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, switching between them every 5 lives. Tonight is the continuation of that. Tonight, we are doing the back half. In other words, last time we got to 35 stars in both games, which I believe is about half. Also, coincidentally, the age that I am, which made sense for that stream. Now we are shooting right past that, and hopefully all the way to like 70? Is it 70 or 75? Jesus. Is it 70 or 75 where you beat the game? I am not sure. We'll find out, maybe. That gimmick works. That gimmick works. Confirmed. Yes, that's right. This has been a thing for a bit, actually. That has been turned on for a while, but if you donate 100 bits or more, you can feed me bits. And that seems to work pretty well, doesn't it? Yes, I think so too. And I'll try to make it look like I'm eating them. That is a thing that we had the idea for last time in May, and now it is working pretty decently okay. I hope, there might be some growing pains there, but it seems to be working, and that's great. Hey. So, yes, that's right. Basically, we're going to go through these games. We're going to switch games every 7 lives. There is one caveat, one thing to note, which is that we do refresh lives every time we beat a boss, every time we beat the end of a world. And last time, to make it so that we weren't like doing that too willy-nilly, I was playing the levels like very comprehensively, doing everything in each world before moving on, before going to the boss. This time, we're in the back half, things are harder. I don't think we need to like engineer any difficulty. We can just do whatever is right, do whatever makes sense. And if we don't want to get a star, I think we don't have to. The goal here tonight is not to get every star in the game, it's to get, I guess, ideally, like, enough to finish both of them, which I don't know if that's, I honestly don't know how long that'll take for both games for me, but let's give it a goddamn shot. Also, I'll say, we will have to get 1 star per galaxy. That is what I will require myself to do, 1 star per galaxy, just as a rule of thumb here. And also, I think another rule of thumb might be we should continue forward unless we have no options but to backtrack back. So once we leave an area, we are, we're in the next world, basically. Unless we have no choice. But we have no other options. But I'm reckoning this will be very reasonable, very good. And yeah, by the way, if you're wondering, I am playing the Mario Galaxy on my Switch 2 with the All-Stars collection. All-Stars, 3D All-Stars, yeah. And I got Mario Galaxy 2 on my Wii U, so we'll switch back and forth between them as deaths occur. Alright, I think we're ready to go. Here. Let's go ahead and continue from where we left off. I believe last time in Mario Galaxy 1's case, I believe we beat the Poltergeist. Bouldergeist. We beat Bouldergeist. That means that we are well over the limit. Well over, like, the required amount of stars to fight the Bowser fight here. I guess we should ask if we want to spend any more time here before moving on. I'm gonna say no. These are all bonus stars and stuff and such. We can just go ahead and do the airship armada. And again, this will refresh our lives, which you can see over at the side of the screen. Decided, I'll say, there was some discussion last time whether it was better at the side of the screen or the bottom of the screen. Decided the side of the screen was good so long as the tries left was above the heads rather than to the side. I think that is better. And a little bit more out of the way. You know, out of the way of the action, etc. That makes sense? I think it makes sense. Let's do it. Airship Armada. Really love the switch to the switch. It's just switch. The switch controls in this, where you use your controller and it's all like the light and motion controls handles the aiming. Uh-oh. Here we go. It's very, very smooth. Very, very, it just works. It just works. Let's just keep moving. I would like... I need some, I don't have enough for that. I can't get the thing. Switch 2 has better gyro? Is that true? I didn't know that. If that's interesting if true, but that is not something I'm aware of. I'd believe it. I'd believe it. How about I'd believe it? Can't afford the... I think it's like 50 or something for the thing. Maybe I'll get it on a second try. If we need a second try. How's the audio? Is the audio nice and good? Let me know if it needs adjusting. I'll say I did set... I had a macro to set the audio because 1 and 2 on the different consoles require different audio levels. I did adjust that up a bit from what it was last time, so should be a bit louder, and I reckon that should be fine. Let me know if you have any trouble hearing me, but from what I can tell, people don't mind a little bit of, in general, I tend to set conservatively low. You know, I tend to lowball it a little bit. I'm a little worried. Really wish I had a second thing. I could get, or you know, like more health. I was happy with it in the original Switch 1's case, the gyro. It's improved in the new Pro Controller. Interesting. I guess, like, they improved everything, pretty much. Like, every facet of the controller. Oh, thank God, oh, Jesus Christ! So many of these fuckers. Starting off, That it? That's it. Man, I can't believe that none of those hit me. I can't tell the difference myself, but you know, they engineered everything about the new Pro Controller, the new Joy-Cons. Everything's been like re-architected. I'll say, by the way, I haven't got any cards or anything for tonight, other than the ones. You know, I guess I could show the ones from last time. You know, I could show the ones from last time again, but pretty much we're just gonna go off the chest, go off the cuff as far as, like, you know, what to talk about tonight, other than the video game. I'll say, though, as far as announcements go, it is worth noting what we decided last time during the Friday stream, that the next Friday stream, the next viewer level stream, we'll have a gimmick of doing a wish list situation. Got a little food in my mouth. We'll be doing a wish list brainstorm session, sort of, for Mario Maker 3. We're gonna be thinking about as many ideas as we could come up with for Mario Maker 3 as, you know, come to mind. And we're just gonna go like as much in depth as we can as far as like what could be, what should be, etc. And then at the end, how do we get where we're going? Bleh. What did she say? I wasn't listening. Once the engine room is okay. Okay, that's the end of the game she's talking about. What the fuck do you get up to the... You have to get like a... December 12th Direct is thing. Yeah, that's a part of it. Is this... You talk to this guy? Nah, that's later. Oh no, it's this. The observatory. Right. Yes, there was a potential Direct for like the anniversary of Mario leaked. You know, the 40th anniversary of Mario, and like, it seems like there's a chance of Mario Maker 3, like, getting announced there, so like, you know, I want the thing is, we're not just gonna do wish lists, we're also gonna make bingo cards from the wish list, though I think that might be off stream, that might be between streams, and, you know, from the ideas that we generate, so that, once the thing happens, we'll be ready to go, and ready to say, like, oh, you know, here's our bingo cards. What's up? Oh, I love Freeze Flame Galaxy. Ooh, this one's really good as well. Gusty Garden, I feel like, is iconic. It's alright. I'm not the most fond of, Gusty Garden, but we'll absolutely do them. Again, the only requirement here will be 1 per minimum, but I love Freeze Flame, so we gotta see, like, both the freeze and the flame of Freeze Flame before we leave. I think Dusty Dune Galaxy has some great stuff, too. Oh, man, every galaxy in this game is, iconic, isn't it? That one's like, look at those, the gravity stuff. Are all the Bowser Dark levels like big on the gravity twisting, or just this one is like the main one where it's a big thing? That's an iconic mechanic of this game, let's say. Yeah, so that's exciting. That's gonna be cool. I'm looking forward to, you know, whatever Nintendo Direct they're doing. I'm also looking forward to the iPhone getting announced so I can get a new iPhone finally. Been waiting for the iPhone 17 since 17 is my lucky number. Was born on May 17th, so, you know, it's, you know, it makes sense, doesn't it? It makes sense.
Yes.
What else is there? What else do I want to say? On the stream, I've been thinking about how to structure it, and whether to do it like, you know, just off the cuff or with some sort of rigid structure. And I have decided rigid structure is the way. For the Friday stream, I think I'm gonna pull a bunch of cards and be like, okay, now let's come up with ideas for power-ups. Now let's come up with ideas for enemies. Let's come up with ideas for new themes, new styles. You know, sort of like section it out like that, so that we can, you know, come up with all the ideas for styles at once. You know, come up with some bosses, come up with some like quality of life features, things like that. And cameos type stuff, you know, like from other non-Mario franchises, that sort of thing. Which, you know, is a thing already in Mario Maker with Link. The Link sword definitely can have some of those on the bingo board. Made the thumbnail and everything and included some, like, ideas already. You know, obviously, let's wait until Friday before we really really, like, let loose, but, you know, I will say, just, like, the one big one that I will push for every time, and will be, like, the first thing in on the cameo list will be, I feel like the cameo stuff should be per series, you know, whatever makes sense per series, and for Donkey Kong, I just want barrel cannons. My god, I want barrel cannons so bad. Barrel cannons would be so handy in Mario Maker. My god. That would probably be like my most used item if I could have barrel cannon transitions the way DKC does. Like, that would just be cool. You want ones that are like, you know, timing based, and you also want ones that are like, you know, you want ones that are not timing based, you know, just automatic, and don't give you any control or momentum, you know, stuff that's just like, hey, fire you at a distance. I assume it would be like, you know, you could drag out the arc, the firing arc, so if you wanted them to fire longer, go farther, etc., that could be arranged, but, I don't know. This song sounds weird in this game. Oh yeah, is this the song that appears in, Mario Maker? For the Galaxy music thing? That's, it is, isn't it? Is it? It also appears in like the original first level of the game, right? With this is like default Galaxy music, kinda. You know, for galaxies that don't have. I don't want to say they don't have a personality, but you know, they don't have a. They're normal. How about that? That's that's right. It's a normal galaxy. Anyway, look forward to that later this week. I will say the rest of the week, this week, I am going to be not streaming until Thursday. Thursday, I will do a stream where the big focus will be Silk Song. Play a bunch of Silk Song for the first time. And then, I'll say that stream will also include some other games, because it is on Game Pass, and, you know, I have Game Pass, so I occasionally like to play all the games that I'm paying for. And, you know, really get my money's worth out of it and try some stuff that looks cool. We'll do, like, a couple extra games after, but Silk Song will be the main event. That's gonna be really good, isn't it? I'll say Shinobi. I'll say again, you know, I feel like I said a bunch last time, but, the new Shinobi game, god damn it kicks ass. I'm really loving the new Shinobi. I think it is one of the best games in a minute. Jesus. Hey, one up. Doesn't really matter. We have more than enough to get us to the next get us whatever. Get us through maybe. This world is not hard. Kinda nice. I have to like. No, he just slows down. Alright, boyoing, let's go. I think we have the ability to say, you know, whether we want to move on or keep at each individual galaxy. I want to move on. Gusty Glade Galaxy is alright. Very much a white picket fence type, you know, suburban bliss type situation. Garden, I guess. Is it weird to describe that as suburban? A garden. It's a garden. Suburbs have gardens, but gardens are not suburban. Let's go on to Freeze Flame, which is a fucking cool galaxy. Is it Freeze first or Flame first? I feel like it's. Okay, I'm not sure, but let's say. I think it's Freeze first. Frozen Peak. Yep, that's right. Okay. The Frozen Peak is up first. This is just a good old-fashioned mountain to climb up, and we get a power-up that's fantastic as well. Also, we get this. You know what? I'll say Mario Galaxy, I think, has some of the best ice level nonsense in Mario, insofar as, like, you can skate on the ice, and that's pretty fucking fun. A lot of the games, you can't skate on the ice. Hey, Corn. You can't skate on the ice in a lot of the Mario games, and it's just like an inconvenient surface. Hey, old man. I'm 35. Penguin. Isn't Mario canonically like 20, according to Miyamoto? Isn't he like 20? Old man seems a little bit harsh. Penguin. Mario really isn't that old. Again, this is that thing where the penguin's like 5. So like to him, anyone who is like, you know, anyone who is like born before the World Trade Centers is like an old man. Is that just true in general now? Would Trade Centers were what, 24 years ago? Do kids consider, do like teens consider 24-year-olds to be old men? My god, if so, I'm fucked. I bet they do. They always... Kids are always relativistic in their age assessments. I mean, I remember when I was like, you know, in grade school and whatever, and, you know, one time, they were like, at the end of, like, the semester or whatever, they were like, okay, you know, you like, kindergartners or whatever, let's go into the lunchroom for the first time, you know? I think, like, previously, like, it's all, you know, you go home at lunchtime or something, is how it works in, like, kindergarten. And they put us in there with the, I think I need to refresh my thing. They put you in there with, like, the 5th graders, and you're like, oh my god, these kids are so huge. And you don't realize at the time, like, oh, these aren't the 1st graders, these are the 5th graders. They're, like, you know, much older. Because that's how numbers work, you know, they're 5 years older. And that means a lot when you're a small kid. You know, I remember when I was 18, you know, on forums and stuff. Middle schoolers look like kindergartners to me now. Yeah, totally. I remember when I was a teen, I was like 14, getting into like forums and stuff. You know, as you do. I was getting into forums and realizing, like, oh my god, a lot of these people on these, you know, these Envision forums that I'm hanging out on, they're, like, in college. Wow. You know, a thought that seems so quaint to me now, like, 20 years later, you know? You know? Just like, oh yeah, college, wow. Yeah, so impressive. Yeah, no, you're talking about young adults, teenage me, that's nothing. Of course, all those people who were in college now are all in their 40s. So, like, you know, they're still older than me. But, like, it's a lot less, consequential, you know? Maybe they're thinking the same about the people who are older than them, who are, like, in their 50s and stuff, and going, like, wow. I mean, I guess at some point, you start going, wow, at the people above you and going like, oh my god, old age is coming, middle age is coming. To be clear, I'm pretty sure middle age is like 45. 35 is not middle age. Yes. Yes. What kind of midlife crisis would I have? Parentheses, quotes, please remember, midlife crises are a myth. That's a myth, right? It's not real. Like, there's actually no evidence that says people do midlife crises or have them. Do I just whack him? There we go. Midlife crises, from what I understand, are a myth. So, like, you know, probably have nothing to worry about, but if I were to have a midlife crisis, I mean, I feel like it's hard to beat, like, just, you know, being a streamer as, like, is that like the sports car of the modern age? Having, like, a TikTok or a YouTube or whatever? No, right? Like, it's cool. People do it at all ages, and it's not like a midlife crisis thing. Yeah, it's Sunday. I like Sunday. I'll say, it's always hard on Sunday when you, you know, it's always hard on Sundays to get out of bed. Bed is always so comfortable on Sundays. Ooh, the cosmic comic is in orbit. I guess we won't be seeing, the flame part of Freeze Flame Galaxy yet. We gotta do the cosmic comet. How many switches so far? None so far. We haven't died yet. I'll say again, we have to die 7 times. We were switching back and forth pretty frequently last time at the end, though maybe we're just feeling very skilled right now. Maybe I'm just like, you know, dialed in. I say as I'm talking about middle age. 25 is when you get out of school. That's about right, yeah. I mean, I think it can be a bit younger, actually. Because... Oh, fuck you. Gotta get to skating. There we go. We can't lose now. We can't lose. I feel like, you know, an undergraduate at least. You know, you're graduating high school around 18. Another 4 years, that's 22. Unless you're talking like 22, 23 maybe. Unless you're talking like a, you know, a more graduate level type thing. In which case, yeah, 20, 25, more possible. Or if you take like a leap year. Is this the game from the Wii? That's right, this is the game from the Wii. Though I'm playing it on the Switch 2 through the long since discontinued, Mario 3D All-Stars collection. I wonder if they're going... I mean, I think... God, I hope. They're probably going to make a, They're probably, almost definitely, going to do Wii, Nintendo Classic Collection, right? That's gonna be difficult to figure out how to map, like, every game properly, but emulators already do it, so, like, if Joe Dolphin can figure it out, I'm sure Nintendo can as well. And again, like, for this game, it's phenomenally good. Like, this is, I would say, the best way to play this game, with a proper controller, with just a little bit of motion controls, and just, you know, aiming your cursor. And it's just literally the regular motion controls on the Switch 2 controller, you know, the gyro. You didn't need a whole fancy controller to do motion controls, it turns out. But it helps, I guess. I don't know. It's time to go to the other planetoid. Oopsie daisy. Here we go. Here's fire. Here's the fire part of Freeze Flame Galaxy. Let's fucking go. I like this galaxy a lot because it's like in the center of 2 big orbs, and like as you go from one side to the other, the gravity shifts upside down, and you're like, you know, on the ceiling relative to where you were previously. It's so cool. This is, you know, galaxies like this really show off like all the creativity you can do in a low gravity, no gravity, wacky gravity in low gravity, wacky gravity, etc. situations. The camera thing is behind the tries left, that's fine. That's not always gonna be there. So it's good and good. I'll say, been on sort of a Seinfeld kick recently. Been watching a bunch of random YouTube videos with just, you know, about like, oh, here's part of the Seinfeld episode. And also when I've been over with my folks, I've been watching a whole bunch of Seinfeld as well. You know, just an easy thing to put on. Hey, this is a cool ability. They put Fire Mario into a 3D game. And, have they done that since? Like, other than, I guess in 3D World and 3D Land, they did. But in a more exploration-y game like this, or Odyssey, or whatever, they haven't. Wonder if they would consider that for, like, you know... I'm holding left, by the way. I'm holding left. Okay, there he goes. He was just running in circles a while. Guess low gravity does cause some weird jank sometimes. Not important. Bowser's Fury, right? That is adjacent. Here we go. Here's that thing I was talking about. That's really cool. Look, I'm on the floor. There's the ceiling. Jump. Now I'm on the ceiling. And isn't that rad? It's pretty damn cool. Again, very creative use of zany gravity situations in this game. I love it. That's one of the best examples. Everyone would agree, right? That's one of the best examples. If you don't agree, say what you think is better in chat. What do you think is better? There's like a lot. What would be better? I guess, you know, hey, the running theme to think about. We see something better, call it out and recognize it as such. We should be talking about the cool parts of the game we're playing. Anyway, so that just makes sense as a thing to do. What? Oh. There we go. Hey, here it is again. This time I'm wall jumping all the way to the other side. Now I'm on the floor again. Whippy. Isn't that cool? It's very cool. I agree with myself. There's the star. Galaxy is goddamn good, and happy to be playing it again, you know? Been looking forward to returning to it and doing the back half. Long stage, yeah. This game has some long stages, you know? You gotta go... You're often going, like, planetoid to planetoid, and, Really? That doesn't do it? You're often going planetoid to planetoid, and, like, you know, each planetoid has a thing to do, and then the next planetoid might also be kind of long. This is iconic, though. It is worth all the time that it spends. The pill capsule is pretty iconic. That's in 2, isn't it? That might be, like, 2's most iconic thing. Some instances of, like, 2D gravity business is iconic. Yes, I think that's true. Ooh. Agreed, this game is very fun. Yeah, it is. You're doing really good. I want to do the 3rd level of this star, or this galaxy. And then let's go to the desert, to Dusty Dune. This one is just so iconic, just so... Wow, one of the best. I feel like one of the reasons why is that it has the ice and it has the fire. So, like, you know, these are very different levels. 1 or 2, though? There's the question. I'll say we'll see 2 later on. We'll see 2 eventually. once I die enough times, but, you know, right now I'm just using so much skill, it looks like we'll have an especially long first segment. You know, it's always the problem with these streams is that what if you're too good at the game? What if you're too good at the game? Well, then we'll just see a lot of one game. Which is fine. Last time we were switching back and forth like every 5, 10, 20 minutes at a certain point, so, you know, a point at which we're past right now, so, you know, maybe we're just, getting lucky with some nice levels. Uh-oh. I don't need that. I don't want that. Let's just, skirt the water. I remember you have to, like, light the torches here. You have to light the torches, and that opens up the way. Yes, that's right. This is Fire and Ice Collide. Which, yeah, you know, you get a level of one, level of the other, and then level of both. That's just the cleanest possible thing. And yeah, here you literally just run across the thing, and you're in, fire. This is like top 5 galaxies in the game, I think. Is there another one that's like a mix of hot and cold? There might be another one that's like a mix of hot and cold. At the very least, I remember one with a lot more hot. Maybe that one is all hot, I'm not 100% sure. But I remember like a very hard level where meteors are constantly falling. There's one in Galaxy 2 like that. Was that in 2? I thought that... I thought that was towards the end of 1. Fuck! Okay, first death, let's go. See, this is well calibrated, this is well tuned. I'll say again, we're getting extra, we have more lives to start with this time than last time, but we're in harder parts of the game, so I think it balances out and all that. I think at this rate, we're probably going to be able to... I want to do a good amount of Gusty Glade as well. At least, like, 2 missions. Or the Desert Dunes. I feel like Desert Dunes was a good one. I remember the part where there's, like, a big disc, and you go through the center of the donut. That's a pretty good use of the gravity, honestly. The big, Ow, ow. Fuck, don't. Get away. Get away, get away. Stop rolling at me. Okay. They're cool. It's fun to play with fire. I mean, literally, playing with fire is fun, but also, metaphorically, it is fun to be at low health. You know, in a less literal sense. The risk does make me feel alive to a certain degree. And also, I'm literally alive. In-game and otherwise. Very much. Would age... What I just said would age poorly if I were to die. I hope to never die. Hope that never happens. I'll say I was thinking the other day, and obviously I don't know, like, how the hell that you would make this happen. I would make this happen. But, like, I would like it if I were to ever die. I got, like, a ton of shorts just, like, in an unpublished state. If I were to die, I would... Fuck. If I were to die, I would want someone to just publish all of them. Just hit go on every single one of them, just all at once. You know, and there's like hundreds of them, so I don't know, maybe YouTube would frown on that. But like, it wouldn't be my problem at that point, since I would be, you know, dead. I don't think no one has my, YouTube Google login, though, so, you know, what do you do with that? Do you, like, leave a secret note going, like, here's all my passwords. Go wild on this shit. Like, shut them all down for me. Go, no, God, Jesus, no, what the hell, fuck. Let me say, it's really cool in this level how the ice flower lets you skate on fucking lava. That's so cool. And makes, you know, aesthetically a really cool combination of hot and cold here in the hot-cold galaxy. That was not a good way to die, though. We're starting to lose some lives. We're starting to lose some lives here. I think we'll be able to make it to the end, though. There we go. Let's go to the end of the world and do the thing. We have to do at least one Dusty Dune and also the bonus level before. That's what I'm requiring myself. That's the condition. Nice. Yeah, that's a good start. By the way, if you don't recognize the shirt, it is let me zoom out. UFO 50. UFO 50 shirt. Got a bunch of new shirts recently. Got a ton of new shirts actually. Like quite honestly, today like the other day, all my GDQ shirts arrived that I ordered from GDQ. So like, even on top of what I already had, which was a lot, now I have a lot more new that I haven't worn yet. In addition, like a couple non-SGDQ Yetis arrived, so like, I have a bunch of new shirts to wear on stream sometime in the near future. You know, expect to see them. I need to do laundry tomorrow, so they're all ready to go.
Yes.
It's gonna be more difficult now, finding a day for laundry. You know, with a, you know, I recently returned to office at the day job, you know? Returned to office, so like, I'm now just don't have a work from home day where I can just throw some stuff in the laundry. Gotta make sure to do it like when I get home, or yeah, this is probably one of your favorite desert levels in all Mario. That's shit. No, it's really good. I was just upset that I died. I agree with your sentiments. Dry Desert is probably up there for me. What else is fucking good? Dry Desert. This is definitely up there. Sand Kingdom, Odyssey. That one might be the best actually. Sand Kingdom for me personally, but one of for sure. Yeah, one of for sure. You didn't say it was your favorite. You said it was one of. What is that guy doing? Just hanging out there. I would agree. This is a very iconic sand level. Again, I mentioned the whole disc thing that it has later on, where you do. Ah! We're starting to lose some lives, folks. This is why his head is not turning, it's spinning in a in a tornado. Jeez! Ooh! I don't need the one up. I don't need the extra health. All I need is to live. I want to do at least 2 levels of this one. I want to do this one and probably the second one. What is that? Oh, it just does some star bits. By the way, I'll say for the star bits dono thing, if you donate 100 bits, it's like a whole stream of bits. If you donate 500 bits, it's a bigger stream of bits. If you donate less than 100, it's just like 1 per every 10 bits. Okay? Does that make sense? I wanted to make it like variable, but there were technical issues to getting that working right. And also like logistical ones, like if someone were to donate like 1,000 bits, or like a ridiculous amount of bits, like, do you want the bit thing to go on for like 5 minutes? Like, no, right? That's, you know, it doesn't, it needs to scale in a way that makes sense, so, you know, at most it's like 10, 20 seconds, tops, you know, or else it just is a little bit silly. But yeah, that's basically how it is. If you donate above those thresholds, you get larger and larger. Specifically, 100 and 500 are the 2 thresholds. And, you know, just know that bit thing doesn't, like, expand outward linearly, you know, with the amount of bits bitted. But, you know, I still appreciate every bit. Every bit of bits, you know, they're great. You know, I did realize recently, just now, the other day, 06I, I think, was talking about last time, like, hyping, which apparently is a new feature on the YouTube app, maybe? Maybe it's just on the YouTube app, not on YouTube web, where, like, smaller creators can get videos, like, an extra means of, like, promotion, sort of. An extra, like, leaderboard to go up. Apparently, that is limited to partners, which I am currently not... Oh, that totally looked like a bonus. Crap. Oh, please tell me there's something. No. I thought that was a bonus. I thought I was going to find a hidden area that really looked like a hidden area to me. We're on 1 life, all of a sudden. That happened really fast. Oh, fuck. Oh, boy. What was I saying? That said, I am apparently at like 483 subscribers on YouTube, so like, no! So we're like 20 away from that threshold on YouTube, from being able to do YouTube memberships and also the hype feature, maybe. I think I have to have some sort of watch time requirement, which I think I will have to, like, unprivate all the live streams to get their viewer hours on the record, because otherwise I don't qualify. Because, you know, it's only non-private ones that count towards, you know, that, threshold for approval. I think I'm able to do that with with the live streams counted. Dang! That was the last, of 7. That's the first switch. We're around an hour in. I think the first run has been good. I'm gonna put down my controller. My Switch controller. I'm going to pause where we are at, and I'm going to switch to Galaxy 2. 1 second here. I'll say, by the way, the game on the YouTube will not change throughout the course of the stream. It will be just Galaxy 1 all the way. It'll be Galaxy 1 until the end here, but you know, hey, here we are. Let me refresh my thingy-majigs. And by the way, yes, we're gonna go with Luigi heads for our bonus heads the whole time. To me, that makes sense. Because he's playable in these games as well. Well, folks, here we are in Mario Galaxy 2. We lost 7 lives in the other game, which means that we're on to this game. We were so close to being able to refresh. But, Dusty Dunes was kind of hard. Can you swap to Luigi? I think you have to, like, beat the game. Right? Or is that not true? Does he appear, like, early? I'm not 100% sure how that works. If you can switch, I think that's like a post-game thing. I think you have to like get to the end of the line and, you know. Yeah, it's post-game. Yeah, post-game. I'll say here in Mario Galaxy 2, we have beaten the first 3 worlds. And, we are now on World 4. And you can see here... can you scroll? Can you scroll in a world to zoom out? I can't... I'm wondering, like, if I have too many stars or if I have just enough. Like, I think last time... Unlike Mario Galaxy 1, where we were, like, way ahead of the curve, and, like, we could just go right to the end. Here we have to, like, beat each level, 1, and 2, we have to, And also, we don't have enough star bits for that big guy. We have to beat each level, and also, we have to have enough. I think we don't necessarily. Let's do it. Let's go forward. By the way, yes, I know it's a little bit... It doesn't really touch both sides of the screen. So there'll be a little bit of black, like, right here. Hope you don't mind. That's the Wii U and the Wii. And it's, an SD device, really. I don't know how that works. I've always been a appreciator of big, God, you know what? We were saying earlier, like, you know... I was saying earlier that, like, this Friday is going to be a special brainstorming Mario Maker 3 stream to brainstorm Mario Maker 3 ideas, one of which being, like, terrain. Let me just make a note for Friday. Someone make a note. I say that. Don't literally make a note. I'll say, like, 06I is going to be taking notes on the Friday stream and, like, logging all our things so that we can have a document at the end of the day that we can look at between levels and stuff like that. But, you know what I've always wanted in Mario Maker? Low-key. Big blocks, like in Big Huge World style. Like, that's gotta be, like, top of the list of potential terrains they could add in Mario Maker 3. I mean, really, terrains is such a weird category where, like, it's kind of basically complete. What else can you do? Big blocks. There we go. Blocks that are 2x2. Bricks that are 2x2, blocks that are 2x2, just big blocks. Feel like that'd be useful for making, like, a big giant world aesthetic, which really you can't do now because, you know, big enemies in Mario Maker are just so commonplace that people wouldn't even clock it as being a big, huge aesthetic. They would just think, oh, big enemy. Yes. There's a lot of big enemies in this level. Huh. No small enemies in that level. That's right. And basically just think nothing of it. Has anyone in Mario Maker done, like, a big, huge level, like a big island level? How'd you, like, convey it? Did it read? Big blocks and stuff are very fun. What is this? Little plantoid with flowers on it. I feel like if we get all of them, that'll give us something. Nice! Bonus star. No problem, Corn. You come and go as much as you please. It's all good. The audio level, by the way, about the same as it was before. Hopefully it's about the same as it was before. The Wii seems to be a lot louder than the Switch is, just like default or something. So I have it at a lower capture level. Lower, you know, it's like at a lower decibel in the mixer. But it should sound the same because I'm compensating. Oh, that was the second one. Maybe. Let's do the main one. I want to see the main one. This galaxy is so great. It's so good. We gotta do both. Also, that is a big Luma. Got big Lumas. You think they could do like a super size? That's another thing to put on the wish list. Like, not just regular 2x2 size of enemies. What if they did like 4x4 enemies, or like you know what I mean? Like an extra large size of enemy. Yeah. Save it for Friday. Save it for Friday. But what if I forget? What if I forget by Friday? Don't forget. Remind me Friday at 4 p.m. Supersized enemies, comma, supersized terrain. Okay, we'll remember that, and we will definitely bring it up in the appropriate categories. I know that's coming, so now I'm like, you know, thinking about it. I'm thinking about ideas, and we gotta remember, save it for the stream. Save it for the actual brainstorming stream. Probably a good idea to do so. Ooh. I'll say, I don't know if I'm feeling super good. I said on Friday my stomach was a little bit upset. I'll say like this morning, my stomach has low-key continued to be a little bit upset, like this whole weekend so far. And also this morning, I had like an orange, and then was just like, oh my god. Just like, kind of felt like throwing up, which was weird. And, you know, I stopped eating that orange, basically, is the long and short of that. But, I don't know what's going on there. Maybe I got a stomach thing going on. What the fuck? That's weird. I'd rather not have... I'm alive. I'd rather not have that. It'd be nicer. Oh, this is cool. And if you're wondering, yes, you can shortcut this. Just barely. Okay, here we go. Yeah! That feels good. That feels real good. That feels very good. I got a star. Ah! One thing about Mario Galaxy 2 I think is unfortunate, maybe more so than about Mario Galaxy 1, is that every time you finish a level, it like returns you to the main hub, and it really feels like it breaks the pace of things, you know? Really like breaks your stride a little bit. I feel like that is an issue, especially when it comes to speedruns. I feel like I don't really like watching speedruns of Mario Galaxy and Galaxy 2 to a greater extent, maybe. Because, like, they go through the levels so fast, most of the time ends up being just the big fucking unskippable cutscene at the end of levels. Which is just like, I don't know about that. Like, again, just really breaks the flow a little bit. You think we can get around here? Yeah, that was a risk that I took. I should try not taking risks. We should play it safe. Don't have to take any undue risk. We can just go the normal way. That's a bonus thing, and not like an especially good bonus thing. I forgot about these comet medals. It's a weird collectible. I feel like that's a weird collectible. I don't know. Maybe it's a normal collectible. But, like, it just makes it so the comets appear more. I don't know. Little stately manor house. Uh-oh. Hey. These things, this is kind of reminds me of like a golf ball hole. No, no, no! Oh, crap! I didn't know which way to push my controller to walk in, such that I didn't die. Death is inevitable. We're gonna die a little bit here and there. Up is towards the camera, and down is away from the camera. At least one upside down in that specific case. By the way, if you're wondering, and I don't know why you're wondering this, but, like, on the VOD, I think that the first couple of transitions, the first couple of switches, will be, like, time-stamped out. At a certain point, you know, we'll be going back and forth so fast, maybe, that it doesn't make sense to have individual timestamps, which, you know, I'm hoping will be at a later time. Right now, I'm hoping that we can... No, no, no. Okay, you know what? We have life to burn. We have life to burn. We can, survive. It's really disorienting sometimes. I like it more when the camera shifts around to where you are, what your angle you are at. But I guess it's fine either way. Wish that were me. Oh, I see what we do here. Go around to the other side and hit this sleeping giant in the belly. That's rude. Very literally was not doing anything to Mario before Mario, like, made the first move. Literally unprovoked. Yeah. Ow! Okay. You can make it so that the shortest path to me involves going over a grate. Like key. This is difficult. There we go. How many more hits? This is a tough boss fight. No, I don't think a lot of people are... You know, this enemy just appears... Oh, hey. What nice lava bubbles going right over the grate. This is like some sort of tardigrade, isn't it? Like, that's like a tardigrade looking motherfucker, right? Like, you think? Tardigrade? I'm feeling like that's very much tardigrade inspired with the puckery lips and the pudgy body. Not that things that aren't tardigrades can't have pudgy bodies, but you know, sort of has a very tardigrade look to it. To me. Ooh. We should have had auto-saving. I mean, I feel like a lot of these slightly earlier 3D Marios were definitely past the point where, like, yes, you can assume yes, just save every time. Every time you get a star, just save. Just save. Why not? Why are you making it an option? It's faster not to save, maybe. Well... It's slower to get the prompt. Oh. Is it the other one that only thought? Okay, maybe I'm confused. I'm done with Flip Side. Let's go to Honey Hop. I'm totally over that level. Honey Hop. Another B level. Ooh. My stomach feels a little bit upset.
Yes.
Sure, I'll be fine though. I will struggle through. If I need to go on a sudden break. No. Maybe I should have some Tums or something, I don't know. I feel like if I'm just like relaxing here and not really eating or drinking much, I'll be fine. Backwater probably helps. I like B Mario is really good. Like, especially for this game, you know? I feel like for a 3D game, this type of flight just makes a lot of sense. It's slow. It's I need another B Mario. It's slow. It's like very purposeful and very easy to control in 3D space. Which I think gives it a leg up over, like, you know, like, what if there was just, like, Tanuki suit here or something? Like, no, B makes a lot more sense for... B makes a lot more sense for 3D than, the alternatives here. Whatever. B Mario's great. Oh fuck, did I edit the schedule? I think I didn't edit the schedule to take this out. You know what I mean? Like, later on when I show my schedule of upcoming streams, obviously this is no longer upcoming, but I think it's still in there. I probably should add that, like, you know, next week week after this week, you know, I'll be doing some Conquer Spad Fur Day. Like, that'll be starting up in earnest, like, week after this week. So I am low-key considering, like, maybe I should do something else with that. Like, part of me would like to try just doing it in one stream, like a really long one, like I've done for some other games and did them all at once. Just because I've already done Live and Reloaded, it's the same game, so spending like a whole month on it, a whole month of like streams, of Tuesday streams on Conquer, I don't know if that's a good idea. And the other thing is that, like, if we get it out of the way, we can start Metal Gear Solid Delta sooner, which is what I'm planning to do after I finish Conquer. Like, that'll be the following Tuesday, pretty much. Maybe after a break, you know? I don't know, I feel like next weekend, I probably won't want to do a whole extra long stream, considering that I just did this. I will have just done this. And if anything, I have been thinking, like, man, like, if there was any one thing that I would like to do, if we don't finish this tonight, part of me would be like, oh man, I would want to go and do a third session of this, like, before too long. And probably get it over quickly, all things considered, because there shouldn't be that much of it left. But, you know, we'll see, like, where we're at the end of the day. Maybe we'll finish it. I hope we'll finish it. That'd be so good. Two streams in and out, like, that's perfect, I think. And again, you know, it's Labor Day weekend, tomorrow is a day off. I can absolutely do whatever I want with tomorrow. You know, I can absolutely go as late as I need to get this done. Bearing, you know, I'll say, like, I always want streams to go under 12 hours, because that is the maximum length of a YouTube VOD. And, like, if you do a YouTube live stream over 12 hours, like, it just cuts off at the 12-hour mark. It's kind of silly, really. Like, you know, if anyone's ever done a 12-plus hour stream, and MinMax recently, like last year, did their, like, Give to the Max charity stream that they do instead of Extra Life. And they went over 12 hours, and they didn't realize, and they had to go to the archive and like, you know, actually edit up a version to post, because the one that was live, incomplete, just ends at 12 hours. You can always split things into 2 VODs, for what it's worth, but just don't like to do that. If I'm splitting into 2 VODs, I'd like to do 2 streams. You know, it can be on 2 separate days if it's 2 separate streams. Twitch doesn't have any sort of problem with that, of course, but, you know, Twitch isn't where VODs live. Twitch is where live streams happen. You know, it's like, YouTube has the advantage on VODs and VOD features, but, you know, this one looks fun. Chompworks? Oh, I remember that one. Starshine Beach? Alright. Let's do Chompworks. I feel like both. Let's do both here. I feel like with this one in particular, this game in particular, we might need to go back and get, like, more of the stars to progress. But let's take it as it comes. Let's play it by ear and you know, do whatever we want to do. These games are set up where you don't have to do everything. You only have to do a lot of stuff. Ugh. Anything else going on right now? I say that like 2 hours in. An hour and a half in. Again, I didn't prepare things to talk about. I'm just going off the cuff. You can always talk more about the game. Of course. You can always talk more about, like, oh, you know, am I scared of dying right now? Yeah. Look at all that lava. Scary. Scary shit down there. I fall. Into that, I'll take a little bit of damage, and then I'll... No! 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 The void is a lot more scarier than the lava, actually, is what I was going to get to as I was, talking about it. So, is this regular lava where you bounce off it? Oh, let's find out. Yes, okay, it is regular lava, okay. Not like some sort of special sinky lava. So, yeah, it's actually a lot less scary than the pit. But, whatever. You know, it's all good. This is fun. I love this gimmick. We've done that, done variants on this gimmick like a whole bunch of times over the years, and every time it is just so much fun, provided there's like a good balance of like difficulty to you know, manageability. Like, you need the right amount of lives for you know, the part of the game you're at. But like, if that's right on, it's like, oh my god, it's just so thrilling. Just so like, oh my god, this is skin of teeth, you know. This is scary. This is frightening. Yeah. This is so fun. And also you get the variety of, you know, multiple games. It's fun to play multiple games. It's fun to play more than one game in a stream. You know, I love the variety of it. Would it be better? I always tend to play like games that are a set together, right? Like, you know, if I were to name another game that I could do, like, there's another pair of games, and be like, yeah, you know, Rayman Legends, Rayman Origins, you know, 2 games that are very much peas in a pod. You know, we did Returns and Tropical Freeze once, same gimmick. Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Adventure 1. Well, they're different campaigns in each of them separately. There was a Sonic Adventure 1 that was campaign-based, and there was a Sonic Adventure 2 one that was also campaign-based. But, you know, there's only 2 of them in that, so less to switch between. Would it be fun? Donkey Kong Country games. There was a Mega Man stream once with the gimmick. That was one of the first that had it. You know, obviously it's all based on the... God damn it. It's all based on the, you know, the lightning round. I was about to say the lightning round was first, but that's not actually true. Actually, the first stream that was like this predated the lightning round. The first stream that was like this was, every time I die, I switch games. And that was with Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3. Which was, in a way, kind of a precursor to, the lightning round. And also is the oldest stream that I have that is archived because I thought it was so good I highlighted it. And, well, when I went back and started archiving videos, it was one of the oldest that hadn't expired. Because it was archived from, like, year 1. Like, in my 2nd month of streaming, basically. I love the gimmick. I do. I feel like we should always have a couple streams like it. Every year. What if it was different? Do you think it'd be cool if it was, like, not so coherent? You know, if we weren't switching between Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, but we're like switching between, I don't know, Mario Sunshine and Glover. Glover's a bad example because we've done a full playthrough of it, but you know what I mean, right? Like, two games that are unrelated. Like, entirely so. Like, would that be cool? I feel like that is just harder of a concept to encapsulate into a thumbnail. You know, you need a concept that, like, makes sense on paper. And by on paper, I mean in a thumbnail. And this is an idea you can convey in a thumbnail. And I hope it makes people raise their eyebrows and go, ooh, that's interesting. Spring! This is the first time we're seeing the spring. Spring Mario is fun. Like a worse, Radley. But you know, it's a 3D game and... like a 3D game and like, Ratley hadn't been in a 3D game. Or any Ratley-type gameplay. That might not be true across all games ever, but you know what, you know. You know. You have to hold down the button. Fuck! You have to hold down the button to jump on that spring. You have to, like, hit it as soon as you land to, like, really start charging it. Yeah, I'm getting it. We're getting it. We have 2 tries left. Shit. Ass. Motherfucker. These games are hard. I don't know if you know this. We're in the late game, folks. We got our work fucking cut out for us. Like, making our way through the back halves of these games on even 7 lives. It's, No! I missed a jump. Coincidentally, we also have, like, 1 life left, so, like, we will get booted from this level. Anyway, you know, should we die? Oh shit, that was close. Next one. Yes! This bounce! I'll be able to make it up. Yes! I can just do a small bounce over some of these, bastards. I love this gimmick as much as I love randomizers, I think. And I think it is just as, good content, you know, as things go. Like, I don't think I could do this every week, to be clear. Like, if this was like a weekly thing, well, the lightning round is in the Mario Maker streams, but you know, playing through a game with this high-stress rule set, just, I don't know, man. That'd be too much. This is, I feel like, always a couple times a year type thing. Every time, it is a delight. Weird tower. Sick! That was sick. That was really good. I'm happy. We got through. We have 1 life left. We have 1 life left. Let me take a drink of water while it's saving. Ah. Everything good? Hang on 1 second. Let me grab. Just realized I don't have my my remote. Ugh. Sure, everything's good. Yep, everything's fine and good. Okay. I did, like, grab my mouse accidentally at one point. I am always worried, like, I don't want to click something that I can't see on my, main monitor. You know, I'm seeing, like, the actual gameplay off the, TV, so I don't have, like, OBS in view at all times, just the preview monitor, which has preview. You know, it's not the whole picture. Good to just check OBS real fast and make sure everything's good. Okay, we have more than enough stars to get to the thing. I want to do Starshine Beach Galaxy. Well, we have to, like I said earlier, we have to do one level of each galaxy. We have to do one level of each galaxy. That is my minimum requirement. So we can't just go like, oh no, I've got to go get my refresh. But again, once we do get to the big Bowser situation, once we do get there and we do fight him, that will refresh our lives, which we really need right now. I have no memories of this one. This one is maybe, you know, the weird thing about playing these two games back to back is that, you know, it's like, okay, well, there's probably like 4 beach levels, and I remember like 2 of them, maybe, tops. So you get to this one, and you're just, I'm just like, I don't know. Is this like a more generic beach level? Piantas are here. Piantas are cool. Yoshi is cool. There's some statues. Sort of a flat beach. I think we're eating. Oh no, those aren't for. Here's the thing that's for progression. Okay. I was for a second thinking like, oh, we're eating the fruit to get a star. That's in Odyssey. That's how it works in Odyssey. That's not how it works here. It's kind of generic, isn't it? I feel like one of these levels is enough for me, and then we'll leave. I don't need to see the second one. No. And yes, let's try to make these decisions based on like how much we care versus like how hard they are. No, I definitely think some of the... Oh right, Yoshi can swim in this one. Definitely think some of the harder levels are gonna be like ones that we want to see anyhow. So like, you know, I'll try not to let that affect my decision making. It's a little kind of flat and mild. You know, I think about, like... I like how Odyssey just has, like, basically one of everything, right? Like, one of every archetype, and it's, like, the best possible version. You know, and if there's, like, multiple water levels, it's, like, one is one is ocean, the other is lake, and they are both very well realized. You know, I think about Banjo, which has, like, one world per, like, major idea. I feel like that's the better way of doing it. But then again, you know, like, I do think it's cool sometimes, like, in like, you know, let's say Mario 64, for instance. You know, I think it's cool sometimes that there is overlap, I guess. That there is just like, oh, you know, here's your first snow level, and here you go, a completely different snow level with a completely different idea. It's kind of neat. To, you know, say it. I do appreciate it sometimes when it's like, oh, hey, a different take on that. That's cool. But if it's gonna be generic, it's just like, yeah, maybe kill your darling, pick the best one, and just have that one be it. This one kind of reminds me of the bonus level that they added. Is this a deep cut? This might be a deep cut. This level reminds me of the bonus level they added to Mario 64 DS, which is basically nothing. Like, there's an island in the middle, there's some water around, and you sort of like run around and collect. I mean, I guess you are literally in that level collecting silver stars, aren't you? Like, same as in this level. So yeah, the resemblance is more than uncanny, actually. It's very canny. I would describe it as canned. This is probably a better version of it, though. For what it's worth. Probably a better version. What do you think? Better version? Yeah. Definitely bigger, definitely more elaborate. And hey, it's not longer than it needs to be. Just collect 5 star doodles and you're done. Where are they gonna go? They're gonna end up somewhere where it's a bit of work to get them. Like, what about on top of that big... Nope. Nope. Easy. What's up with that over there? Oh, it's pretty nice how I could, like, point at the screen and you actually see what I'm pointing at. What was that thing? I don't know. Over there. I don't know. Doesn't really concern me. And, you know, I think let's go to the boss and, do it to it. Ooh, last try, but the boss will refresh us, so we just have to go the distance. We just have to do 1 level. Let me look real fast, actually. What is the next one called? If it's called something that sounds really good, I'll consider it. Climbing the Cloudy Tower. I like the Cloud Mario. Is this the level where you're like in 2D and you do Cloud Mario? I could go for that. No, it's just pretty straightforward. Just there's some clouds around a tower. I mean, that's fine. A quick star. Oh, hey, there's Luigi. I think you can switch to Luigi, but we're gonna stick with Mario. This one looks quick. Let's do it. And, you know, a quick star is a step towards completion. It's a step towards, you know, 70. And that's what we need if we're going to finish this game. If we're going to finish both of these games tonight. Is some real nice, I'm not going to say easy, but I'm going to say quick. Some nice, simple stars. I guess that big tower is just nothing. Odd. Oh, come on now. Okay, I guess I have to jump from here. Hey, what gives? Do we need, like, Cloud Mario or something? I think we need Cloud Mario or something. And it's not like there's like paths. There's not like clouds in between the major ones, so we have to go find that before we can do the tower. You think it's in a pipe? Where is it? This isn't it. I do believe we can call an audible if we want and leave a level. Not saying we're leaving the level right now, but like, I don't know where the hell the power-up is. And I'm not feeling like a protracted hunt. A boat? What? Why a boat? I don't know why a boat. I really don't. I mean, if there was... If we need to get the cloud power up where it needs to go, then the boat would help a lot. Assuming that it, like, dissolves in water. Hang on, what's that? Fucking nothing. Okay, what is this thing doing? Maybe this is the clue. I'm going to check this, and if it's not the water thing, let's go fight Bowser. Fucking nothing. I'll check up there as well. We'll check out there, and then we'll be done. No. What? Chucksters. Yeah, I don't know. I'll look at this sign, and if that gives me a hint. I mean, I see the power up on top of the thing, but I'm not... How do I get on top of the thing without the power up? That's where we came from, and I can't get up there. I don't know, we don't need to get every star. We don't need to figure that one out. Let's keep it moving. Let's go to Gravity Gauntlet. That was not the one I thought it was anyway. Or hoped it was. I like the cloud ability, but like... looking for it? Not my idea of a good time. Well, it depends on where it could be. That level is really big and open and kind of flat and dull. So, like... I think that might be the dullest galaxy in this... in these two games. It's like a full galaxy, not like a side galaxy. Not that there are... The side galaxies are pretty good. There's not like... You know, I don't say that as in like, oh, you know, they're dull. I just mean like... You know, they do have less going on than a full-size galaxy, for what it's worth, and also might be one I'm not thinking of that's pretty basic and plain. But like, yeah, that galaxy's not very good. I don't think that galaxy was very good. Now this is good. This is fun. We're going like from wall to wall, very natural style. And, you know, doing regular Bowser stuff. Avoiding fire bars, enemies, and, you know, the like. We have to finish this level. If we finish this level, we will refresh our guys, our heads, our lives, which will be just what the doctor ordered. If we die, we die. We gotta be careful of these guys. These guys kill in one hit. Do we get enough star bits for that secret stage? Forgot about the secret stage. I'll say if it's like a star bit stage and we don't have the star bits, we don't have to do it. I'll say that much. We can do a later star. If we do have this, I think this. I think if we do have the star bits to do a secret stage, we should do it. And it should count towards the stages we gotta do. But, like, if we don't have the star bits, we don't have the star bits. What can I say? And, like, by skipping one of them, we'll, you know, be more likely to have enough for the next one, so... Probably, not bad on the whole. Not a bad idea. You know what I'll say right here, right now? I'll say I have been watching Succession for the first time. You know, I'll say I don't want to spoil anything, but anything in particular. But I've been watching season 4. We're in season 4 now, and just watched the 3rd episode of season 4. Connor's wedding, which, I was very surprised by what happened in that episode, in Connor's wedding. What are you doing, Luma? Yes, that's right, it's me. We have one life to do this with until we have to switch games. If we beat this boss, that refreshes our lives. So, you know, it's all down to this. Boss fights are not trivial, so like, you know, are not trivial, so like we have our work cut out for us. I'm tired. You know, like I said, you know, switching from hybrid to full-time in office, a bit of a schedule change came with that. And, you know, getting up a little earlier. And honestly, probably could, or slash should, get up a little earlier still. You know. But, I'll get used to it. Just not, quite used to it yet. I have had earlier schedules in my life. My God, I've had way earlier schedules in my life. So, like, you know, I'll be fine. Don't worry about me or nothing. But we'll need a couple weeks or so, maybe, to adjust that it? No, second phase. If your boss fight has 2 phases to it, I feel like 2 hits and 2 hits is pretty good rule of thumb, honestly. You know, there's the rule of 3, but like, you're gonna have a 2-phase boss fight. A rule of 4 is just about as good since it's nearly the same overall, but doesn't go all the way to 6 like if it was 3 hits per does. Yeah! Oh! Yeah! Oh! Stretching a little bit. That is a boss fight beaten. That is a refresh to our heads. Let's go. We've been going about 2 hours now. Excellent. About an hour per game. Be continuing on with 2 for now. Yeah. I should have waited until right now to refresh. That would have made more sense. Or like this whole bit, where it goes do 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 that whole thing, and it opens a warp door. You know what? Last time, I'm remembering what it was last time. Last time, it wasn't that we were out of options or like, you know, needed extra to open the 4th world or the 3rd world. It was that I wanted to get 34 and then have the 35th be the final Bowser fight at the end of World 3. So I need to clean out World 3 to get the 35. And that's how that went. That's right. So we're probably, like in Mario Galaxy 1, way over the stars that you're going to be asked to get. Which means that we should start be thinking about, like, you know, we don't need overkill. We just need enough to get all the way. Like, if we zoom out here, we're at World 5 right now, and yeah, I think World 6 is the final, so we're like well and good into the second half of the game. Takes an hour per world, like that's pretty good progress. Let's go back here real fast and see. Do we have enough for this fellow? We don't actually. Okay. Well, I think that means that we're gonna say bon voyage to that. Bon voyage. Space Storm Galaxy. Ooh, I think I remember this one being really cool. This might be one we get 2 at. Should we be getting 2 at? It might be... I do think, for efficiency's sake, we should be making sure that we're getting to the end with, like, 70 and no more, you know? And not, like, spending an undue amount of time in either game, like getting stars that we technically don't need. But also, I don't think it's quite come to that. And also... I forget, is the Throwback Galaxy that's like Thwomp's Fortress, is that... There's some stuff that's like post-game, right? Like that's after you beat the final Bowser. There's like one more galaxy. One more, not galaxy, there's a star world, basically. We won't be doing that. Though, I guess we could like have that be bonus, you know, or like, oh, if we die in the remaining game, we could do some post-game stuff in the other game, like a level's worth or something. in order to, like, you know, make it so that the gimmick is still in effect. Oh my god. Shit. We're already losing lives. Great. We should be more cautious with our lives. We just got a refresh, and it has to last the whole damn world. There are just not that many coins on this, like, chunk of, on this thing. So we gotta, like, really... Fuck. Okay, you know what? We gotta... do a long jump here, and there we go. Okay, perfect, beautiful. That is a fun little bit of platforming. I really like in Mario Galaxy 2 that they went with more worlds versus more smaller worlds versus fewer bigger worlds. Since in this game, generally you'll have to, you know, in this game, like, going back to the same galaxy involves, you know, doing the same galaxy planetoids over and over again sometimes. Where's the entrance here? Since you don't really want to do the same planetoid over and over again, it just sort of makes sense to, am I guiding the bomb around? Oh wow, that's just an idea. And we did it. Perfect. First try, let's go. You think we can jump? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Yes, we can. This game rules. Both of these games are fantastic. I do kind of wish there was a little bit more as far as, like, Mario's movement, you know? Like, compared to, like, the likes of Odyssey, right? Like, the way Mario moves in this is just so dead simple, right? You got a jump, you got a backflip, you got, like, a ground pound, and you can do a little twirly twirl. There's also some, like, you know, cursor stuff you can do, like this. But other than that, it's like there's no, like, you know, not quite as involved as, like, Sunshine or 64 or anything, which is fine because the like, hell, fucking yeah, because the galaxy and the level design stuff more than makes up for it, more than, like, you know, gives you stuff to think about, things like that, to maneuver through, etc. But I do think if I were to choose, like, a favorite, it's Sunshine over this one. Well, it's Odyssey. Odyssey is the best of the bunch, but, you know, I think I do prefer Mario, Sunshine to this, and then I prefer Odyssey to Sunshine, of course. Just goes without saying. Oh, hey, there's a Shiver Burn, another light cold, and we need 11 more. Okay, so we're definitely going to need to do, like, we'll get one from each of these, and we're gonna need a second one even from each of these. So, yeah, let's do another one of these. Let's do the second Space Storm. The whole last level, I had no idea, like, what we were shooting for. Like, how many we needed to get, literally. So, like, it was hard to say if you were going over or going under, and apparently we were just right. You know, Baby Bear? Mama Bear is too hot. Papa Bear is too cold. Baby Bear is just right. It's funny that Mama Bear has a softer bed than Baby Bear. Maybe that's not so much like preference, so much it is like, you know, the economics of bed design. You know, like, yo, Baby Bear ain't getting a Tempur-Pedic, you know? That's from Mama Bear. And Daddy Bear likes his, you know, his sleep number is high? I really don't know. Is a high sleep number hard or is a high sleep number soft? They got one of those adjustable beds where you can put in your numbers and it does a thing. I forgot about this gimmick. I forgot about this level where everything moves super fast and you slow down time. It's very much like, you know, Astrobot has the same gimmick. Like, except, you know, even more pronounced and dynamic, dramatic. Thinking a lot about Astrobots. That game rules, Astrobots. Well, if we did a Astrobot... Astrobot would be a fun one for like a 5 lives or 7 lives or whatever gimmick stream. What would you pair up with Astrobot, though? What would be the game that you switch to for Astrobot? Comparable 3D platformer of similar quality. Doesn't have to be of similar quality. Could be a worse game. Astrobot and... are there any other Sony third person... I say third person as if there's a first person platformer. 3D platformer, that's the word. Yes, but who cares? Because I'd probably want to have it on like a different platform as I was playing it on. Let's do Upside Dizzy. This is always a good concept for one of these. What would I pair with Astrobot? Doesn't have to be a 3D platformer. Could be a 2D platformer. Well, what 2D platformer would I pair with Astrobot? What the hell is a comparable... What about 2D platformers? Last couple years. Ori is a great game, but you don't die that much in Ori. It doesn't really fit the concept. Other than that, it's already stuff that I've done, like the DKCs. Kaze, there's Kaze in the Wild Mask. That, I don't see it. Also, I bet that I can, you know, I feel like that game would be too easy to do. Wouldn't lose the lives ever, so, you know, it would not work as well as this game. One of the weird things about gimmicks like these, this gimmick, is that, you know, you pick a game that's too easy, you're just gonna breeze through it and be like, well, that was fun and all, you know, hey, it's cool to note at the end of the game, like, oh yeah, we went through all of Amy Rose's levels. That's not true. We went through all of Tails' levels without dying 5 times. How the fuck? What the hell? And the same thing with Knuckles. Wow. Not Amy Rose so much. Her levels were harder. And Gamma, him too. We didn't breeze through those, but you know, you definitely want a game where you can think like, okay, 2-3 switches, 2 to 5. You know, you don't want to switch once. You also don't want to switch 0 times. Unless it feels like an accomplishment to do so, at which point, like, you know, you feel really good for getting through in one go. I'll say, like, the first... I mentioned before, like, the first time I did this gimmick was a stream where it was just 1 life, and it was for the DKCs. I'll say, during that stream, I nearly got through all of DKC 3 on 1 life. Just fucking the second to last level. Poison Pipeline. Maybe that's not super duper surprising. Poison Pipeline is like that. That's Poison Pipeline for you, you know? But it was so close, so incredibly close. 1 and 2 were a lot less close. A lot less close on Donkey Kong Country 1 and 2. Both of them had, like, several swap-overs. A few years later, I did DKC 1, 2, and 3, but with 2 lives rather than 1. You know, sort of like the lightning... Sort of like a... Ooh, if it's a question mark, I don't know. That's not going to be so obvious how to find it. Let's... Shit, I think we will have to backtrack, you know, and do some earlier levels. That is fine and good. I'm okay with that. Go Boo Moon. Boo Moon Galaxy. Ugh. Silver stars pop up. This is the classic Boo House music. Ghost House Moon. Okay, that's not how you kill them. Probably light or something. Spooky, huh? Oh, you just leave the planetoid. Perfect. Lovely. Love it. Sometimes when you're not dying, it feels like it might be too easy. And then you die like 5 times and you're just like, oh my god. No, this is just right. Seriously, what would I pair up with Astrobot? Is there another 3D platformer of similar quality? You know, there is, relatively recently, there was, the Pikmin, the Tinykin. Okay, hey, that's damn cool. That's maybe cooler than the Freeze Flame Galaxy. Bending the whole world. This predated, like, Doctor Strange movie, too, so, like, they didn't have that to look at for, like, oh, that was cool, we should do that. Like, no, they just came up with it. They came up with that on their own. I think it's gonna be hard to top that, honestly. For, like, cool gravity stuff. Pop-up book. And yeah, just like going right to a literal pop-up book just makes too much sense. Okay, you have to, like, It goes back and forth automatically. Damn cool. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. Maybe someone will come out with one. Tinykin is great. Tinykin, you don't die that much. If ever, honestly. Like, I'm pretty sure you just don't die in Tinykin, so... It would have to be... You know... I guess the thing is, like, even if they are asymmetrical, or like, you know, one game is like this, one game is like this, you need them to be similarly, like, difficult, such that, you know, in one side, you have 5 lives, and the other side you have 5 lives. You're probably equally likely to switch back and forth between them. You know, and you're not just, like, going like, oh, 5 minutes in Astrobot. I wouldn't lose 5 minutes. I wouldn't lose 5... You know what I mean. You wouldn't... I feel like Astrobot, honestly, is pretty doable. It's been a while since I played Astrobot, but maybe Astrobot would be like a... Would be like a 2-life situation. Or like a 3-life situation. I don't know. I should look through and at the same time clip up that old that stream of me trying Astrobot for the first time and look closely. How many times did I die? That might give some indication for, like, okay, well, if I say 5 lives for Astrobot refreshing at things, am I just going to breeze right through it? We'd always have a stream where the gimmick is like, I guess, you know, switching games is easy and good and, like, predictable in a good way, you know, like, boo Mario, let's go. Is predictable in a way such that, like, oh, you know, say I do die really quick, it's not like the stream is over. It's just that the stream now goes to a different game. Like, the punishment is less severe than, like, the likes of, you know, if X happens, the video is over type videos, you know? Type streams. It's a little less severe, and I can go as long as, you know, time allows. But I could see an Astrobot stream being like, you know, like 7 lives, that's all we got. I lose them, that's it. I mean, I'll say, like, there is the bonus stuff at the end of the game. That stuff is hard. The weird thing about Astrobot is it's so based around, like, collecting dudes. Like... That's actually similarly a problem with Rayman, is, like, when you're playing Rayman, the goal isn't to beat the levels and then move on. The goal is to collect the little like, nabbit guys, or whatever you know, they're like weird little guys. The twinklies, the tinkies, what are they called? The goal is to collect them, which means that just any % completion doesn't do you any good. You know, it's kind of a... Alright. I think we try to get it from the side. Like this. Perfect! Okay, beautiful. That was close. That was close. I think it's kind of unfortunate in retrospect, you know, like, in the moment, like, first time you're playing, it's super fun. But, like, if you want to replay the game and, like, do an any % run, no. There is no any %. There is only 100%. There is one way to play that game. And it is not super duper conducive to a stream like this, where, like, you really don't want to be going back to old levels and going like, okay, let me look here, let me look around this corner, let me get this. You know, it's like, that stuff's really fun, and like, the exploration and all that is great, but does kind of like, you know, take a lot more time than just playing levels normal style. You know, it takes a lot more time than just, here's the next level, here's the next level, here's the next level. Ah, Squizzard. Isn't Squizzard the bird that we fly with? Squizzard's sandy sinkhole. I hate it when when my sinkhole is sandy. You know what? Entendre aside, I actually don't think I've ever had a sandy sinkhole. Honestly, I don't know what that's like. I feel like, you know, I've gone to the beach, you know, where the sand lives. I've gone in the water. I've gotten all wet. Very rare for my sinkhole to get sandy. You know, that's just, I don't know what you have to be doing to get a sandy sinkhole. You know, I feel like you gotta be, like, literally have a prank done to you where someone intentionally, like, haha, you know, I put some sand into your, you know, they don't put it directly in, but it's sort of like a copper tone situation. Copper tone? Sort of like a copper tone situation, you know, opening it and then scooping some in. Ha ha ha. Take that. I feel like you'd have to do that to get sand in there, but I guess I don't build sand castles anymore. Maybe sand castles is how you get sandy sinkholes, you know. Was that too real? I don't know. I at no point said what I was talking about. So, you know, you have to infer a little bit. But also, it's not subtle. I feel like that might be more of a, like a, I feel like a sandy sinkhole might be more of a wives' tale, more of like a, you know, a sitcom problem, rather than something that really happens in real life. Oh my god! That felt really weird. I was sliding towards the camera, and I didn't know which way to push the stick. It is directional. Left makes me go left, right makes me go right. And I can slow down and speed up. This is a cool level. I like the pillars. That's really good. Ah! No! 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 I like the pillars in the background. They're really cool, theming-wise. Oh, this is a really cool, sort of like desert ruins galaxy. Let's slide down. Let's slide down as fast as we can. You know, last time I played a sliding level that I played and went like, you know, they made sliding better in this one versus in Mario 64. This level, a little worse, not as good. It's a little bit more squirrely, and also if you bump into these motherfuckers, you will go out of bounds, like, immediately. Let's go. It's becoming narrower. This would kill you in Mario 64. It becoming that narrow. I'll say it is still well easy to control. It's just would be easier if it was looking the other way. I guess you're avoiding stuff that's coming at you from that direction, so it makes sense. It makes sense. Oh, that's the Squizzard? I don't know this squizzard. I was thinking of like the bird guy who's like falafel or something. I'm literally just shaking the controller. Okay, why are you no-selling it? Stop no-selling, my man. I'm confused by when this guy is and isn't vulnerable. Oh, he's got to eat it. Two more hits, let's go. If I jump, I can... Yeah! Okay, that's good shaking. I think we do have to do the next level of this. We do have to do that. We need all the stars we can get right now. So, yeah. Sandy sinkholes. When you get back from the beach, you have to wash everything. You know, sinkhole aside, like, you wash your hair, you wash your the rest of your body. You get the sand out from everywhere. Sand at a beach doesn't really bother me. That's where it's supposed to be. I'll say though, like when I went to the beach last like a month ago, one thing that was weird is that you know, I brought the Apple Watch, but it's you know, they market the Apple Watch for like competitive diving, things like that, right? Like swimming. So I absolutely brought it into the water with me, into the ocean, which like you know, I'll say that has like a depth thing, but unless you're like diving, unless you open your eyes in seawater or have goggles, you're not going to be able to read the thing that says how deep down the watch part of you is. So, you know, it's not terribly useful. Controls here are weird. It's not terribly useful. And also, like the gears and stuff, you know, like the crown gets a little bit sanded up. Gets a little bit sandy. And once it does get sandy, it's kind of awkward because... What? Why? Huh? I'm supposed to just stay on this until it turns... Yes. Kind of weird. I have a weird gimmick. It got all sandy and sort of like sand logged, and I had to like wash it with water. You know, like I had to put it under the sink to like get the sand out. You know, and then get it like unstuck. But I'll say it's fine since then. You know, the sand does come out relatively easier. Hey! It's a sandbird! Like in Mario Sunshine. I forgot this game had this. Did anyone remember there's a sandbird in Mario Galaxy 2? Did anyone else, if anyone's watching, folks that are watching, did you remember this? Did anyone remember this? If you remember this, I'm impressed. I'm impressed by your ability to remember things. It's not quite as scary or perhaps memorable as a sandbird as the original one. The original one was evil. I did just die, so it's not the easiest thing in the world. It's still a little bit difficult, but it's not turning on its side and like forcing you to, like, you know, get onto this side all nice and awkward. Like, it's not doing anything that weird. It's normal. Sandbird kicks ass. Let's go. Are there only 2 sandbirds in all of Mario? This one and the one in Sunshine? That's really cool. I guess the other thing is that the sandbird is such an iconic, like, memorable, evil part of Galaxy. It's easy to remember, or of Sunshine. It's easy to remember that. Whereas this one, it's like, it slips your memory because it's just 1 minute-long sequence where it doesn't even like flap its wings. You know, it's not even like playing at being a bird. Oh god! Oh god! I didn't realize that was Omen for me. The sign does say, danger, don't fall. Very helpful. Oh man, this sandbird is long. This might be a longer sandbird, honestly. Ugh. I can prevent them from firing by hitting them with a star bit if I want. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Not really necessary though. I noticed that we're well ahead on lives now. We haven't... I don't think... We didn't game over earlier, did we? Oh, another thing that's nice about it, if you jump, you stay put where you are on the sandbird, rather than, like, you know, having to account for the movement of the sandbird, even when it's going really fast, like right now. That's nice. Here we go. Here's the part that we died at. Again! Last life, last try. We were on another sand level in Mario Galaxy 1, so like we'll be, you know, coming from the sandbird and going back to another sandy level if we die here. It's interesting. It's not really that important or anything, but it's interesting. Pause real fast and make sure that the chat is all nice and good. Good, okay. I had to do some moderation, so it got a little scrolled weird. and it was saying like, oh, your chat will not advance because of scroll. Gotta always make sure that's not a thing. I mean, you don't gotta if you're like really interested in what you're reading, but you know, I gotta because I gotta see hot new messages as they come in. Like, that is just my duty as the streamer. Let's lure this guy over here and then there we go. Oh, he's coming around for another pass. God! Ouch! That was so close! That was so close! That... Dang. That was a very long second segment of, that was a very long first, time with, this game, with Mario Galaxy 2. We're out of lives, though, so it's time now to switch back to Mario Galaxy 1. Let's do it. And here we are. Very good. All right. Back to Mario Galaxy 1. So far, these switch back and forthies have been pretty long. We've spent a while in each game, each time that we spent in each game. I feel like these first two segments have been worthy of their own timestamps, you know. First time in this game, time in that game. I'll say, eventually, if we get down to the point where we're switching more and more rapidly, we will eschew timestamps, but that's not where we're at right now. Hey, Chimichunga, how you doing? That's not where we're at right now. I think this will be a nice long time with Mario Galaxy 1, and then, you know, I'm sure we'll go back and have a nice long time Mario Galaxy 2. And maybe, like, as we're approaching endgame, we'll get a little bit more long in the tooth. We're like at 50 in Mario Galaxy 2, right? Like 40-something. So we've gotten around 15 so far in 2. How many we gotten over here? Like 6. Wow, okay. That's a lot fewer. I guess, you know, we only did like a world and a half here. Also, the worlds are longer here, so as if that makes a difference. I'm curious, in general, how long this is gonna take. You know, I say how long it's gonna take. I'll say, like, we'll spend... I should be keeping an eye on the clock. When midnight comes around, that needs to be the time at which I'm saying, like, okay, well, if we're not there now, we have to leave. No, we have to end. In fact, let me just set a timer for, like, 5 hours, just so I'm on the, just so I'm aware, just so I know, like, you know, start thinking. Start looking at the clock. Let me go for midnight. I'm gonna... So 5 hours. And, 23 minutes from now. 22 minutes from now. A little bit less than midnight. It's at that point we'll know, like, okay, well, probably need to be wrapping up. We've been going around 2.5 hours so far. And we got, what, like, 6 stars there. Around, like, 15 stars there. Around 20 stars. And we need, like, 70 or so to beat both games. I don't know. Is that on pace? Are we... Are we, I think it might be. I think it might be. Oh, I forgot to refresh my tries. We have 7 tries here in Mario Galaxy 1. Let's go. Let's do it. Ah. And yeah, in this one, we'll definitely like spend a lot more time per galaxy since these galaxies tend to have 3 rather than 2. So, you know, we're gonna head back into the desert and blast through some sand. Then we're going to do the bonus. And, let me just look at Gusty Glades #2 and see if that has a good title. But I think Gusty Glade is just kind of boring. I feel like we should focus on later worlds for our stars, you know? In fact, yeah, no, we should focus on. I want to do this one. This desert level is, I think, iconic, and to me, that's reason enough to do it. But this level's iconic, and I think that's reason enough to do it. What? Okay. I want to do the big sand disc. And then after that, we can finish off this world and go on to the next one. I'll say, I think we're, like, way over, like, what the minimum requirements are for beating, I mean, I know we're above the minimum requirements for this world. I think we're also above the minimum requirements maybe for the next. We'll see, and we'll play it by ear. And, you know, like I said, the only requirement I will be making for myself per world is I gotta beat 1 level of each galaxy. And also, if I move on, I can't come back unless there's no other choice. You know, if it's something like, oh, you can, but you have to, like, find a hidden star, I will prefer doing an older level than finding a hidden star. Just because, you know, I don't know. Come on. Damn it. Time, you know, time is of the essence. I want to keep things moving. I don't want to necessarily get bogged down hunting around for a hidden star I don't know where is. I bet you some amount of last stream's like length came from the search for hidden stars, you know? Like during that stream I was very much like, okay, we're getting everything, including hidden stars. Which admittedly there are some really good hidden stars that you probably want to get, but you know, just for the sake that they're iconic, like the one in the upside down. And of course we can't get them if I know where they are, but I'm not gonna hold myself to hidden stars, and I'm not gonna search for them, especially if it adds a bunch of time to the stream that otherwise could be short and sweet. I mean, I guess this stream is not going to be short and sweet for to be clear. Like, yeah, no, I gotta imagine, like, it's gonna take all day. And I don't know if we're gonna be able to beat both of them within this day, but you know, I'll keep saying that I want to do it. Would be another game that would be good to pair with Astrobots. Neon White. Neon White would be an interesting one. Neon White would be intense for this because, yeah, you know, there's some... The later game levels of Neon White just will sometimes take a couple attempts if, you know, even if you are, like, relatively remembering what they are. And I don't necessarily remember what they are. How the fuck? Oh, over there. Wait, what? Did I not come from this direction? Guess there's tornadoes in every direction. Are these tweesters? Are these tweesters? I think these are tweesters. Tweesters with balls. They have very nice balls, by the way, if you're wondering what I think of. Some tweesters have balls. Others are... Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck! I thought I could do that. I was thrown by the timer. We gotta, like, just run around. Which, by the way, means that we shouldn't try to, like, risk it. I bet you can do something like that to save time, but not like that. I feel like, you know, I would be surprised if, like, speedrunners don't have a trick to, like, I don't know, get to the other hole, for instance. Which would be a better hole to enter from. You know, I can't look at the hole. I cannot look at the hole to which I refer. But, trust me, I am talking about a hole. One that's over that way. Over that way now. That hole. The hole I am pointing at. Come on, come on, come on. Yes! There we go. Beautiful. Make sure that the Twitch chat is good and it's not like desynced or nothing. Just hit refresh. That's good. Should be fine. I guess I can also just, like, I have options for testing and making sure that we're all good. Now then, we have to do this galaxy. Honey Climb. Oh, that looks fun. What's the third Dusty Dune? Wouldn't mind doing the third Dusty Dune. Let's see. Sunbaked Sandcastle? Sure, why not? I don't remember this one, but this galaxy is great. Let's do as much of this galaxy as you can. Oh, is this the one where the sandcastle goes all the way through? Oh, that one is cool. This is cool. Also, this weird sand sun is bizarre in such a cool way. With its, like, these are some sandy sinkholes right here. This, like, it's like a sand spot. It's like a sunspot, except in sand form, sinkhole form. I guess that'd be like the reverse of a sunspot. Isn't a sunspot like actually a more active part of the sun? I don't know. I don't know that much about suns. The particulars of star spots and all that. Lost on me. Lost on me. Is there one? Oh my god. I don't know if there's one. Okay, we're at the top. They're all in the tower itself. This little tower thing. Alright, I need a shell. Ugh. It's so weird. This Silk Song is going to be, you know, out later this week. I keep thinking about that. And especially, like, you know, on the Friday stream, which might be one of the more evergreen Friday streams that I do. Because it'll be like, you know, wish list type stuff. It'll have a gimmick. Again, Friday's Mario Maker stream will have the gimmick of doing a wish list for Super Mario Maker 3. And we'll be like, you know, getting ideas from chat, just talking over every individual aspect, like enemies, doodads, you know, themes, features, that sort of thing. You know, we'll be going in detail, and I feel like that might be more evergreen as a result. But I am also thinking, like, it's gonna be funny when, like, at the end I'm like, okay, well, listen, this might not mean anything to you, like, a year from now, but Silk Song came out yesterday. You know, on Friday, it'll have come out yesterday, the previous day, on Thursday. It's like, how weird is that going to be coming back, you know? Like, someone watches that video, like, a year later, just like, ooh, you know, presumably it hasn't come out yet, you know? And like, they're interested in, like, ooh, like, Super Mario Maker 3 wishlist type stuff. How weird is it gonna be when you watch a video made the day after Silk Song, and someone says like, yo, hey, Silk Song just came out. Like, in a year or two, that's just gonna be... It came out a year or two today. You like the short today, Samo? Yeah, I put up the one from your level from Tuesday, not Tuesday, from Friday. What is the gimmick here? Oh, I think I have to... Do I have to get one of these to the other planetoid? Glad you liked it. I thought it was really good as well. And, you know, I got loads more ready to, you know, go. I always have a lot prepared as far as, the YouTube shorts, I'll say. I got a whole process where I go through old VODs and clip up as many things as I can on Twitch. Then I export like half of those to YouTube. Then I fill out all their metadata, and then I post one a day. And I make more than one a day, so, you know, I have like hundreds that I can do at any time. So as a result, I try to pick the best ones of the ones that I have prepared, or like the one that I, you know, is most unlike anything that I've done recently. I try to mix it up a little bit. I don't know. That's sort of my process. It's kind of is time consuming, I'll say. But, you know, I manage. You probably don't like Mario games? Oh, I love Mario games. Why are you saying that, Samo? That's a silly thing to say. I mean, I think I like a Donkey Kong game more than that. Honestly, like Donkey Kong is more... You know, I would put all the DKCs above, like, most of the 2D Marios. You know. That said, like, oh geez, I'm gonna get crushed. That said, you know, one of my favorite games of all time is Odyssey, so, you know, it's not like I'm like some sort of like, oh, you know, for me Mario is a second tier franchise. Like, no, it's S tier. It has so many amazing, incredible games. Like, you really can't go wrong with basically any mainline Mario. Though some people don't like Sunshine. They're wrong. You basically can't go wrong with any mainline Mario. Yeah, it's Mario Odyssey is the best Mario game. Thousand Year Door, I also really love. As far as, like, top Mario games go, like, I am really impartial to TTYD. especially. I love that damn game. I could play it 100 times. Man, it was last year, right, that they came out with 1000 Year Door on the Switch. I could go for another playthrough of that. I'm guessing you've never played Bonanza. Yeah, Bonanza is also phenomenal. Also phenomenal, to be clear. And low-key, I am currently in a holding pattern as far as like, yo, is Bonanza the new #1? Or is Odyssey still #1? And also, if Bonanza is #1 now, does that also beat DKC 2? I'll say, like, for years and years and years and years, I have been chronically undecided on, I bet a speedy comet would be a quick one. Let's do this one. I have been chronically undecided on which is better, Donkey Kong Country 2 or Mario Odyssey. And now I can say, like, well, it's a Donkey Kong game and it's an Odyssey game. So, like, maybe it's just better than both of them. Oh, wait a minute. This is like the whole thing, except you have to do it in a certain time, isn't it? Oh, this is like 4 minutes. Okay, that's not... I was thinking this would be just like the final bit or something. Let's not do that one. Let's instead do the honey climb and then finish the world. And move on to the next. Keep things moving. Keep things moving. Yeah, yeah. Last time we got way ahead of the curve as far as like stars to unlocking the next world goes, so we can really just crank through them. We can really just move, if we so please. And I think I please. What the hell was I saying? Was I saying something? Odyssey, Bonanza. I don't think you can do... Oh, right! PTYD. I wonder if that game looks better on the Switch too. I wonder if that has any... The port of that. I wonder if that has had any low-key, like, improvements from, like, the thing. I'll say... Something I've been thinking about recently, especially while playing Shinobi Art of Vengeance. The new Shinobi game, which, by the way, kicks ass. Kicks ass. Phenomenal game. The one thing I've been thinking about is that it is kind of unfortunate that it is a Switch 1 game and not a Switch 2 game, because when you're on a Switch 1 game, when you're in a handheld mode, the resolution maxes out at 720p, because that's the resolution of a Switch gamepad, even though the Switch 2 has 1080p. And as a result, when you're really small in Shinobi, it's kind of awkward on the handheld screen. I feel like I want to only play that game while I'm docked, which is awkward because I like to play games handheld while watching stuff. And this game has a lot of, like, backtracking you can do and, like, exploring levels and going back and 100%ing everything, which is, like, rewarding and good in a way that you might actually want to do it. Actually. You know, and it's cool and different. Like, oh, here's a challenge level you found in this. Here's, like, a squad of really hard enemies you found in this level to beat, and it'll give you some really cool item if you beat them all. So, like, I want to do all of that, and when you're really small, the pixel art just sort of doesn't look good. It just looks a little bit, like, pixely. You know, I don't know if that's just a problem with scaling 720p to 1080p, but it's not the best. And I feel like Nintendo really should... If there's one thing Nintendo should do, right? They should... This was a nice, quick one. Hell fucking yeah. If there's one thing I would like Nintendo to do, I would like them to make it so that Switch 2 can play Switch 1 games in their docked modes on handheld style. And I don't know if there's, like, technical reasons why that would not work. I know, you know, I know that, like, in the illegitimate scene, you know, retro handhelds, Switch emulation in general, they've figured that out. Like, people have been playing docked mode Switch games on retro handhelds like this for years and years and years. So, far as I'm aware, it should be possible to figure out. I'll say I've not played a Switch game on a retro handheld. I already have a Switch 2 for that. You know, I don't need it, but, you know, goddamn, I wish that, I wish that it could be 1080p. I feel like that would be just either that or just literally, like, say, like, okay, well, the Switch 2 can bump the resolution up to 1080p even for handheld mode. All you have to do as a developer is just say, like, yes, that's probably fine. And probably most developers would say, yes, that's probably fine. Do you think if you just increase the resolution in handheld mode to 1080p, would that just work? Or would it be like, oh no, we loaded in different assets that are less demanding, like for 720p, you should probably just do docked mode. I don't know. I hope Nintendo figures that out. If they could patch that, that would be really good. That would be like the best possible thing. I'm getting a little annoyed, honestly, playing Switch 1 games in handheld mode, just going like, oh, I'm seeing some weird pixel artifacts and stuff, and that's not great. That's just, you know, an inferior experience. You know, obviously, like, frame rate stuff is fixed. You know, like, anything where they literally didn't cap the frame rate, didn't cap the resolution, that's all fixed. But, you know, there never was a 1080p Switch 1, so never was a thing. I feel like they could make that work. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, again, retro handhelds and the emulators that run on them already have that working. Though in a fashion that Nintendo very much will look at and go like, I hate that. You know what I mean? They hate that. They hate that with a passion, that people are playing Switch games on other Android devices. Like, that is just something that will get you on hot water if you try. If you show off. If you do. Like, you know, they out there, like, those retro handheld people, you know, they want to show off, like, yes, you can play Tears of the Kingdom on this handheld device, and it'll have a playable frame rate, you know, like, even if you're showing it, basically saying, like, it doesn't work. It has a really low frame rate on your Retroid Flip 2s. Maybe on your Odins, maybe your Odin can handle it, you know, even if you're saying, like, nah, it's not ready for prime time, it's not gonna do ya. You know, Nintendo still has a very foggy view on it and says, like, man, what are you doing? And, you know, these people will repeat many, many times, like, yeah, no, I have a Switch. I buy Switch games. This is not untoward. You know, these are my copies of my games. And I just want to, you know, have choices. And I think that's fair. I think that's fair. And of course, like, if you're talking about randomizers, the only choice for randomizers is emulation. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only choice for randomizers, for randomizing, is doing a good old-fashioned emulator, because, you know, I can do that on source hardware. I mean, if I could, I would. I think there's like 2 randomizers for Switch games. There's Metroid Dread, which I played a bunch. I played that multiple times. There's Zelda. Actually, I think all the Zeldas have it, actually. But the one I'm most interested in would be, I think Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom both have randomizers on Switch, for what it's worth. But the one I would be most interested in would be like the 2D one. You know, actually that raises a question. Is there a randomizer for Echoes of Wisdom? That would be a really weird randomizer. How do you randomize that? Do you make it so that, like, when you get an echo from an enemy, it's a random echo? Or do you randomize the enemies themselves and just make it so, like, yeah, you know, here's a fish in this level. Can you find your way through with a fish? Man, the logic behind that would be insane. Like, you gotta figure out, like, okay, so they're not getting a pot in this case, right? So how are they gonna get up to that ledge? How are they gonna get up to that ledge there? Can they do that with a moblin? Can they do that with a... They have a trampoline? They can do it with a trampoline. That would be interesting if there was. Yeah, I agree. What I'm most interested, honestly, as far as Switch 2, Switch 1 randomizers, is like Metroid Prime 4 is on Switch 1. So like, we're gonna have a, nice. Bye, Bowser. Good fight. Are we gonna have like a... What the fuck was I saying? I lost my train of thought there. Looking around, looking at consoles. What was I talking about? Metroid Prime randomizer, yes. We're gonna have a Metroid Prime 4 randomizer on Switch. I hope so. I hope it's suitable for randomization. I hope it's really fun. I will definitely play Metroid Prime 4 randomizer. I was thinking for a second, does that mean I have to, like, legally wise, like, get the Switch 1 version and upgrade it to Switch 2? I think I was just thinking, do I still have a voucher left? If I have a voucher left, I really need to spend that, because it's probably about to expire, because it's been a while since it made sense to buy a voucher. You know what? I did get Returns. I did get Returns HD. Maybe that was vouched. Maybe I used my voucher then. You know what? I think it was probably over a year since I bought the damn thing. I bet my vouchers have expired.
Mom.
14. Oh. 14 stars until we beat the game? Holy shit. Wow. Okay. We're gonna finish this game. 14. Or, oh, no. You get to the center of the universe, then surely there's another world, and you have to get, like, to 70, right? Is it really 60 that the game ends on? Wow, okay. You know, last time I replayed this game, I did... was before I was a streamer, and I was doing, like, all the All-Stars games all at once. So I was doing, like, 3 stars of each, basically, before moving on. And I think what it was is that I had to, you know, get enough stars for each game to finish. So, like, I continued playing this game after I finished it and must have gotten all the way to 75 as a result. I guess we only need 60? 61? Holy shit. We are in range. Also, we just got a boss done, so yeah, that's another refresh. Oh boy. Is that another Racing Galaxy? Oh boy. Toy Time Galaxy, I remember that one being fantastic. There are 9 here. 10, 11. We'll need to do these and then maybe backtrack for a few more. Get some comments done. Is there not an additional... No, there's definitely an additional world here. There's definitely another world. I'm remembering now. Okay, I think... Well, I guess the thing is... And maybe we should, like, just blast through these, because I'm pretty sure there's another world that we should, like, see all of, you know. And we have more than enough to get to that last world. There's the world with the volcano level. There's a big volcano. So we gotta get through that. So let's maybe do like 1 or 2 from these first 2. Do all of Toy Time. And then play it by ear from there. You know, I don't want to give myself too much of an easy time. You know, that would be unfair to Mario Galaxy 2. Don't want to give myself too much of an easy time here. But look, these are hard levels. They should give us some go around, some issue. It's 5 o'clock. We are making good pace then. I mean, worth noting, we've done 10 stars so far over 3 hours in this game. So like, probably like another couple hours with this game will do it, which isn't nothing. You know, it's definitely gonna be an all-day stream with this and Galaxy 2 to also finish. I feel like Galaxy 2 might ask for more. It's all good, whatever it needs. I'll say, if we finish one of them early, the swap overs from that point on will be just get 1 star. Just get 1 star in the completed game. Should it be Comet Star? Ooh, that's fun. Yeah, let's have it be a Comet Star required. It has to be a Comet Star. And also, if we lose all our lives, you know, that's also it. So, Comet Star or all our lives. That might be difficult in 2, where there's the whole gimmick of Comet coins, but we're not, like... Yo, I bet at this point Galaxy 1's getting finished first, so I'm thinking that won't be a problem. If it is a problem, well, Galaxy 2 does have like a whole Lost World area that we could continue on to. We could get the stars from there if failing, you know, failing the alternative. One of the fun things about these streams is that you make the rules up as you go. And sometimes, you know, you're gonna finish one of the games. You're gonna finish one of the games, and then you have to, like, make a bunch of house rules to, like, keep the stakes going. You know? Like, once there is only one game, it would be ideal if we just didn't die anymore, but, wish in one hand, you know, shit in the other. See which fills up first. Ha ha ha. That's an expression that everyone loves. I love it. I don't know. You know the expression. You know that expression. I can make all the plans in the world, but like, we'll see what happens. Gotta be flexible with this shit. I will say, like last time, we were switching back and forth a lot more frequently. It is worth noting that last time we were holding ourselves to completing more of each world, but also that means that we have more than enough stars, so, like, we are sitting pretty fucking... pretty, you know? You know what I think about this level? I think this level is okay. This level is like the second coming of the first B level. In fact, is it literally the same, like, setup? It is kind of like, feels a little samey. I think this one is one that we pass on. We don't do level 2. We just do 1 and then we leave. Yeah, I'm thinking that's right. I can catch you, boyoing. All these stuff here that you can interact with. Oh, walls. That's ideal. Better not to be a bee here. I can run across water without worrying about not being a bee. And look at that. That's perfect. Perfect star placement. Let's get the fuck out of here. Let's do the next one. The music here kind of reminds me of like Underground, classic Underground theme a little bit. It's funny, Mario Maker or the Mario Galaxy 2 on the Wii autosaves. Mario Galaxy 1 on the Switch doesn't. They should have like added that setting. Let's just see if it like sounds interesting. If it sounds good. If it sounds really interesting, maybe we'll do it. Cataquack to the skies? Ah, fuck Cataquacks. Fuck them. We don't need Cataquacks here. Let's go slide a sea. Let's go sea slide for a bit. And then, let's go after Guppy. Is this a motion control one? I feel like in this case... This looks like if we did the second, we should do the second. We should try it at least. It's like a race, isn't it? This is an iconic ocean level. This is way more iconic than the 1 and 2. The 1 and 2 we saw earlier. It's not as iconic as Beach Bowl Galaxy from earlier in the game, which we saw last time, you know, 3 months ago. Ugh, 8 rings. I need a shell to keep up with them. Fortunately, there's one right here. Isn't this also like a but motion control gimmick? We definitely should do some motion control gimmicks. You know, we've been lucky so far this stream. We haven't had a single motion control gimmick. We cannot be lucky forever. We have to, we should do one. I'm sure there's probably like one of those bonus time things that's one. You know, one of the bonus levels, one of the bonus stages. But we've been studiously missing them. Oh my god. That. I believe it would count if he says like, oh, try again. That would count as a death. That is dying to me. So we do have to worry about that. This was less of a race than I thought it would, but I'm pretty sure there is a race here. This guy is not much of a bully. He's just like, yeah, swim through my rings, buddy. You did really good. Nice job, friend. It's not even like gonna bite me or something if I lose the thing, because it's hard to lose. There wasn't a timer. I think maybe the penguins are supposed to be like 5-year-olds, right? Maybe that's the thing. That one in the previous, in Freeze Flame, was like, hey, old man, what's up? Mario's like canonically in his 20s, according to Miyamoto. What is this? What is this comet doing right now? I'm curious about the comet. The cosmic comet. Underwater cosmic Mario race? Fuck the underwater. Fuck swimming. I'll come back when there's no comet. Yeah, we'll do some toy time, and then we'll see if there's like a motion control minigame next up there, because it's like one of the main gimmicks of this game is the motion control stuff. We should do some motion control stuff. but we don't have to do a lot of it, I guess.
Yes.
Do the comet level? That's a good point. Do the comet level, coward. The thing is, we're gonna have way too many stars. We already have more stars. I feel like it makes sense to plunge later and later in the game, but the other thing is that I'm not sure it's a super hard one. You know, I think that one might be an easy one. Just like a swimming through rings on a timer. I feel like the motion control one is gonna be more difficult. Like at this point, with the amount of stars that we got, we kind of can pick our battles. We kind of can do not everything here. We're weirdly ahead of the curve. We're too ahead of curve. We really should be a little bit more behind curve. Hang on, I think the capture is a little weird. Let me just I'm hearing a delay. Let me just maybe that's just let me try that again. Hang on. This audio seems a little bit out of whack. Do y'all notice anything? As my usual thing that I do is I unmute and mute the audio, and that usually seems to help. I wonder if it's on my end this time and not necessarily... And not necessarily like OBS being laggy or something. Let me know if it seems fine. I don't know what I would do if it was like... Fuck! Ass! I don't know what I would do if it wasn't, solvable that way, though. Maybe there's just a little delay. You know, it's worth noting that my headset, I'm watching the TV rather than the capture feed, which is slightly delayed, so literally there is a little bit of delay that I will always have, but usually I feel like when I jump, the sound is pretty soon after. Let me know if y'all have any such issues. Maybe it's the game, I don't know. I will say, I probably should be a little concerned about, like, switching between, You know what, let me try just turning off and on the capture card real fast. Just giving the capture card a little bit of a refresh. Let me try that and see if that helps. Maybe it's something that happened while switching games from different sources. That wouldn't surprise me. Oh, the Elgato can be weird about that sort of thing. My previous one could be weird about that sort of thing. This new one seems to handle it more gracefully, but, you know, you still gotta watch out. This is the first time we're spring over here. I feel like this is just an iconic-ass galaxy. And we definitely need to do everything here. This is the one with the cake, right? There's the giant cake. The thing is, with doing more stars here than and doing like things like the comet stars, is we are taking away from later worlds by doing more here. You know, like we gotta make sure to do enough in the last couple worlds. Honestly, focusing on those later worlds just makes a lot of sense. Just push and push into the late game. You know, I definitely will say that, like, because we in order to make it so that each refresh counted for a lot, last time we did a lot in each world and basically like cleaned it out of stars, and as a result this time, like, we're kind of able to just breeze through these worlds if we really want to. You know, we don't have to get everything, which does mean it's a little less tense, but these are harder levels, so hopefully that, like, evens out. And also, like, I'm concerned about, like, you know, I would like to finish both these games. I'd like to finish both of these games, so, like, if I can do that in a faster fashion, you know, if I can do one of them in a faster fashion, I'll absolutely do that. But also, we should not be skipping on any really hard levels, just for that reason. You know, I feel like we should... This is the robot fight, classic robot fight, iconic. This big ass robot climbing up on either side of it, on its head, disconnecting all its limbs. To me, this is Shadow of the Colossus. I say that. I've started Shadow of the Colossus. I haven't played that much of it recently. I started that on my Retroid. I should beat the third Colossus. I think I'm either on the second or the third Colossus. I forget. Or I think I've beaten either 2 or 3. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm either on number 4 or number 3. I forget. Some of those Colossuses are, like, hard to figure out. Like, where you're supposed to go, how you're supposed to get on them. It's like a whole difficult thing. Maybe on account of me playing it on my Retroid, I'm looking for a more casual experience versus, like, you know, if I was playing it at the time and you know, if I had been playing it at the time and it was like my main game for a month, like, absolutely would maybe be more into, like, working out each thing. But no, I feel like retro gaming on a Retroid device is a lot more like is a lot more casual, you know, a lot more just like, eh, whatever, I'll play a little bit of this, a little bit of that, level of this, level of that, and you know, not really when you're looking to think. If that star is still around, we'll do it. If that comment is still around. Otherwise, I do want to see if, like, there's a motion control thing on the water. There's not. If it's, like, more swimming or something, I'm not as interested in that. I want to do a race. I want to do some goofy-ass motion control. Faster than a speeding penguin. Is that a race? Is that a wave race? Does this have that gimmick? Or is this all just like shells swimming? I mean, it's not that wavy. Maybe you need waves to do that, that manta ray racing gimmick. What does this sign say? This is shell-based. I'm good on shell-based races. Fuck the race. We should save our stars for, we should save our capacity for the hardest world in the game. I almost feel bad for Galaxy 2. But, like, you know, hey, if we're doing really good, doing really good. Also, we're gonna finish out this galaxy. We're gonna finish out Toy Time. There's the bonus galaxy as well. And then the final one, which could be challenging. You know, there have been times in this stream where I've lost like 3 in a level, and suddenly we're in the red, we're in danger. Hey, let's tempt fate by like skipping, not riding the train? What? Huh? Oh, fuck me. Over there. That was some fate tempting. Worked out great. It's good to tempt fate. We should tempt fate more, considering the gimmick of the stream. You gotta go. Have a good rest of the stream. Hey, thanks for coming by, Chimichunga. Appreciate it. Glad you enjoyed. Glad you enjoyed. Glad everyone and anyone. I'm glad if anyone enjoys. This guy is on a weird... Can't get the right angle on him. I'm running away. Discretion is the better part of valor. We're not gonna do that secret star. I'm sure it's a cool secret star, but I wanna mainline this. I wanna do the main stars here. Yeah! And, you know, do it reasonably safely. We can take risks, we can take chances, and we will. We can get him and get some life. We're good. We're in 100% good shape. I'll say, I think one of the best things that, like, Galaxy ever did, one of the best things that Galaxy ever did was switch the life from 8 pits of health to 3. That is just a good amount of health to have. In general, I feel like just 3 hits is more than fair, more than adequate, and, like, it's honestly generous. You know, having 3 whole hits versus, like, you know, Donkey Kong Country, let's say, where you have 2, the originals. The later TKC versions, like Return to Tropical Freeze, you tend to have a bit more than that even. But, you know, the originals, it's just like 1 and a... You have your guy, and you have your second guy. That's 2 hits. Fair, but a little bit strict. 3, just right, I think. That's also how much you have if you have incremental power-ups that go, like, from Fire Flower to big to small. And, you know, it works like that. Obviously, in the original Super Mario, you just went small. I say obviously. Maybe there are people that don't know that. Never played the original one. But yeah, originally for, like, the first couple games, it was like, you get hit, you are small. And it just made sense to us. I say to us. Made sense at the time, I guess. They didn't know an alternative where you lost 1 bit of health rather than your whole kit and caboodle. The Cosmic Comet is back. Okay, to satisfy Rock Party, let's check out this Cosmic Comet. Then we'll do the last Toy Time Galaxy, and we'll move on. This smooth sailing, but the next world is the last world. So, like, you know, Next world is like the last world, right? Or do we need to get enough stars to get to the last world? I'll say if we don't have enough stars to unlock the next world, if that's how it works, then if we need to get to the center of the galaxy and then unlock the final through another like 15 stars or whatever, in that case, we'll play it by ear. Oh man, this is really close. Oh no, it's not anymore. Dude, Shadow Mario took a roundabout route. No! Go! Barely beat his ass. Okay. Ooh. We had it in the bag. Nearly lost it. Bag maintained. Again, there's, you know, the whole gimmick of tries, limited tries. That might have cost us one. But, you know, we have plenty right now, so we're kind of, I think we're able to spare them, honestly. Why isn't that unlocked? Hang on. Does that work? I thought it was just like one per ring. What is the... Does anyone know how you unlock the bonus levels? Like, is what we've done not good enough to unlock that bonus level on the very edge? I would like to do that. And in fact, like, by the rules, I have to. Unless I can't. Kind of odd, because we've gotten, like, probably more than the number of stars you'd be expected to have at this point. Maybe it's, like, per world, like, you have to have X of the stars in a world for that one. Yeah, this is the ice cream cone one. This is a really cool level. This is an iconic part of this level. Like, this whole level has been more toy-based, and now we're going into a part that's more, like, food-based. And isn't that just a different theme that is equally cool and good? I like it. And there's this whole bit with the big cake, which, no, I guess with Mario Galaxy, right? Here's the thing about Mario Galaxy. There's less ability to cheese it, right? Like, in Mario Odyssey, there's the whole cappy thing, right? I say the cappy thing. There's throwing your cap and then jumping off it, and you can do some insane skips with that, right? You can really break the game open, and I feel like with Sunshine and 64 also, those games are very much open to just like, oh, you know, you jumped in a weird way and you beat this thing in an unexpected way. You used FLUDD to hover, like, over some stuff and, you know, traversed in a slightly unexpected way. It's expecting that sort of thing. Whereas this game is very much just like, no, hey, your main aerial move just kills your momentum, so you can't use it to, like, cheese anything. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. You can't use it to, like, cheese. Is that a good thing? Yeah. I think for this game, it's very good. More intentional, you know? It's more about the... The design of each level is more the thing versus, like, you know, trying to break each level. I do think that's why I would rate... I think personally, that's why I would rate the other games higher, you know? That's why I would rate, all those games aforementioned and otherwise. That's why I would rate, what's with this pipe? That's why I would rate Odyssey better. That's why I would put Sunshine over it, honestly. Just a scotch, I feel like, for Sunshine. Like, I love Sunshine. And I feel like... You ever feel that way about a game? Like, yeah, you know, objectively, I do think there's probably a good argument to say, like, Galaxy is better than Sunshine, but... You know, the nostalgic in me... That's a word you don't... I feel like people don't call themselves nostalgic. Or a nostalgic. As like a individual, you know. The nostalgic in me is very much just like, no, Sunshine gets the cake just because for me, I played it before Galaxy. And I think that should mean something. Also, people are mean on Sunshine, and it's great. It doesn't deserve that. I don't know, maybe that's a silly way to rank things, but I'll say also, you know... Where's my thing? Blow out the candles, okay. Anywho, yeah, whatever thought I was having, that is sure a thought. I really don't comparatively rate most of the games that I've played. You know, I'm not out here going like, oh, you know, Mario Galaxy, it's my number 74th game of all time. Like, no, that's too granular. I would only do like a top 5 to 10. And then, even then, honestly, like, I already have, like, Game of the Year top 10 lists for, like, most of recent years. And a lot of, like, not-so-recent years as well. So, like, you can look at those and just go, like, okay, well, if here are the top 25, the last 25 Game of the Years for me, like, a lot of those, just by necessity, have to be on a top 25, right? Because nothing else in their year can really claim to beat them. Unless there's, like, some sort of weird technicality, like a game that I played late after the year is over, you know, or came back to, you know. And in any case, are games like that going to be in the top 25 all time? I mean, come on. Like, I'm sure they're cool, but... Nice save. I'm sure they're cool, but, like, they're up against games that I played when I was a kid. You know? Can't beat. Hard to beat games that I played as a kid. Just in general. And also, materially. In general, but also, like... Oh, Jesus. Fuck! At several points there, I was safe. And still panicking. And then I was dead. Guess it wasn't that, you know, sometimes that happens. You panic. You start going like, oh my god. You don't know when to stop. And just, like, enjoy the safe ground that you're clearly on. Maybe that bonus level unlocks when we finish off a level in full, you know, all its main missions. Regardless, if it doesn't open, we just have to move on for now. Maybe it opens, like, at the end of the game or something. I don't know. Five lives is plenty, I think. But sometimes the... Oh, come on now. it's cool. Mecha Koopas are cool. I will say one thing that I hope the next Mario game has is like a lot more. I always enjoy it in these games where it's like, oh hey, here's an enemy you know. I always like it when they go back to stuff from previous games. They can invent new enemies all they want, of course. Like that's great, but also like, hey, here's a Mecha Koopa. It's acting as a Mecha Koopa does. That's cool, and I like it a lot. Use the spring to get that. Camera here, it can be a little bit hard to see like where the spring platform is, because the kind of like follows Mario in. You have to be basically at the edge, basically about to get to it for it to appear. Damn it. I'll say it's I feel like it's a little bit finicky as far as like, you really need to be planted on the ground to spring up. I like it more spring-based things where it's more, less precise, right? If I could just press it while in midair and like hold the button down and get a bounce, that'd be nice. But you also don't have that much air control. Also unfortunate. There we go. You have like less air control than you'd want. Of all the spring-based power-ups in 3D platformers that I can think of in recent history, does Astrobot have one? Oh. I feel like, I'm pretty sure, doesn't Astrobot have one? I think Astrobot has one. I think this is maybe the most clunky and the least fortunate of them. But, what are you gonna do? Like, no. I don't think I can think of a spring mechanic in a previous 3D platformer. Donkey Kong 64 technically has one. It's worse than that one. I mean, it's just a pad that you spring on. It's just basically a less interesting version of a shock jump pad. I feel like my Pro controller has a little bit of roughness on the D-pad. Like, if I... it has a really nice texture overall, but, like, the D-pad is a little bit rough on the right side. I don't know what's up with that. Can I, like... If I were to say, get out some sandpaper, that would help, like, smooth it out? Would that be, like, destructive? Like some roughness on the side of my D-pad. I don't know. I tend not to use the D-pad that often, but it does bother me. That's a shame considering the price of the thing. I guess I might have gotten a bum one. I don't know. Gotten one that's a little bit fucked. What are you gonna do? Let's do the lava reactor. Bowser Jr.'s lava reactor, and finish off this world. I'm disappointed that the other secret did not open up, but you know what? I have 1,700. We'll do a different secret. One. There's gotta be a hungry fucker out here, right? Gotta be a hungry fucker that wants to be fed. Where's that hungry fucker? Maybe there's not a hungry fucker right now. Is there not a hungry fucker? Where are the hungry fuckers at? I think there'd be maybe a hungry fucker near the other world? I would like to feed a hungry fucker. Here we go. Here's a hungry fucker. Let's do a hungry fucker level. And that'll give us one more level to do before we refresh our lives. Also, these hungry fucker levels can be a little bit harder sometimes. So, you know, it's a good one to throw in. Big Mouth Galaxy. Why do I get the feeling this is a water level? Because Big Mouth Bass is a thing. There's such a thing as a Big Mouth Bass. Gold Bait. It is a water level, isn't it? Yeah, this is the level where it's a big water guy. I don't want to swim. Whatever, let's do it. It is cool that, you know, this is like a dark level and the shell like has a light and that you know, does a thing. It undoes. This is a cool bit as well. Hey, there's two levels to this water level, an upper and a downer. I'm looking for the gold shell. Oh, and you know what it's gonna be? It's gonna be like we get launched by the thing up to the top where we can find the shell. It's not my favorite level. You know, with so many worlds, with so many levels, I guess there's bound to be a couple duds in there, you know? And just a couple of like, yeah, you do some swimming. Like, okay, well, you gotta have a couple swimming levels if you have swimming as a mechanic. And like, you know, people will say, like, if your game doesn't have swimming, they will be unhappy. And, you know, in the sequel, you're gonna have to introduce swimming to make people, more satisfied. Is there swimming in Bonanza? No, right? Like you cannot go beneath the surface of the water in Bonanza. That's correct, right? I wonder. Well, first off, you know, I'm sure like after Bonanza, they'll probably do Odyssey 2 or, you know, go on to that. Who knows? You know, maybe there is an Odyssey, a Mario team working separately from the Donkey Kong team. Maybe it is split up. Did they ever look through the credits and figure out, like, okay, how many people are working on there? How many people are, someone must have done that. I don't think I heard anyone just saying, like, okay, here's the proof. These important people are off doing something else. Or, oh, this is a mostly new team. Kind of sounds like maybe what they found was just like, oh, it's the same team, just like they said. Okay, so probably no Mario then. That's fine. No Mario is fine. I mean, I don't prefer it. Yeah, we should finish off the next thing because there are like single-digit amounts of stars left until we get 60, which apparently is the finale. So we should save some for so that we're doing all the levels in the last world that we want to do. That level's fine. Big Mouth is fine. It's good. I really like the big mouth. I like the big mouth in space, just hanging out there. It is a pretty mid-level, though, other than the big mouth being cool. And that's from the outside, as you're flying in. From the inside, it's just like, yeah, it's a big mouth. Let's do it. I think at this point, we're probably just gonna... The next world has 3 things in it, right? I think we want to do all of the volcano one. And if we could do one of the other ones... Is this the penultimate level? I don't think so. There is another world here. I remember. There's like a big volcano level that you get to. This is not the penultimate. If it is, you know, absolutely we'll go back and we'll get a bunch, but there's a volcano level with meteors that I have a very strong memory of. So there is another world. There's like another level. You know, there's a 6th world. We probably should play and get a star from each of those levels, plus a few extra from... I think the volcano level is the best bet. Is the best choice there for which one we should do more of in particular. This is almost too... The sailing is almost too smooth this time. Say again, like last time by the end, which was, you know, a couple worlds ago now, we were definitely dying multiple times per world and going back and forth, and like, you know, again, we have more lives this time for sure because we're on later business, but oh my god, how come that didn't release the star? We are in the late game, though. I'll say that much. This is definitely the late game. Yep. There we go. Beautiful. This is definitely the late game. We're about to go into the last world. And we have... Unless it's playing... Unless it's exaggerating. Unless we need 70 and not 60. 60 is like half the stars in the game, though, so... 60 does make sense as a threshold. It's kind of funny, you know, consider Odyssey, where it's like, yeah, you need 100 moons, which sounds like a lot, but it's literally 10%. And in Bonanza, you need 0. You need 0 moons, or 0 golden bananas. King Caliente. King Caliente's alright. We fought King Caliente earlier in the game, right? Except this time the platforms sink. We have to keep on the move. I was saying earlier, I could go for replaying TTYD again. I feel like I could go for that. It's been a year since that remake came out. I'm ready. I could play it on my Retroid even. The original version probably. Probably wouldn't do the Switch 2 version on the Retroid. I mean, I haven't set that stuff up, and you know, honestly, the performance is gonna be super duper great anyway. Nah, just keep it simple, you know. GameCube is good. Both versions of that game, I feel like I'm gonna replay time and time again. I wonder though if ever, you know, as far as like games I really would like to see randomized, honestly, like up there, really high up there, gotta be TTYD. Like, I'm kind of surprised. I think there is one randomizer for TTYD, but it's weird, and it's not so much open as like it's not as like open and like flexible as like the original Paper Mario randomizer is. You know, Paper Mario 64. That randomizer is really sophisticated and has a lot of options, and is just really good for mixing up the whole game, you know? But yeah, see, so there's another world up there that just unlocked. Also, you can go back to the tutorial now if you want. We don't want to do that. That's not something that we want to do, to be clear. Four galaxies there. Excellent. I'm looking at it. It's not that bright. Refresh. That's a refresh, by the way. One last refresh of the game. Except for, like, right before Final Bowser, so, you know, damn. I kind of expected to have some back and forth here, but, you know, hey, if things go well, if things go good, I can't complain on that. You know, I set up the rules. I established them all nice and good. We've been playing by the rules. And getting by. Why sometimes does Mario run in silly circles? That's weird. Literally just pointing the stick in a regular direction. So the tutorial is that way. You want to do the tutorial again? It's over there. There's not much point to it. I mean, don't you unlock like the red star by doing that? You can unlock a special star by doing that, but a special power-up, but you don't gotta. Oh, there's no Bowser fighting here. Interesting. Okay, so there's no Bowser fighting here. These are just literally levels to do until you get to the end. Oh man, there's some good ones here. Deep Dark, I think, is the most the worst of the bunch here, but Molten is iconic. Dreadnought is iconic, and Matter Splatter is fun too. Like, we have more stars than we might end up with more stars than we need. I mean, what time is it? It's 6 o'clock. We've been going around 4 hours. That's less than half the time I've allotted for tonight. You know what? Earlier, I definitely did the math wrong. I set a timer for 10 o'clock. You know what? Let me set a timer for midnight, 6 hours from now. Like, we can go another 6 hours without even breaking a sweat, so, like, the fact that we're in endgame here is just, like, and literally a single-digit number of stars away is just... I didn't know it was that short. You know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say I want to see those two iconic galaxies in full. I think we'll go a little over. Is that fair to Galaxy 2 that we're doing extra Galaxy 1? I don't know. This galaxy confused me. Yeah, I remember it being weird. We need fire. We need fire flower. And if I recall, yeah, it's over there. I'm gonna go over here and become a fireman. I wonder what they're doing with Mario next. Are they doing, like... Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the next thing was, like, open world Mario. You know, like, true, full-blown open world Mario. You know, now they've done 2 of the Mario Odyssey type games with the, you know, still dedicated worlds, but you know, bigger and more open, which has been phenomenal, but I feel like they might be looking to make the next step. That said, I really hope they keep up the collectible density that, like, Odyssey is known for, you know, like... I was... One thing that I realized, I'll say I clip up sometimes I clip up old streams from years ago and get all their best moments off. I just did that with a random old Odyssey stream. And at one point in that stream, I realized, I remarked upon, like, I pulled up the menu in the Ruined Kingdom and was like, how many moons does this kingdom even have? It's tiny. It's like just two little platforms, and it has 10 moons. Like literally as much as a Banjo-Kazooie level has jiggies, and like the smallest possible real estate you can imagine has 10 of them. Granted, some of them are in minigame areas. You know, like maybe 4 or 6 of them. Like 4 of them. Also, I am counting like triple moons as 1 moon, I guess. I think technically, so maybe it's more like 12 moons and not 10, but you know, just I think that sort of like compact level design and that sort of like density of just like there's shit everywhere. There's shit to find everywhere. Hey, that was it. That was what we need to do. Do I have a knack for guessing? For intuiting? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I do. Oh, fuck. Odyssey also was the first game to take Mario off the gold standard. That is to say, you know, coins no longer restore health. Ha ha ha! I know that's not what the gold standard is. It's I'm joking. It doesn't matter. Probably a better decision, you know. Like, I do think it is great in this. Just, you know, every time you get hurt, it's like, oh my god. You know, you can always find a coin, and then through that, recover. But like, it's hard to. I wouldn't deny that like the earlier games were more. Or the later games, health feels a lot more deliberate, a lot more just, you know, if you want to get it back, they're more difficult, more demanding in a way, but also feel like they're more balanced as well, such that you don't need to necessarily like worry that much about your health, really, even in Odyssey, right? Or what's the health situation in Bonanza? Hearts. Bonanza actually is more generous than. Is that weird to think about? Like Odyssey has just the 3 health system, same as any other. There we go. Okay. Odyssey has the same 3 health system, same as the previous games and all that. Whereas like Bonanza actually has like Zelda-style hearts. I mean, it's a curious change, but also they are technically not the same franchise or series. It's just that they are very similar at their core because it's the same team and the same technology and the same basic model. But you know, you really can't say one is the sequel to the other because it is very, very, very technically not true. Oh, we unlocked the bonus. We unlocked the bonus one. Let's Melty Molten. Let's do one of each of these, and then we'll think about like which one we want to do a little extra of. My gut says Melty Molten. My gut says Melty Molten, but you know, I'm up for whatever. My god, I can't believe this is going so well. This level, I remember being a real son of a bitch. So, let's see what happens. Maybe I'm remembering, like, one of the meteors that made it really, really hard. You know, Maybe it was like a meteor or a meteor where meteors were falling all the time. I remember that. Comets. It's comets. Comets are the thing. Meteors are what falls in this level. If that's a comet or if that's just like one of the levels, but yeah, we'll absolutely get there. Oh, I didn't. If you do a spin and then a fuck me. If you do a spin and then a ground pound, he like puts his arms out. How about that? Look at that. Spin. Regular ground pound. Spin jump, ground pound. Or has some extra flourish to it. The hell, I didn't know about that. Does that do anything? Sort of stretches out a little bit more. There's a little bit more stretch and squish. That's inconsequential but neat. It homes? Hang on. We gotta try it on an enemy. I never knew about that. Homing ground pound? Next time we see an enemy, we're ground pounding it. Gotta be careful of the fireballs. But also, oh, bah! I was about to say, also, there's health right there, so I think we're good. No, not so much. Definitely be careful of the fireballs. Definitely be careful. In fact, I should wait until there's none. Or a gap. Here we go. I don't know why I was just trying to plow forward, but I'm oftentimes an impatient man. Just how I am. How I like to be. I like to not stop for nothing. There's totally like a thing there, right? Like if you dismount that UFO, crash UFO is totally something. We only need a main line here. We're about to hit the number of stars required to beat the game. Kind of makes me wish I had saved a little bit more, you know, stars required for this world since it's the hardest one, but, you know, what are you gonna do? Maybe also we could have foregone the refresh. No, the refresh was fun earlier on. Whenever we're down on lives, refreshing is a fun thing. It's fun to push and relieve some of the tension. And, no, I don't think you can go wrong with that. That said, I'm doing really damn well. So, like, you know, I'm feeling pretty good about our chances of beating Galaxy 1 right here. And then after that, there'll be no more segments for Galaxy 2 because, you know, it'll just be Galaxy 2 with an occasional comment of Galaxy 1. I am at this point assuming that this one will be beaten first, but hey, maybe we'll die and maybe we'll return to Galaxy 2 and then we'll beat that one first. I feel like the odds of that are slim, but, you know, we are playing some of the hardest levels in the game. It's quite possible. Anything could happen. We need to find an enemy that we can ground pound on, specifically. Like, okay, the ground pound target doesn't count as an enemy, so that's, that wouldn't prove anything. Big soft enemy with that's not on fire is what I am now looking for. And, not one that, once they're not on fire... Hang on. Ah! We have no time. We gotta move. Oh! Stretching my legs a little bit. Ah.
Oh, yeah.
2 streams is the perfect amount for this gimmick. A 3rd stream would be a whole hell of a thing to, like, schedule into, you know, life. It would be a whole thing to schedule, and, no, it's not. Ooh, I accidentally did I didn't do them in order this time. Technically, Dreadnought is 2nd. Oh, well. That's fine. It's not that important. Let's infiltrate the Dreadnought, then do the secret level. And then, we want to do... There's the bonus level that opened in the previous world. Let's go have a look there. Again, I'll say, you know, this whole stream, no motion control gimmicks, no motion anything. One of these levels that just unlocked, gotta be some motion control bullshit. You know, I guess the motion control stuff in this game is just either, ow. Grab this. There's the wave racing, and there's the, golf. Golf? Golf. Yes, golf. You call golf? Is it golfing? You stand on a big ball and you roll it into a hole. Technically, it's, you know, not, like, based on minimum putts, but it is, you know, has a very golf theme to it. Let's do it. I feel like we'll be finishing this stream, like, well before midnight, maybe, I don't know. It's 6 o'clock. If we went another 6 hours, I wouldn't be surprised or nothing, but at this rate, with this amount of this game left, and the other game just being, you know, 2 worlds worth, I think we're feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good about our chances. I'll say I wasn't sure, you know, but I also didn't know that it was 60 and not 70 to finish. I thought it was 70. I thought last time we got to the halfway point. We were actually a little bit more than halfway, technically. Granted, I wouldn't have ended it like any sooner. Like 35 was the right number to go to because, again, that last stream was in celebration of birthday, and I am 35, so, you know, that was the right number of stars to shoot for. But, you know, now we're feeling pretty good. I need to think about next weekend. I need to think, like, do I want to try to get Conquer done in one go, or do I want to, like, do a bunch of Conquer streams over the course of a month, like the previous playthroughs? I probably want to do Conquer normal style. Doing a big, long Sunday Conquer and trying to do it in one is a very tempting idea. And I will definitely think about it this week, but if I did that, then I would be giving up time that I probably otherwise would spend playing Silksong, which, yo, Silksong, that seems pretty fucking tight. I don't want to give up Silksong time, do I? Fuck me! Wow! I was going through for those coins to, like, re-up my shit. But instead I just got super crushed. Dang. Dreadnought's damn cool. Yeah, not gonna worry this time. Just gonna plow right ahead. Let's go. I feel like I could go either way, you know? Like, I can always do a big ol' Sunday stream if I really want to. I will say also that the, another thing worth considering is that YouTube is nearing 500 subscribers, which is a important milestone, and probably should be celebrated by a stream. A big special stream. And I have honestly no fucking clue right now. Oh, hey, hang on. Gotta try this. Oh, it did home! It did totally home! Chat was right. It's a homing ground pound. Neat. Did y'all know about the homing ground pound? I didn't. No idea. No idea that there was such a thing. I don't think I've ever done one. I bet you like less than 5% of people who play this game know there's a homing ground pound. I bet you it's a very rare piece of knowledge. Who else knew? Who else knew? If anyone else knew, you can tell me, and I'll be impressed. Let's ground pound that Mecha Koopa, and I just want to see one more time, more clearly, the homing. Homing ground pound? Yeah, it homed so much I ended up in the water. Yeah, that's so homing. That's cool. That homes so much. Wow. No idea that was there. No idea. Again, no idea. There's the star. Beautiful. Beautiful. Crap. Got this. Just push, just push for it. Yeah! Clean. 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 Very clean. Let's do splitter splatter. And then we'll have, like... Jesus. I kind of feel like it's unfortunate that these later game ones are not, strictly speaking, necessary, but I do think... realistically, we should play one of each. And that means... this one, the one that unlocked, and if we have enough for Hungry Luma, we'll do the Hungry Luma. If we have one more to spare, I think we do multi-melty, or we do that is to say, if we can't get the Hungry Luma fed, we don't have enough, you know. If we don't have enough for Hungry Luma, I think we do... multi-melty, but let me check the names of them. I remember some really cool Dreadnought ones as well. Like, Dreadnought is also no slouch. This is a cool gimmick. The Ghost House type levels in this game have some really cool original ideas that really go hard. I think we can all appreciate them. Oh, crap. I, for one, appreciate this level. And I'm glad we have, you know, the cause to do it. Kind of wish I had done a little less in the earlier worlds, but, you know, hey, that's, a lot of that was down to stuff that happened last stream, 3 months ago, which was a great stream that I have no notes on. Other than like, yeah, you know, if you'd done left a little bit more. Or if you had, you know, started going into the next world rather than sticking in the first 3, you know, would have been nice. For the purposes of, like, keeping things moving. I mean, I'll say with Mario Galaxy 2. What is that noise? I guess that's the moving platform. Okay, that's just for a bonus, I think. Now we can go up here. Ugh. I'll say again, I think I gotten ideas for Streamiversary stuff and Extra Life. Plan right now on the books for Extra Life is a ukulele stream. I'm going to get that new ukulele version, and I'll say I really did not like ukulele, so, you know, fuck me, I died. I think it's gonna be interesting to play that game and see, like, how I feel about it a second time, and if they've improved it in the new version, that sort of thing. I'm very curious to find out, and also we'll have incentives, you know, it'll be for Extra Life, so charity and all that. I'm planning on 2 donation incentives. 1, to give me a break, give me some relief, and let me play 1 world of Banjo-Kazooie for some amount of money. And conversely, you can give me not relief by donating a larger amount to make me play Sonic 06, a level of that. So that'll be a fun, near 12-hour stream. You know, 12-hour with a break in the middle, I think, will be the plan. Such that it'll fit onto a 12-hour VOD neatly without any risk of going over, but still, you know, it'll be from 2 to 2, you know? And I guess, like, after that break gets taken out, it'll be like 11 hours, 40 minutes, which will not be the longest VODs that I've had, you know? Like, I'll say, that Bonanza stream that I did, like, a month or 2 ago, it's like a month and a half ago or something, that Bonanza stream where I beat it for the first time, like, that was basically 12 hours on the dot. Like, literally, if I had taken 3 minutes more on any one part, we would have gone over. Now, granted, worth noting that, like, you know, if I was that close to the edge, I probably wouldn't have spent like a minute at the end, like, just seeing, like, okay, well, what happens post-game? Okay, this happens. Okay, and it looks like something else is about to happen. All right. You know, I could have cut, like, a minute off, maybe, additional, but, like, man, it was really too close for comfort. Like, 3 minutes away from being split into a second VOD. I never want to get that close to the danger zone again. Like, that is just, that is just too damn close to trouble. And, you know, in the future, I'm hoping... The hell? Weird. Nice dark matter enemies. Yeah, this level is cool. This is, you know, one of the cooler ways to do an auto-scroller. I feel like we already had a level like this earlier in the game, right? In, like, one of the ghost levels. That was a cooler version of this, I'll say. This is definitely, like, the second best. The part where it was splish splash splashing and all the circles were getting bigger, that part was cool. That part was really neat. The back half, take or leave. 2 stars left. How many star bits do we have? 1,300. How many do you need? Let it be 2,000. 1,600. I don't have enough. Okay, so it looks like we're doing one more multi-melting. I'll just deposit my my star bits into him though. That's fine. You can you just eat up. I could also go into the gates and do, you know, actually, the gates, that is a fitting final challenge. That's a fitting final challenge for this game, actually. A fitting final star would be the gate with its whole, like, iconic flying around and collecting 100 purple coins. Maybe. Oh, no. I'm not doing more swimming. We'll do, fuck swimming. I don't want to do that one. I have had enough of swimming. It's not even hard. It's just, bah. No, look, we've swum enough. I've swum enough. Let's look at, either we do 2 from this, from the volcano one, or we do 1 dreadnought, 1 melty molten. Let's see. What does melty molten? What does dreadnought have? Colossal cannons. That sounds pretty good. Colossal cannons. What does melty molten have? Melty molten. Through the meteor storm. Oh, this was the one I was thinking of. We gotta do this one. Yeah, this one. Yeah, look at that. We gotta do this one. I am glad this one, there was room for it. Yeah, fuck that swimming one. We're done with swimming. We don't have to do everything. We can pick our battles. And let's pick battles that are fun. I'll say, to be clear, I have definitely picked, I think, a hard battle for what it is worth. I have not given myself an easy time of it. This is definitely the hardest level that this game has. I need like a fire? I need like a fire flower? I need like a fire flower, right? Or I need to lure this guy. There we go. We need to lure this guy. Okay. We are on 1 health. That is fine and good, and I like it. Patience. 2 health is good. Wait. Go. Beautiful. All right. A little bit of star hunt here. This is a great level. This is iconic. This is, you know, up there with Freeze Flame as far as, like, you know. I'll say this level might be one of the best volcano levels overall in games. And in Mario as well. You know, I would put it up there with you know, the Luncheon Kingdom also is top tier. as well, for sure, but this one is in the same conversation. I think, like, if there's a top 5, both Luncheon and this one are on it. I do think that, like, freeze flame type entries, like lava/ice combos, I think that's a separate conversation, because there's kind of a lot of those. You know, I think that's a separate tier list. What is the volcano level Mount Rushmore? I think this level goes on there. I do. I think that Crocodile Cauldron DKC 2 is on there. What else is on the Mount Rushmore of volcano levels? Mount Rushmore volcano levels. Sonic. I can't think of any off the top of my head. Anything like Psychonauts? There's Astrobot. Honestly, other examples fail me. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's Oh no, it's motion controls! Oh no! Look at this level! And there's meteors coming! Oh man, I don't like our odds. I got 3 lives to get this star, another star, and beat the final boss. If I can do that, that'll be pretty damn nifty. But, I don't know, man. Motion controls. Eh? Hang on. Things are going great. I think I can catch this one. Yeah! We did it. Easy. Not so bad. Maybe the improved Switch 2 gyroscope helped. I don't know. Do you think that improved gyroscope helps with Wii games on the Switch 2? You think? I don't know. I mean, certainly if they end up making more Wii games, if they make a Wii Online, like, that'll be great. I don't know. I assume that there's better motion control in the Joy-Cons as well, but, you know, I'm not using those right now. What's the final level called? Let's see if this one is sounds suitable for a finale, or if we want to do a little more Dreadnought instead. Fiery Dino Piranha? Well... fuck Petey. I don't want to fight Petey again. Ah, son of a bitch. Nah, let's go Dreadnought. Let's do one of this, one of the other. Peter Piranha, fuck him. I'm not that interested in fighting him. And yeah, I feel like that level we just did was the iconic. Speaking of iconic, I feel like this is the iconic Dreadnought level with the auto-scroll platform while you're being fired upon non-stop. Okay, perfect. I think we played the exact right levels. Okay. I feel good about my choices. Also, you know, well, too late now. Well, I could easily exit this level if I were indecisive, which I'm not. That's a nice area. I forgot that the chain chomps come out of dog houses. That's perfect. Why hasn't that been done like 100 times to death? Like, why isn't that just a standard thing with chain chomps? Like, it makes too much sense with how chain chomps are like treated as dogs sometime in this universe, in these games. And they bark, you know, like dogs do. Chain chomps are basically dogs. That's really good. Another really good little detail in this game. Why a bomb there? That's weird. It's a weird thing. I don't need a bomb right now, honestly. Alright, here's the big cannon sequence. Let's do it. This will be the final star. We have 3 lives to get this star, and then to do final Bowser level. Center of the universe, end of the game. I will say again, we beat this game. We'll go back to Galaxy 2, and from there on out, every time we lose lives in Galaxy 2, 7 of them, we will return to this game and do a Comet level, or die trying. Die 7 times trying. So we'll probably do it in every case. But like, you know, that's how we're balancing it. That's the consequence going forward, assuming that I can get through this level and the next one without dying 3 times, which is an assumption. You know, to be clear, we are not out of woods left. We are not out of woods yet. Like, there's still a good chance I get hit by a cannonball right here, fall into the void, lose a life. No, there's a good chance this Goomba gives me a tough time, and I end up walking. You know, one of the challenges of this game. Oh God, that was close. Just stand near the backside and you're feeling good. One of the challenges of this game is definitely like platforming from all the different perspectives. Like, it is definitely a bit goofy at times, a bit tricky at times, but we managed it. That's a great one. That's one of the best. Hey, Super Wario Gaming, how you doing? Hey, check this out. That's the 60th star. That's, well, it's all we need for, to get to the ending. So, with 3 tries left in this go-round, we are ready to finish the game. It took 1 swap to 2 and back. This time, we've been able to get through clean as shit. Let's beat Bowser. Let's not lose 3 lives. And then let's go to the final stretch of the stream, which will be all 2, excepting when I lose 7 lives, at which point we'll do another thing. Ah! Stretching, stretching, stretching. Let's fucking go. It is 6:40. We've been going around 4.5 hours. The night is young. The night is young, folks. Like, 4.5 hours, I would say that's, you know, I'm willing to go up to 10 hours, like, without even thinking about it. And then I'll go a little bit more if really necessary, but, like, we're gonna finish this game before the 5-hour mark. Unless I die 3 times, in which case, it'll probably be a while. She just said, "Go Mario," and it sounded like it came out of a Wiimote. This is a cute bit. Let's do it. Here we go. Fate of the universe. How hard could it be? How hard do you think the fate of the universe is? Oh, I like that big... Now I'm suddenly getting some deja vu. That hollow sun with the holes in it, that kind of reminds me of another thing. In another platforming game that I played recently. Like, it is a little on the nose, actually. Like, huh. Does that seem familiar to anyone else who has been alive in recent times playing games that have recently come out? Kinda, right? Right? Uncanny a little bit. Huh. Not really that important, of course. Well, the center of a star versus the center of something else, you know, it makes sense. It would be similar in composition. Circular, spheroid, that sort of thing. A hollow orb makes for a good center. Yeah, of course. Like, if you're going to get to the center of things, you gotta get into it, right? Oh God, that was close. You gotta get inside. Though, of course, you could be on the surface. You could be on the surface of a star, you know? But I feel like inside is a little bit more wild, a little bit more wacky, a little bit more of a thing. Now, obviously, I think it makes more sense to be inside of a big hollow hot orb in the other game that I'm thinking of versus this game, you know? Makes a little bit more sense. Like, you know, if you're going down into blank, then you do expect to find, like, you know, go into the blank rather than just, like, be outside the blank and go like, oh, it's a big hot orb, huh? I guess this is where the journey ends. No, you gotta go in, man. Harder to talk around recent things. I wonder when the spoiler hiatus, or what's that called? Like the spoiler? I wonder when it's okay to talk spoilers for a certain game. God, when that day does come, like, oh man, anyone who is behind on that, like, God, that was risky. Anyone behind is in for a world of surprise, huh? In for a world of... Jesus! In for a world of surprise if you haven't played certain games. That'll be cool, though, and hey, I can't wait to talk about all of that, you know, Game of the Year style, all that. One thing I always like doing at the end of the year is doing a Game of the Year stream where I play, like, all my favorite games from a year and do, like an hour to a half hour of each. And really just start thinking about, like, okay, Game of the Year list-wise, which ones are better, which ones are worse. Definitely will have a lot of damn games to talk about, you know? Like, there are some damn good ones that I haven't played on stream. Like, I haven't done any Shinobi on stream. And I don't think I will because, like, I've already started it, you know? I would want to start from the start if I was doing a stream of it. I do think it's awkward if you're streaming a game and starting like midway through, because then it's like, okay, well, and you didn't do like a previous stream where you did it, you know? At which point it's just like, oh, you're like halfway through the game? Okay. I'd prefer not to do it that way. I feel like either start it on stream and finish it on stream, or you just start it on stream and that's enough, you know? Or you do like replays or like special things, or just like, oh, let's dip back in and be like, what's up, what's up? Special events are okay. Like, I definitely played some Tears of the Kingdom, like, you know, just like doing some side stuff and stuff as a stream once, when it was my birthday and that game had just come out. That wasn't like the start of the game, but it was near the start. It was relevant. I don't know. There's no rules for these things. You can do whatever you want. If people are down to watch, hey, that's great. Let's finish off Bowser. We have 2 lives to do it. I'm thinking I will... There we go. This ain't that hard. This is just basically the same pattern as before. I should not use my coins. I should save them for when I get hit. Well, I guess I can't really save them if Bowser releases them. Bowser releases the coins. They're like in the thing. They're done. Well, that's really cool. This battle is great. This is one of the better final battles. That's right. We go to various planetoids, and each of them has like a slightly different gimmick. Whether that's like this one where you can knock him with the plants, or you know the what's the gimmick of the last one? There's like the panels, and they're all really quick. The 3 of them. Yeah. It's this one you have to have him stomp on the things, and then that lights him alight. Lights him on fire. And also means that there's more coins to get every time. There we go. Okay, go ahead now and continue being good. I don't know. What the fuck? What do you want me to say? Grab this. Get him to stomp there. You think, is this 2 hits or 2 hit or 3 hit? I feel like this has to be 3 hit. This is too soon. Oh! Oh! That's it! That's it! That's fucking it! Mario Galaxy 1. Beaten. My god, I totally thought, even with 7 tries, that we'd be switching back and forth between games relatively frequently. I mean, I think, like, at the end of the last stream, when we were at, like, 35 stars, we swapped back and forth, like, 5 or 6 times in the last couple hours. Whereas this stream has just been smooth sailing, just, like, a couple hours of Mario Galaxy 1, couple hours of Mario Galaxy 2, couple hours of Mario Galaxy 1, to completion. God damn. I think we should watch the ending, and should I give like final thoughts or something? I sometimes give final thoughts during credits and things of that nature. That would make sense to do. Final thoughts on 1. It's a goddamn classic. I've said before, watch the ending. Let's give the ending its proper due. The universe gets reset, and it's a whole thing. Final thoughts on Mario Galaxy 1. It's a goddamn classic, you know? The basic idea of taking what worked in Sunshine and everyone could agree on, the floodless levels, the floodless bonus levels, and basically turning that into a whole game, I think is, without a doubt, brilliant. You know, making it so that each of these levels is more platform focused, more linear than exploratory. And I think that is excellent, fun, and great. The Galaxy gravity gimmick, though sometimes a little bit goofy, is also just lovely and makes for a lot of very cool, very novel design. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. It's over. He's so sad. And look at that, it's becoming a sun or something. A growing sun. Oh no, it collapsed into a black hole that eats the whole galaxy, the whole universe, and then we're starting over again. This happened in Futurama, the reboot specifically. I do think the handling, the way that the game plays, is not quite as, like, doesn't have as many options as, like, Mario 64, Sunshine, or Odyssey. Maybe even 3D World as well. Like, just, you don't have that many ways to, like, cheat the game, really, or to, like, do things in unintended ways. And your main extra move kills all your momentum, so, you know, you can't use it to, like, double jump over gaps or whatever, but, you know, it's designed around that. It's not really a problem, it's just different. I always thought that looked weird. Like, what are we looking at here? Looks like the logo for, like, a software package. Isn't there, like, a Blink software, or Blink's RenderWorks or something that's, like, has that sort of logo? I don't know. Is that baby Mario? No, that's regular Mario. But someone's crying like a baby. It's the universe. The universe is crying like a baby. Stars are. Oh, this is above my pay grade. I don't know about this. That's cool, Rosalina. Why are you giant? Why are you so big? That's cool, though. Again, I don't mind that. Really, don't mind it at all. It's good. No. Sure. And also in the new world, I do believe that you still have the same amount of stars and the same amount of completion, so you can go and finish the game and get all the stars if you want. I don't know how that works mechanically. Maybe it's like a new game plus thing where it's like, okay, the story's over, but you can still run around the old universe as it existed in Mario Galaxy before the credits happened. Oh, that whale from earlier is there. Depictions of Peach's castle, the hue to the Mario 64 model, but also add in Toad Town, are interesting to me. I feel like, honestly, it'd be really cool to have like an open world Mario World game where like, you know, there was a Toad Town right outside the castle, right? And that was its own like little area with a billion moons to collect or whatever. That'd be rad.
Oh. Yes.
I think there's a lot that's brilliant about this game. I think that there are some things that are complete misses, like the motion control stuff. A handful of galaxies that are, you know, not that big of a deals. You know, very relatively minor issues, really. And a couple of cases where the camera is weird or the perspective is weird. But for what it is, those things aside, the game is phenomenal and fantastic and a lot of fun. Like, I feel like my biggest gripe is just like, oh, you know, the spin doesn't let you do any bullshit, you know, doesn't let you get over a gap, doesn't let you cheat at all, you know. That is really a minor issue, really not an issue at all. Just like the game isn't built like Odyssey, where it lets you destroy, it's just lets you bypass things willy-nilly. And I think it's fun to bypass things, so I like that in a game. You know, I like that amount of freedom and that amount of flexibility. You know, if there's one sin that Galaxy has, it's inflexibility as far as how Mario controls. But that feels like a nitpick when the level design is as good as it is, when the power-ups as cool as they are. And it is a nitpick. It feels like a nitpick because it is one. I would still definitely put Galaxy under Sunshine and, you know, Odyssey in my books because those are my favorites of the 3D ones, but I do think Galaxy 1 and 2 are, I guess, you know, we haven't finished 2 yet, so maybe a whole final judgment on 2. I think they are both better than 3D World and 3D Land. Is that a hot take? I don't think that's a hot take. I feel like there are some people who would put Galaxy on top of their whole list. You know, people who aren't looking for exploration, you know, like in the Odyssey games, aren't looking for a comprehensive world like in Sunshine. That's one of the things I would give to Sunshine and say, like, that's what makes Sunshine shine to me. You know, the fact that, like, oh, it's this big interconnected world, it's all in the same place, it's all on one theme, and they get so much mileage out of that tropical theme. It's just like, how the hell did you do that? You know, it's impressive. And just really makes for one of the most immersive 3D platformers that there are. You know, all the levels being on that one theme, the tropical theme. Various different facets of that. Like, you know, we had tropical levels in this game that were less inspired. You know, this game has... Actually, I think that the level I'm thinking of might have been in Galaxy 2. This game, these two games have like 4 tropical levels between them, and they don't have half the inspiration that, like, you know, there's ones of those 4 that are like just so generic compared to like any Sunshine level. But also, you know, that's a minority, you know, that's like, there's definitely more inspired Galaxy levels. There's levels that are fantastic. There's some fantastic galaxies in there. I think Freeze Flame, for me, is my favorite. The second volcano level, the big volcano level at the end, is also up there. Iconic galaxies. The Toy Galaxy is iconic. The Battle Station one, also right at the end, iconic. There were a bunch we did last time, like 3 months ago. I don't remember which ones of those were iconic, but a bunch of those were iconic as well. There's the end of the game. You're welcome, Mario. It's a 5 out of 5. I should think about if I want to give it a heart on my on backlog, you know, have it be an all-time favorite as well. I think it might be. I think it might be an all-time favorite, actually, if it doesn't already have that status. I think maybe it should be added to the favorites list. No. That is my feeling on it. The only reason I wouldn't would be because quibbles like motion controls and, you know, that sort of thing, but those are quibbles. I don't think those are disqualifying quibbles. So, yeah. I'm going to, I'm gonna launch this game and like I said, where we're going now is we're gonna go back to 2 and we're going to return to this game if we die 7 times and have to, you know, do the thing again. But, so I'm gonna, if we have to die, if we die 7 times, we'll come back and do a comment. 1 comment, and then we'll comment and we'll return back. That's how it'll work. But first, it's been, 5 hours. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then we will return to Galaxy 2. I'm gonna switch the inputs while I'm on break, so we'll be coming in hot onto Galaxy 2 when I return. Okay? Okay. Break time. Back in a bit. People watching the VOD. It'll be instant. Alright, folks. Galaxy 1 in the books. Break time. Yeah. Come on, camera. Get it right. Alright, folks. How are you doing? It is, we just finished Mario Galaxy 1. And all in, like, you know, after only 1 swap to Mario Galaxy 2 previously. So that's done, which means that from here on out, it'll be mostly Mario Galaxy 2 until the end of Mario Galaxy 2. And I'll say, it is 7 o'clock. I'm willing to go to midnight, and that's 5 hours from now. So, like, we have all the time in the world to finish Mario Galaxy 2. I'm pretty sure it won't take that long, you know? And, it might take a couple hours, you know? Maybe a little less. Oh, jeez. It'll take a little less than that, but, yeah, that's how this is gonna go. We're gonna do Mario Galaxy 2. We still have the tries left gimmick, but now, if we lose all our lives, we return to Mario Galaxy. Great. Already lost a life. If we lose all our lives, we return to Mario Galaxy. We return to Mario Galaxy 1 and do a comet level. And once we complete that or die 7 times, we can return here to continue our efforts. So at this point, there will be no more timestamps for Mario Galaxy 1 because that's pretty much done. And also, like, any visit to it will be relatively quick and barely a segment unto itself, but, you know, just all that to say that all that to say, yeah, fuck, ass. All that to say that we've gotten through that game, it's all done, and now we're doing this one until the end. And if I recall, we were early in the 5th world, which means we just have to get through this world, and then world 6, and it'll be done, it'll be over, it'll be completed. I'll say, I wouldn't mind at some point eventually doing full playthroughs of these 2 games, you know? Like, ones that include, you know, every star, every, you know, 100%. Maybe not a Luigi %, like, that might actually be ridiculous, because that, like, doubles the amount of stars in the game, essentially. God damn it. You know, doubles the length of it. But, like, I could definitely see doing 120 star as a series of streams for both of these games eventually, but probably not like, you know, this year or next year or the year after. Probably would give it a break, you know. But there is a lot we're not seeing as part of this playthrough. That's right, and I popped the thing. There is a lot that we're seeing. This is a hard bit. There's a lot that we're not seeing as part of this playthrough. Like, you know, there's a whole Lost World part of Mario Galaxy 2 that we are not seeing. We're not going to. That is post-game, and that is out of the realm of possibility. Mario Galaxy 2 kind of low-key has a phenomenal post-game, if you don't know. Like, it has a genuinely great amount of after-game content. Isn't there, like, a whole line of worlds you go to? Like, the whole special world has, like, more worlds, more galaxies than any other previous world? That's amazing and great. We're not going to see it tonight. That's not part of the agenda. It has a great final level, too. Yeah. I would love to have that be... Here's an idea. I have been thinking about ideas for the Streamiversary. Would, like, Mario Galaxy 2's lost levels, like going through the lost world of Mario Galaxy 2, and, like, doing every star, or doing as many stars as possible. Would that be a fun one? I mean, it would have to be a clear save. You know, I have a clear save on my Wii U, you know, that already has everything collected, everything done. What are you exclamation mark about? I'm good. Can't you tell? I just, was paused in that level for, like, 2-3 hours. Is that not a break? It wasn't a break. I was doing, I was in another game. But still, man. Hey, we have enough for this. Let's, do this star guy. Yeah, it has, like, a real good one of those, you know, final level challenge gauntlet situations, like 3D World has. Have we ever done any percent, or... Honestly, I could... 100%... Bowser's Fury is a great game to replay, and a great game to do any... just like, everything in. How, have I not done that before on stream, like the whole thing? I don't think I have. I think I've only done, like, bits and pieces. Yeah, it's short. That's a one-stream game. You know, and that's... Wow, that's fantastic. I love that about it. No, one and done. You know, I'll say, there's a lot of games I'd like to do one day. There's a little bit of Fluzzard. Excellent. I mean, this is motion control, isn't it? Let's temper expectations here. This might be trouble. Was Fluzzard? I think Fluzzard might have been new in 2. Because if I'm thinking, we didn't see any Fluzzard in 1, and I don't think Fluzzard is in 1. There's definitely a lot of games I'd like to play on stream, you know. Like, I should really have a big giant list that I keep better track of, you know. Oh god. Damn, this, we're finally dying again. It's been a long time coming. We've been... This is motion control. Based on rotating and tilting up and down. Yeah, we can get a little extra height by, like, bouncing off. And it works by cape logic a little bit, but also not really. Come on, point down further. You don't need the gates to, like, get the thing, do you? Please tell me it's just get to the end. Yeah, okay, good. Maybe that's like a secondary star or something. Okay, okay. Lovely. Good. I was thinking the other day, I did Portal on stream once like a couple years ago, around the time I went to Fiesta, Texas. I feel like Portal 2 would be, I feel the itch of Portal 2. I could go for some Portal 2 right now. Honestly, I could go for Portal 1 again, like maybe off stream, because I already did a playthrough of that on stream, you know, even if it was 2 years ago. Shiver burn, let's go. I could go for a full playthrough of we're gonna run out of places to get stars? That's rude. Let's see what happens, I guess. I'll say right now, my current plans... I already currently have plans, like, up to... for the foreseeable future, honestly. Like, there's some playthroughs we're gonna do in the near future. Like, after I finish the Rareware gimmick, which will be soon, I'm gonna do Metal Gear. I'm gonna do Metal Gear Solid Delta. My first time with that game, with that series even. Like, playing it myself. I've seen the games, I've watched them be played. I know the stories. But, like, it'll be the first time I'm playing it for myself. I'm kind of excited. And after that, gonna do some randomizers for a while. Been a while since we really tried that many new randomizers. Oh, that's cool. Ironic with the cloud, I couldn't just skate. This is a also very cool ice and fire galaxy with the instant switch from one to the other. That is rad. Whoopsie daisy. I touched the... Uh-oh. 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 That's bad. I'll say, by the way, I should say that if we beat the world, every boss and stuff, can and will refresh our lives. At this point, there's just 2 left in the game, one of which is the final one, so we have 1 refresh coming our way. 1 refresh coming our way relatively soonish. I think this game requires more stars than Mario Galaxy 1 to beat it, considering that it's asking us right now for 55 stars, and it was 60 for Galaxy 1 in total. I'm betting that we'll need to get 70 for the last world, if I had to guess. This is great too, with the meteors that cause big puddles of lava. Another great permutation on the same basic theme. Man, it's kind of chugging a little bit. It is a Wii U emulating a Wii. I'm assuming like that sort of timing is accurate. Here, it's the opposite. The lava is turned to ice by icicle shards. So smart. I think that's it. Real short one. Real short one. We're like at 51. We need 55. We need 3 more. I think we would have to get a couple of meteors to not leave the world. Unless we want to go, you know, not to backtrack. And I think, like, I did clear out most of the previous worlds already. Like, you know, last time we were being pretty comprehensive, level by level and all that. I don't know that there are that many gaps. Okay. Damn it. fun one. That is a fun boss. It's sort of like the, was that like Caliente in a go-kart, basically? Like those Caliente bosses from before, but instead he's like driving around. That's cool. And you're skating around. That's also cool. So let's see now. We are at 52. We need 55. Caliente for Mario Kart World. Yeah, that's a good one. I will say, by the way, speaking of another minor boss from Galaxy 1 and 2, I mentioned earlier the stream on Friday is going to have like a wish list component to it, coming up with as many ideas for yeah, we need 3 more. Coming up with as many ideas for Mario let's go back here and maybe let's look and see if there's any levels here that we left with stars left behind. Actually, quite a few. Oh, and the supermassive. Let's do this. Do I have enough for this fella right now? No, not even close. Really have to save up for that. I posted and mentioned earlier that the gimmick is gonna be we're gonna make a wish list for Mario Maker 2 or for Mario Maker 3. What should be in there? I will say in the thumbnail I put in King Lakitu from Mario Galaxy 2 because I thought it would be fun to a good inclusion for the thumbnail. Maybe not the most realistic of wish list entries, you know. Oh, add minor bosses from Galaxy 2. So we'll see like if that actually makes the cut or whatever, if we end up including it in the gimmick. Again, that wish list will be for the purposes of making a bingo thing. So for the purposes of bingo, probably should have entries that are like reasonably possible, you know. You don't want to look at your thing and go like, God damn, I got King Lakitu in my wish list bingo? Oh man, that's a bum result. But that's you know you're not gonna get that. But maybe like we'll talk about it, I think. You know, just I'll say there are a lot of really obscure bosses that have been throughout the years, and I feel like if like the next Mario Maker, we'll talk about this next time, of course. We'll talk about this on Friday. I feel like every time I start talking about this, I feel like, wait, no. Friday's gimmick is talking about this. If you talk about it now, you are stealing Friday's thunder, and like the whole reason for the season, for the Friday stream. You know, gotta mum's the word. Gotta like save it. But anyway, like shout out to King Lakitu, who I just thought looked good on a thumbnail, honestly. And I do think it does embody like the kind of brainstorming that I would like us to be having, right? Like I would like to have some more out of left field thoughts, you know. I'd like to have everything considered, you know. Various options. We have 30 seconds. Jeez. Rankster comments are fun, but it is a bummer every time you die in them. Like, even without this gimmick, even without the lives remaining gimmick. Because when you die, it's just like, oh, right, okay. Yes, we're at the start. No checkpoints. No checkpoints. And we have to do the whole thing over again. It is just 2 minutes, but I do think you want a checkpoint every minute of gameplay. Like, more or less. 2 minutes without a checkpoint, that's a long time. I don't know, it depends on the game, depends on the genre. I'm almost done with Succession, as I said before earlier. I wonder who's gonna win the Succession. I wonder who's gonna be the next, you know? If I had to guess, I would say, like, you know, it'd be funniest if it was, like, the most unexpected thing, like Cousin Greg. That'd be funny to me. That would be just delicious if it happened that way. He really shouldn't be the winner, though, if you're just, like, you know, looking at a replay of the whole, you know, course of events and going like, yeah, Cousin Greg is just, like, lucky to not be on the outs, you know, or, you know, he's lucky he's still included in the whole festivities, you know? He's lucky that Tom likes him, you know? Like, that's where Cousin Greg is. Not exactly really contending for the thing. What if it's Tom? It could be Tom. I feel like Tom is probably the craftiest of them. Most alert of them. I'd bet on Tom, you know? Shit, like, he's the one who seems like he's making moves, and, like, successful moves, even though he's, like, literally unrelated. Except in so far as, you know, certain ways that eventually matter less, you know? Not the, I don't want to spoil anything. For anyone who has watched less of it than I have, you know. I'm like, how many episodes does season 4 have? I just watched season 4, episode 3, which is kind of a big episode. Kind of a big episode. You know, one thing about shows in general these days is they tend to not have anything happen until, like, the very end of a season. So, you know, I feel like, you know, I think of Game of Thrones, right? I think of, like, shows like that, where it's just like, you know, even people often have this complaint even of, like, House of the Dragon, where things are definitely happening. There are definitely things that happen every episode, but, you know, I feel like compared to, like, Breaking Bad or to a certain degree Better Call Saul, you know, things happen a lot less readily now than they did, like, back in the day of, like, Sopranos or whatever. You know, like, every episode of Sopranos, something's happening. Things are moving. You know, you can't watch the first episode and then skip to the last episode and, you know, basically know what's up. Whereas, like, I feel like in some seasons of Game of Thrones, you could do that. Maybe not the last one, because it's, you know, shit. But, like, a lot of the other ones. This is cool. I've always liked this little puzzle thing here, where you're, like, figuring out where you drill your holes to get to the other side. Like, that is just a very nice puzzle that you can only do, like, once or twice. You can't do that many times. And, you know, they don't do it that many times. So it works, the times that they do it. Look at that. We've gotten 3 of them, right? Something like that. Fuzzies are also in the thumbnail of that brainstorming live stream. The live stream version. I think, like, once it's done, I'll probably do another version of that with, like, you know, different things that came out. You know, like, honestly, if the collection of, like, collage of items could be, like, the most off-the-wall inspired pics that go into that stream, I think that would be the that come out of that stream. I think that'd be, like, the best as far as, like, you know, how to do that. I will also say that stream, I'm using a different color, a different thumbnail style than I usually do. Usually, my thumbnails are all white text with you know, with like a shadow under them, you know, so you can see the white text no matter what's behind it. That's just how that's like standard among my streams. But for this live stream, I did it like more Mario Maker style, where it's yellow background on black text, which I looked around YouTube real fast. You don't see as much. I don't want to do that one. You don't see that much. Let's go back into this world and see if there's one that we can get. Oh boy, a rolling masterpiece one. Oh boy, 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 boy. Yes, let's do the prankster star of the motion control level. Yes, okay. Sure. Hey, Trebucket. You got an early shift tomorrow, so you're gonna be here for a bit? Cool. You know, I'll say, like, we beat one of the games already. We beaten, Mario Galaxy 1, so we just gotta get through Mario Galaxy 2 now, so I'll say I don't think we'll be going super duper duper late. I'm pretty sure this is all extremely doable. Oh, we gotta do this in time, too. This is timed. I'll say again, if we run out of lives now, the consequence is that we have to return to Mario Galaxy 1, do one prankster comet, and then we return. One comet level, and then we return. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. So there's still consequence, there's still reason to be careful, and to try not to die. The refreshes still matter, but at the same time, we are going to be focused on taking down Galaxy 2, because that is all that is left. Shit! That was damn close. Went the wrong way there. In 2 minutes, we'll either have all the stars that we need, go to the next Bowser fight, where we can refresh our lives, or we'll be dead and dusted, and we'll have to go to the other game briefly. Again, it'll be a brief delay, and not one that warrants a timestamp or anything. So hey, if you're watching, you know, you have no idea if I do this or not. You know, you can't tell without scrubbing now. Whereas before, like, you know, maybe I can label the... Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck are we going? There it is. Maybe I can label the timestamps with some ambiguity. You know, like Super Mario Galaxy 1 until the end. Or like finishing one game or something. finishing Galaxy 1 up until the end of Galaxy 1 so that you can live in suspense knowing like, okay, well, is this gonna have any switchovers in it? And not know which way it goes, but like, time-wise, at a certain point, you'd figure it out. Because there wouldn't be time before the part after that. I don't know. The timestamps on these streams, I feel like, are big, like, how the hell do you want to do it? Now, do you want to have it so that people can find the parts that they want? But does that also spoil them? Like, that I don't die, or that I do die, or whatever? Oh my god, I remember this from last time. This guy was a nightmare. This guy... I died multiple times with that guy, but it wasn't a problem this time. We fucked him up good. 12, 11, 10. Oh my god, it's on top of a pole. Tell me I have enough time to climb a pole. Oh, beautiful. The timer stopped. Okay, good. And also, plenty of time. Plenty of time. We have enough stars to go fight the next Bowser boss fight, which can and will refresh our lives. I love the stakes. I love them. I love them. And if I persevere, if I prevail over the odds, to me that's a good thing. I think that's, you gotta see that as a good thing. You know, and say like, hey, you know, went really well. Let's do this. Bowser time. Hell fucking yeah. What else is going on right now? Really, really excited for Silk Song. That'll be the next stream. So you'll see me trying it for the first time. That's gonna be damn good. You know, I'm gonna try a bunch of other Game Pass games during that stream, let me say. But it's hard to imagine one that I would want to find time for in addition to Silk Song. And Shinobi also exists as well in that same conversation, that same vying for time. Yeah, you've been playing it as well, Shinobi. Yeah, it's really good. My only quibble is that I wish that it was 1080p on the portable mode, because it's a Switch 1 game, it doesn't have that. I feel like that's on Nintendo, though, for making it so that, A, there's not enough dead kits, and B, that, you know, they don't upscale that crap to, they don't upscale games to 1080p when they're on the Switch 2. Like, come on, Nintendo. No! Too bad. Too bad. That is too bad. Dang, we were just one level away. Yeah, so many Switch 1 need 1080p upgrades. Yeah, for their handheld modes especially. I think they should just do it across the board. They should do it across the board, please, please, please. Or just make Switch 2 games use the docked mode of Switch 1 games. They can probably handle it. It's a better architecture. Folks, we're switching back over. Let me do that real quick. My Switch 2 is still on, so we're good. Hasn't been long enough. It's been said that Nintendo did that because they don't have enough first-party games. Let me just make sure. There we go. Audio is adjusted, everything's good. Okay, where's our prankster comet? It is in the terrace. Okay, looks like an easy one then. Let's do it. We have 7 tries as before. Most games will be 1080p in 1 to 2 years. Like handheld style, yeah, I mean, I think ideally most games will be better than that even. They'll be 4K in 1 to 2 years on Switch 2. They gotta solve the first part, the dev kit situation. You know, they gotta solve it and solve that situation. Oh, what you're saying is that's intentional. Nintendo wants to make sure that the Switch 1 isn't forgotten. I see, and that people are still putting out games on the Switch 1. That seems backwards to me, but you know, I think people are going to continue putting out Switch 1 versions. Quite honestly, so I don't know that's something you need to really concern yourself with, Nintendo, but go figure. There's the Warp Star. Is there Launch Star? That's it. Warp Star is Kirby. Go straight. We need to get all these perps. Hey, old woman that drives. How you doing? I drive too, though I am a man. And I wouldn't call myself old. This isn't Super Mario Galaxy on the DS. No, it's Super Mario Galaxy, the Switch version, which is, a port that they put out in the middle of the Switch's life cycle, and it's gone now, so you can't get it. So you can't get it anymore until they put out a until they do like they're totally going to do Wii Classics Collection at some point, right? How am I 10 coins short? Where's the last Warp Star? Launch Star. Launch Star. Oh, hey, here it is. Here it is. Okay. I guess right here. Right here. Gotta be. The title says Mario Galaxy DS. No, it doesn't. Let me see. The title should say Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, switching games every 7 lives. Yeah, Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. No, there's no Mario Galaxy DS. That doesn't exist. At some point, maybe way later, maybe 2028. I could see that. Yeah, I don't think it'll be next year, but like middle of the lifespan, they'll add it. Where the hell did the star go? Did it go to the original place? There it is. Perfect. Okay. Beautiful. Yeah, my name is the Master DS. That is not because I exclusively play DS games. In fact, I very rarely play DS games on stream. It's more of a matter of when I pick the name than, any sort of, like, blood oath to only play certain games. I came up with this name when I was 14 in 2004, about a month before, literally the month the DS came out. So, name is a name. What's in a name? Isn't that like a Shakespeare thing? Anyway, we beat the level, which means we can return to the other game now. Excellent. Is my Wiimote off? It is. Let me hit the button, and then we'll return back. Here we go. I'm hitting the button on my switcher to do the job, and also the other button to adjust the game category, and such. Alright, let's continue. Like I said earlier, whenever we die now, we'll do 1 star, 1 prankster comments over in Mario Maker, over in Galaxy 1, and then we'll return here to continue finishing out this game. Okay, we gotta jump over the goddamn muck. This is the first time, I'll say, anyone has been confused how the games I play aren't all on the DS. I feel like that's the first time anyone's like really mentioned it even as like a consideration. God damn it. So, that's interesting, I guess. I think it's interesting. Do you think it's interesting? Interests me a bit. Let's do it! Where should we aim? How about right here? Yeah, this is gonna get us a bonus. I think I might be a little off. Come on, come on, come on. Yes! Okay, good. Oh, I don't think it made a difference. I don't think it'd make a difference if you aim for the big one or the little one. Also, the thing is over the other flagpole. Needless risk there. Needless risk there. But I'll say, we are just about to refresh our dude, so, like, if we die here, we'll have to die here 7 times for it to, like, matter. Yeah, boomerang bros are cool. Here we fucking go. I'm gonna aim for the target this time. Needlessly risky to aim for the platforms. It would save me like 2 seconds. I guess you could aim for the cloud, and then if you hit it, well, it depends. Does hitting the cloud, does that like cancel your momentum? Can you just do like a immediately spin into a cloud like right as soon as you grab it? Or is that just not how it works? Boomsday machine? Okay. Hey, I'll say, there are some creative bosses in these 2 games, you know? Like, look, I'll say, these games do, I think, have, Mario Wonder beat for boss fights. You know, I do think that Mario Wonder is absolutely beaten by either of these games, but also that is, you know, that's probably, like, the least. Mario Wonder is fantastic. Like, its biggest problem is the fact that it just, you know, put less effort into boss fights than like, the new games did. Or equally as much. That's... I feel like that's a conversation. Like, which has better boss fights? Wonder or the rest of the new... the entire new franchise? Nothing burgers but the last one. Yeah, the last one's great. Can you hear the vibration of my Wiimotes? Like, it is a pretty audible vibration. Honestly. Oh, I think the thing is, this is... Well, first off, you gotta understand, this is SD Rumble. You know, they didn't have HD Rumble back in, back on the Wii. You know, they gave you SD Rumble, standard resolution Rumble, and you said thank you. Also, would you like your Wiimote to say hello? You said, I don't think so, but you can. It can if it wants. Okay, it will. Hello. You know, it was a whole thing. These things have speakers on them. Never really liked the speaker function, just because I tend to play games on mute. You know, especially back then, I would play, you know, nowadays I play a lot of Switch games on mute in handheld mode. But back then, I was also just playing a lot of games on mute. You know, listening to a podcast or, watching something on my laptop or computer, whatever I had nearby. You don't even use Bluetooth headphones? I mean, when I was a kid living in my parents' house, like, I did totally, like, have headphones plugged into the TV, and I would use that so I could listen to them at, like, full volume and stuff whenever I was playing, like, a game where that mattered. And also, you know, you'd be able to not bother anyone with full volume and all that. And also be able to shut out, you know, anything happening downstairs as far as parents go. But more recently, since I've been living alone, like, no, TV is always full volume. Switch is always next to muted. If I wanted to listen to it, I would crank up the volume, you know. I have synced up Bluetooth headphones to it, I think, a couple times, you know, when, like, traveling and stuff, but usually the game on the Switch is like, I don't need the volume for it, you know. That's its position in this thing. I do sometimes play it with volume in handheld mode, but it's like rare. You know, if I'm doing volume, I'd sooner also give it the TV so it can be like full resolution and be like full everything. And like it's kind of rare like a game demands that much of my attention. You know, like definitely when I'm on stream, that is the most I'm paying attention to the game, to a game. Like, you know, it is my full. It has my full attention. Is there some weird color things going on in this? Huh. You use earbuds that they make it so that there's less input lag? Really? Less input lag? I mean, I guess versus like using a TV. I mean, the integrated sound of the Switch 2 is pretty good, I think. I think that the integrated sound is pretty good. It's like sideways firing or whatever, but like they apparently do some stuff to make it so that like you hear more in front of it. It sounds right despite the fact that it is literally firing below, you know, downwards. There was a cool bit of welcome tour actually that sort of explained. God damn it! Yeah. That explained like how that works, where they talked about like, oh, you know how we did like 3D on the 3DS, right? And we sort of like, you know, specifically were able to project certain, you know, like visual stuff out in certain directions. Well, it turns out audio is simpler than lights. So if you can do like, you know, on the fly, if you can like dictate the direction to which your screen is putting out light, it's not that hard to use like wave cancellation to direct your sound also accordingly, and like you know, basically the sound that is more downwards than not sort of cancels itself out, which apparently they said like has a lot to do. It's kind of similar to like how the 3DS did stuff, which, you know, is a very interesting way to solve that problem, you know. And I guess like the AYN, makers of the AYN Thor, and you know, same parent company as Retroid, what does the Retroid flip, they said like, we solved that problem by putting the speakers and making them face forward. That's how we solved that problem, Nintendo. Like, oh yeah, you could just do that if you wanted. You could just have the speakers face forward. That does work. Yeah, you're not wrong there. It's like that classic, you know... What's it? The Russians spent X money on pens versus Americans use a pencil. Worth noting that there are actually issues with pencils in space, insofar as like you don't want the graphite getting everywhere. I'm seeing some weird flashes on this level, I don't know. I'm seeing them on my TV, so that is the Wii U making them. Maybe it's like supposed to be like thunder or something. I think that's supposed to be like thunder or something, so, you know, don't worry about it. It's not the capture card. It is just the game. Just uncomfortable to use it around people. Well, I'm not around people that often. You know, whenever I'm like at home, I'm not around people. I live alone, you know. Nice level. How many star bits do we have? Huh? I'm not gonna talk to those people. We're gonna go forward and carry on. I mentioned, you know, the AYN Thor. I'll say again, right here, right now, that is something I'm really looking forward to. Actually, you know what? It occurs to me, like, on the last stream of this, I was talking about the Retroid Pocket Flip 2, which, you know, after that birthday stream, I said, like, okay, I'm gonna buy myself it. This is my birthday present for myself, is getting this thing. And I've really quite enjoyed it, but they just announced this thing, which, AYN did, and it has, like, a better chipset, and more RAM, and, you know, a second screen. So, like, all that makes me just perk up and go like, ooh, I want all that. I want all that real bad. I'm getting this one. I'm getting the SNES, Famicom, Super Spamicom colors. I'm really excited about that. If anyone is coming directly from that other stream, yes! I, got the Retroid Pocket Flip 2. I have had a great time with it for like 3 months, and I am ready to replace it already. I'm gonna give it to my sister. She wants it. So, like, it's not a big loss or nothing, just kind of a concerning development as far as, like, is there always going to be a new thing that I'm excited for in the retro handheld space? Certainly if I continue watching Retro Game Core and YouTubers like him, where it's just like every week he's reviewing a new retro Damn it. Every week that dude's reviewing another retro handheld. They make loads of them. Not every one of them is gonna be the new greatest thing since sliced butter. If I had to bet, though, I'll say, if I had to bet... God damn it! Again! If I had to bet, I would say I think that the AYN Thor is going to be hard to beat, you know? Like, if I ever got a... Shit. Okay, we're good. Wait. Are we good? Tell me we're good. Oh god, thank god we're good. Nope. Not quite good. It's a fucking hard level, isn't it? I like it. We could go for some real goddamn challenges, honestly. The Mario Galaxy went down too easy. Mario Galaxy 2, putting up more of a fight. Let's go. I am happy for it, honestly. I think I'm probably gonna be good on that, and like if I ever want to get another one, it's like, okay, it's gotta have a better chip, it's gotta be able to handle literally more systems than the previous one did. Like honestly, if I were looking for something new, it'd be like, okay, tell me like PS3 and like Wii U emulation is like golden, like no problems whatsoever. Hell, maybe even powerful enough to run Windlater like more reliably, which hopefully by then we'll have developed out. Hell, like if there's like a really good 360 emulator, that's what I would upgrade for, I think. Stuff that's not happening anytime soon. But I think more than that, I feel like maybe next time there's a really good like I could see going for a Stream Deck. A Steam Deck, or I guess they are putting out that new Xbox handheld which is like, what, $1,000? Like double the price of a Switch 2? That'd be kind of hard to justify unless, you know, I was buying more Steam first. I always feel like with, like, PC games, though, you gotta take the risk, right? Like, even with... Well, I guess the thing about a Steam Deck, honestly, which would be pretty cool, is that with a Steam Deck, basically everything becomes a little bit big picture-y, you know? Becomes a little bit plug and play, a little bit more like a console, in that you just turn it on and you play the game. Like a Switch 2. It would feel very weird to get a... Honestly, part of me does look at the Steam Deck and go like, okay, well, getting a Steam Deck is basically like the biggest nerf you could make to the Switch 2 in your life, right? Because like, oh, I can just get the indie games on the Steam Deck. Or the Xbox ROG Ally, or, you know, whatever. And then they work great, they're compatible and all, and, you know, it has enough power to run anything. Including, like, PC games that, you know, are PC only for a bit. Like, that would be a severe nerf to the Switch 2 in my life. But I think I might want to get it anyway and go for it. And, you know... Fuck, again? Wow. lot of deaths in this level. I hope when we go back, I hope it's a, not a... I feel like the purple coin ones are too long. I feel like I want a good, like, speed thing, or like the thing where the clones are following us. I mean, I can move the prankster comment, I guess. If I have the moolah to do so. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, okay, good. I don't know. Probably this year would be a bad year for it, so probably not the ROG Ally X Xbox, you know? I'm about to, you know, I said earlier, I'm looking forward to the Switch, to the iPhone reveal this year, because I'm gonna upgrade my iPhone. I've decided to do that. I'm not gonna, you know... I think I will get it on the kind of plan where you can, like, cancel midway through and be like, okay, let's switch it up. Let's go to the... I might get the kind of plan where you can switch it up and go like, okay, let's get the flip. Let's get the new one, the folding phone when that comes out. But then again, I don't really want to yield. I don't really want to, like, relinquish my iPhone. I don't know. I like having all my old iPhones. And this one is like the 17th one, you know, the iPhone 17. Lucky number for me. I think it would do to get rid of it. I don't know. Do y'all still have all your iPhones that you ever had? I do. Sometimes I look at them and go, oh, wow, that's interesting. I would never use them again because, you know, why would you use an old iPhone? You got a new iPhone. Tell me this isn't death. Well, it isn't if you slide. Ah. You do? Damn, this is... You're almost done. Stakes have never been higher, folks. Looking forward to that. I guess maybe I'll wait for, like, the second generation flip or something. Maybe I'll go, like, a year. Maybe I'll do, like, a 2-year cycle on the iPhone 17 and get the second generation folding phone, assuming that I hear people say the folding phone is great and works good. Honestly, I'll say of the iPhone Fold, I saw... The thing that gives me pause, is that, like, the main reason I would want more screen real estate on an iPhone, I think, would be to play videos. And, like, if videos are widescreen, right? and the unfolded phone is, you know, mostly squarish, then you're not actually getting that much more real estate for 16:9 video, actually. Like, it's a relatively slight thing. So, like, we just talking using Discord with bigger things. I'll say, I don't really love typing on an iPad. Like, whenever I've typed on an iPad, I just go like, ew, you know? Or like landscape iPhone. I very much prefer the keyboard in a vertical iPhone-sized orientation, you know? It's just more comfortable on the thumbs to me. And, like, you know, you don't have to reach as far. So, like, in a certain way, I'd be a little worried about, like, yeah, how much application does the flip to, or what I'm confusing it's the Retroid flip to that I'm using all the time and thinking about all the time. And then there's also the folding phone that we don't know the name of, that Apple is doing next year. There we go, fantastic. I saw that, like, do y'all know of Huawei? Apparently they're a Chinese company that is super banned in the US because they are, you know, Chinese, and Americans' government doesn't like competition, you know? That's literally the thing. They don't like competition. Our companies will not survive if they have to compete against the Chinese. That is the government's rationale there. Kind of bleh. I don't like it very much, but what are you gonna do? Anyway, I think apparently Huawei, which by the way cannot use Google services, so like they're kind of weirdly pigeonholed in weird ways, you know. They're kind of forced to do odd things to make their business model work and to continue making phones, but apparently they have like a triple folding phone that like unfolds to a more 16:9 aspect ratio, which to me makes a lot more sense than, you know, unfolding to a square. Gonna head to bed, Trebuckets. Good night, Trebuckets. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. What is going on with the clouds? I wonder if that's a thing where, you know, I'm on the Wii U here. Is the Wii U, like, emulating the Wii or something? And that's, like, a weirdness? Or is that, like, lightning in the distance? I hope it's lightning in the distance. That's just, would be less weird than the... Could be an emulation issue with the Wii U. Ah! That was the last life. That's fun. That's a fun, these are fun levels. Let's go back over to the other game now. Grab my Switch 2 controller and hit the button on my thing, and hit the other button to adjust the volume. Okay, where are we going for the next? We gotta refresh our lives. We can go to the fountain. What's a white prankster comet? That looks fun. I think red is like the one health only. Ooh, we gotta do one of those. But I don't know what white is, so let's try white first. What exactly is a white comet? Daredevil. Oh, crap. No, I think white is the one life left one. Oh, crap. I picked the hard one, actually. Oh, boy. Well, I'll say, if we die 7 times, we go back. If we get the star, we go back as well. It's all good. I remember this. I remember this vividly. This is where you have to beat Top-A-Maniac without taking a hit. I have so much memory of this. Who doesn't remember having to fight Top-A-Maniac and Bouldergeist on 1 health? Vivid memory. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. If I do a homing attack on this guy, I don't think we're gonna need it. Yeah, that was nice and straightforward. All right, Bouldergeist. That's the one that's hard for this type of comet. Actually, that's the hard one. This one, doable. That feels good. That feels really good. Let's go back over. Oh, we're about to hit 64 stars. That'd be a good number to get to overall if we got the 64 in this game. I mean, that's the number of... That's a lucky number, you know. Nintendo 64, you know. Let's go back. I am hitting the button, hitting this other button, and believe we should be good. Nice, let's do it. Man, those effects are still really weird. I wonder if that's like a Wii U issue. Apologies, folks. I don't think I can do nothing about that. You know, outside of my control. Oh, we can jump. That makes this a lot easier to manage. Oh my god, look at this. There's no bumpers, you just gotta be good at the video game. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Oh, Jesus. Fortunately, we are very good at the video game. So, there you go. There you go. That's fun. That's so good. Love that. Love that. Okay, we need... We don't have enough star bits to do this. We need another star to get over to here. It's interesting that it's like gaining us like more frequently now, but we will get through it. We will manage. I think let's look here. Yeah, bonus stars. Let's try this. Let's try looking for it once, and then if we can't find it, we'll just backtrack. I do think we will have to backtrack. Just, you know, if it's gonna ask for another 5 stars after we beat this next level, then, you know, what the hell do you expect me to do? Backtrack. I mean, that's pretty clear. Wait, what's this? Nothing? Just a way to get up if you fall. Okay. It's gotta be, like, in these first couple rooms, right? Like, it wouldn't be... Would it be something like... What's down there? Ah, coin star. How many are you looking for? 30? I already didn't get 30. That seems like a lot. Fuck that. Let's, Please let me pause. Return to map. Thank you. Let's backtrack. Okay, so where are we gonna find a nice, good star? Like, we kind of already did all the obvious stars here in this galaxy. Did, like, the obvious stars here. Like, it kind of looks like in this game, you really will have to do every single obvious star, plus maybe some ones that are, you know, a little less obvious. Which is cool, you know, I'll say that's definitely mixed for a meteor bite, you know? I guess it is like Mario Odyssey versus, like, Donkey Kong Bonanza, where, like, Donkey Kong Bonanza is much clearer, like, yeah, basically to beat this, you will have to do it the normal way, unless you use speedrunner speed tricks, you know? Hey. Oh yeah, there's this whole combo thing. Kind of weird. I'm not the biggest fan of this gimmick, but we will do our best. There's that homing ground pound again. Look at that. It homes. It homes like a lot. Really good home. We have 10% of the score that we're looking for. It's not great. Maybe more like 20%. Not even 20%. We're about to get 20%. Our timer's like halfway done. Also a waste. Not get more than... This is one I would like to skip. If I'm being honest. Like, if we don't manage to pull off a miracle, which, yeah, I don't think we are. If we don't manage to beat this right here, right now, I would like to go somewhere else. Because this kind of sucks. And we're like halfway there. This isn't like a Tony Hawk. We can't, like, get an extended... Ah. One more try. One more try. No. Not one more try. No more try. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want that's bullshit. That's one you do if you're looking for 100%. Let's do this one. I don't know. We just have to find, like, a cloud or something. I think it's time to return here and actually find a goddamn cloud. Otherwise, I think we have to return to, like, World 2 or 1 or something. I don't know that there were that many gaps we left. I don't know that we left any gaps. Like, this one should be not so bad. I just have to figure out where the hell's the cloud thing. Let me start talking to people. Or is this a Chuckster thing? Do I have to do Chuckster? Maybe if that's the gimmick, it's not actually use cloud to get up to the tower, but get chucked up to the top of the tower? There's not really a Chuckster close to the thing, though. Unless that's a Chuckster. At the very least, this guy should have a hint. Yeah, I do. How do I get it? Is this something silly like I have to kill these fishies? No, that wouldn't make sense. No, don't ignore them. Ignore them. Let's look. All I can think is talk to NPCs and someone will point us in the right direction. There's also these Chuckster assholes. It could be a Chuckster thing. Again, this level is so uninspired. Every level of Mario Sunshine has more inspiration than this, one of 2 tropical levels in this game. I do think the other tropical level in 2 specifically is not as good as the original's tropical levels. Both the tropical levels in the original are better. I bet we have to go for a swim. At any rate, this should be a secret star, if not the main one. Ugh. There we go. That was it. We got it. Let's go do this thing, and then we'll go back to the most recent world. I should take the boats because I can't do water stuff while I'm a cloud. One bit of water and I'll be just normal ass Mario. There we go. That really wasn't so bad. I was just confused and discouraged last time I was here, I guess. I was just a little bit confused and discouraged and ready to move on. Did eventually have to come back, though. 60. This is the amount that was the end of the game in Mario Galaxy 1. That was the end of the game of that one, but here it goes on a little bit longer. I do think this game does have some amount of diminishing returns, you know? Some amount just like, ooh, you know, the original's version of this galaxy or that galaxy was more charming, was more novel, more, like, impressive, etc. But I do think as far as breadth goes, it's hard to argue against this game, you know? Like, it has more galaxies. It has a wider variety of galaxies, even if, like, 1 or 2 of them aren't great, you know? Even if some of them aren't great, it's like, well, it has, like, twice as many as the previous game, and also, like, post-game, there's a massive amount of extra galaxies, I believe. Right? It's like an extra world, isn't it? I think it's like a world that, like, wraps around one side, and then it sort of, like, goes back to the left and then around. It's like goes in a circuitous motion. Doesn't it? Isn't like a big S? Or am I thinking of a different game? Throwback Galaxy. This is one I've been looking forward to. This is Swamp Fortress. I think a lot of them are just like remixes of the original galaxies in the game. You know, it's like, oh, it's this galaxy, but it's like harder or something. You know, it's not like there's a throwback to Throwback Galaxy in the Last World, for instance, in the Lost World. So it's not like a bunch of wholly original levels, but this is goddamn cool. Can you get around here? What the fuck? Why didn't it give me any heights? If it gave me a little bit of height, I would have been able to make that shortcut. Did I like bounce off something and that prevented me from ascending a little bit? I don't know. Maybe it thought I was on the ground. That would do it. Hey, how about one more try? There we go. That's what I wanted to do. I was excited to play this level, and then I just, you know, skipped by all of it using the classic tricks. Well, you know, part of what's fun about these levels is that you can do the classic trick. You know, that works. And it's fun. Oh, also fun, you have to fight Womp King again. Womp King? Again. But he's on the bottom side now. Womp King, Womp King. I got stunned and still there was time to get him. Dang it. Got it this time. There we go. Crushed again. Galaxy 1 and 2, both great games. I gotta appreciate that Galaxy 2 feels like it goes twice as hard to make up for diminishing returns. And I do think, objectively, 2 is probably the better game. You know, more fully featured, has new stuff in it, and it has most of the old stuff in it as well. But, you know, Galaxy 1, though, it's the first. I feel like if you polled people would side with Galaxy 1 more than Galaxy 2. And I think it basically comes down to, like, more iconic galaxies are in Galaxy 1. Or maybe not more, but, like, the hit rate is better. And, like, the ones that do hit are, like, fucking-conic. Silver stars. This will force us to actually do the whole fucking thing. Smart. Good. Lovely. No tower in the middle. I guess this game doesn't really do like, oh hey, this instance of the galaxy. No, they change galaxies sometimes. They change all sorts of stuff. Not just like what's on each comet, but like, you know, or place, but like, you know, they reconfigure them as needed. I think this is one of the best galaxies in the game. In Galaxy 2. I'm not even the biggest Super Mario 64 fan, honestly. I played it for the first time on the DS, and I remember, like, my honest impression at the time was like, this is what everyone was really thought was like the gold standard in video games? This? And to be fair, like, you know, maybe it's not exactly the best version, the DS version. Fair. But, you know, I was kind of playing it going like, what are these worlds? Like, you know, here's Jolly Roger Lagoon, Jolly Roger's Bay, or there's Jolly Roger's Bay in 64, and I just played that and went, well, this isn't as good as Jolly Roger's Lagoon, Banjo-Tooie, which, you know, came after and, you know, had a lot of time to learn additional lessons. A less advanced game. We'll say I played it since then, and, you know, I do think that they are very iconic worlds, right? Like, I don't think you can argue, even if you played the games in a different order, that, like, Whomp's Fortress isn't more, iconic, quintessential than, like, you know, name a Mario Galaxy. It's probably more quintessential. Probably this one has a beat. Gotten 3 of them. You ever look at the silver stars and think they look like balloons? I feel like the silver stars look like balloons, you know? They look like they've been inflated. What? What? Huh? Wait, what? That doesn't work? That doesn't work. I thought I could ground pound on the exposed part, but I guess not. Shit. Well, more time and a great level. And I didn't know where the last one was anyway, so... Carry on. There it is. This game seems nice and in sync. Doesn't seem to have the audio issues that I was perceiving on the other side, but maybe that was also my imagination. I don't know. Maybe that was, in fact, not real, and both games are fine. You can always let me know if there's audio issues, or if you find it fine or good, or... I'm always, like, a little bit concerned about that. You know, there was one stream once where it was really... the audio levels were way out of whack, And I think since then I've always been a little bit worried in the back of my head, like, oh, you know, I'm not gonna look at the VOD and go like, oh my god, he can't even hear me. I worry about that sometimes. You gotta be on the ball when you're switching games and aware, like, you know, one game might be louder than another game. And adjust accordingly. My lips are dry. Let me drink some water. I've been told, or like, I looked up at one point, and apparently dehydrated lips can, you know, cause your lips to like chap a bit. Wish I had enough bits to do that. That looks like an alternate path that would be interesting. And also give us more opportunities to get more galaxies, but I think we have to backtrack now for 3 more? Jesus. Then again, a bunch of prankster comments in the original levels, so like let's do some prankster comments to get us up to 65. And revisit some stuff that we haven't seen since 3 months ago when we started this. Spiny Rainbow Romp. I guess the prankster comments here are a little less formulaic. There's not like different types. There's not like 5 different types of them anymore. Instead, it's just like, this is a different mission that is sort of a wacky thing that, you know, you have a limited amount of time to do. You know, this isn't like enemy killing comet or a double speed comet. It's just like something a little less specific. I don't know. We got 8 left, 15 seconds. Are we tight for time? He might be a little tight for time. Oh, they're too far away. Another life. Another life. I do think this is probably better. Better way to do prankster comments and all that. But I don't mind the other way as well. Having like set categories and all. I reckon there are categories of these, right? Like they can't all be original takes on, you know, they all. Oh my god! Did I miss some earlier on over there? What? Oh, I see. You have to come over here to get them. Maybe there's extra. Maybe you don't need every single one. The best thing we can do is avoid backtracking, avoid having to retrace steps. Come on, come on, come on. No! Also, I didn't reach them. We need a plan here. Well, step 1, we gotta start from the start, so get them all fucking on the way. Get all these assholes on the way. I must have just missed them first time. Okay, second. Damn it. Get this asshole. And then, go out this way for these assholes. sweep in and to the left and get this star. Then back out this way for these assholes. Oh, wait, what, huh? Where's the last two? Where's the last one? Come on! Ah! That was so close. We have one try left. Until we have to, you know, do a punishment. Basically. Switch games to the other game briefly, comma, as punishment. Briefly, though. Also, I'm now noticing that there is totally a star over here, so you didn't have to... I didn't have to make a, detour to the middle. Oh. Let's go. That was quite a yell. I yelled quite a bit. That's, Woo! With this game, 100%ing it is a bit of more of an ass because you have to, like, you know... You have to... I mean, I guess maybe the first game as well. But you have to get all the tokens. You have to get all the... You know, you gotta get that whole thing with the comet tokens. You have to, Yeah, it's mostly the comet tokens, actually. There's the comet tokens, there's... Well, there's Luigi. Luigi's entire second quest nonsense. That adds a lot. Wait a minute, this one... I think this one is easier. Let's give a shot at this one. There's a lot of, like, really easy chains of enemies. I feel like this is more of a gimme than the one in the other one. That's like the advanced version. Yeah, this is the same score, and also there's, like, lines of, like, 10 dudes all over. So we just gotta combo in a way that isn't really part of the game normally. Yeah, no, that's beautiful. That's really good. Focus on the combos. Fuck the, Damn it. Double damn it. Fuck guys that are on their own. We're gonna try to, like... hit one dude. Hit the next dude. Oh, if I do a ground pound homing thing, that's gonna be a, that's gonna end the combo, isn't it? Because it's gonna, like, you know, home in on them and all that. To grab these coins. Then, Alright, very good, very good. Okay, we're about to get it. Not that bad at all. And look at that, that's totally 1,000 right there. You can't get across there. There we go. We got it. Provided I don't, like, jump off a cliff real fast at the very end, it's in the bag. That was a serious risk that I just took, just backtracking for no reason. That one's okay, the other one's like hard mode. That's one I would only get if I was going for 100%. And also, like, you know, stars like that definitely would blow up the length of, like, such a feature, such a playthrough, you know? Like, it would be a lot of streams, I think. You know, like, already, just any percent for both of these games. Probably about 10 hours per game, really. So, like, if I do 3-4 hour streams, that's like 3 streams. Already. And then to go for the other half of the stars, maybe another 3 to 4. That's definitely possible one day. I would like to do this this star here. It's also good to get these like free star bits. Hightail Falls is cool. Let's do Hightail Falls. I think we're about at the point where we can. I think we're at about the point. Thank you, Rock Party, for throwing things at me. I think we're at about the point where we can return and do the thing, do the next. It's kind of weird that like this final world is very much like. Do a little bit. Now, go somewhere else and get enough to get to 65. You know, do a little bit. Now, come back later. You know, I feel like I've been playing it pretty much how you would casually. It's not like I've been skipping a lot. It's not like I've been... It's not like there's tons and tons of levels available to me that I can do. But still, I'm like short of finishing. Feels a little weird. Feels a little bit like, you know... Yikes. That's that might be an issue. Oh, fuck me. That might be bad. This is very bad. You don't want to lose in a speedrun situation. You don't want to like lose 30 seconds. That's very bad. Let's see if we can do this. I'm worried. We still do have a minute and a half. That's a lot of time. Like to the point where, you know, this would not fit neatly into a YouTube short. Or at any rate, it'd be an especially long one, you know? It'd be a considerably long one. If it went to time, which I don't know, maybe it won't. I think we there's like 2 more wall runs, so... Yeah, no, we're good, we're good. We just gotta... be good at the video game. Up. There we go. Okay, there we go. We got 51 seconds. Okay. The time loss was no big deal. And if we lose now, it's on me. And, you know, maybe I'll do some things like that a couple more times. It took me a couple times to get that star originally, so... Yikes. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Come on. Come on, goddammit. Yeah! Okay. Not so bad. We're good. We're good. You can fuck up a bunch of times on that one. Really. Not strict at all. Let's go back to the last world now. I hope we're just able to go right to the end now. You know, I hope it's just like a straight shot. Just like one more level. Okay, looks like there's no more additional star requirement things on the way to the finale. Oh, there's one, so... Jeez. I think that might be the last one, though, so... We're coming up on it now. Mini Planet Mega Run. I think this is a boss rush. No, wait, that doesn't look like a boss rush. This is a mini boss rush, you know? It's that kind of boss rush where it's not a boss rush, but it is just like a bunch of battles in a row, maybe. The first boss, the first mini boss is one Goomba. One Goomba, okay. It's like... Mini boss is giving these guys a lot of credit, you know. It's battle encounters. Not bosses, not mini bosses, just kill all the enemies, and then, you know, you're good. These guys need to come away from the lava. Alright. I reckon it will end with like a mini boss. You know, like a Edie or something. But I'm not so worried about that. Oh man, that's cool. You could have to fight that one regularly, or the fire flower just like does the job nice and easy. This homing stomp is pretty cool. I'm glad we discovered that. Again, I had no idea. Did you know about the homing stomp? I had no idea. I don't think I ever saw that before as a kid. I don't think I ever knew that was a thing. I have never heard of it. Oh, that's a really smart way to do a boo encounter. And this game's smart. These games are so well done. You know, full of smart design, full of smart level design especially, but also B Mario's great. B Mario is fantastic. There's totally a second star there if you get collect enough coins as you're going. I have not, so we'll just you know. Honestly, this level is, you know, fights, fights, fights. I'd rather replay a level that is a little more interesting. I'd rather do a challenge level, I think, for the remaining 4 stars that we need. Maybe I should have done like the challenge levels first and then end on this one. Like, this seems like a great penultimate level. I'm assuming it's penultimate. I don't know. You know, that's the thing. I don't know that this is penultimate. There could easily be one more level between us and the finale. Honestly, I hope that there is, so that I can have another, you know, that I don't have to backtrack as much. I do feel like in games... Shit. As much as possible, if you can let people not backtrack, I feel like that is ideal. You know, if you can... If you can make it so that anything that you have to backtrack for is like optional or post-game stuff, or, you know, something of that nature, I think that is just generally better. You know, I love that first run. I love the any percent route. I love play a game and be able to, like, you know, play it again, but mainline, you know, but like just speedrunner style, you know? And I think it's kind of a shame that, like, I think it's one of the worst things about 3D Land and 3D World is that they are just not... You can't do a speedrun, an any percent version of them quite as easily, you know? It just isn't what they're built for. And that's fine, you know, they don't have to be built for that. Not every game has to be built for the same things, but if I were making a game, I'd make it so that you can mainline it if you wanted to. I would have some higher risk, you know. If you wanted to go faster, you would have to, like, do some other bullshit to, I think you would have to do it with, like, a life system or something. Here's, I've said before, but if I were doing, like, a 2D platformer, I would have it so, like, oh, you know, you can, there's all sorts of collectibles and stuff, right? In a DKC type fashion, you can go back and find them and use that to unlock the next world, or you can just go on forward, but you'll only have, like, so many lives to go forward with. You know what I mean? Like, there'd be a... I think I want to save up for that ultimate path if I am to save up, but honestly, there's no way of getting up to that star bit in the time that we have. Or rather, if there is a way, it's not faster than just doing challenge levels and finding secret stars. We basically have to do all the challenge stars that we have, and also I think that we might be out of prankster comments after this, and we still have to get 2 more stars, so I guess we'll be going after some secret stars? Ooh, boy. I mean, right now it's 9 o'clock, so it's early, you know? It's... Honestly, it's not a bad time. Honestly, I did want to, I'm good to go. We could go for hours now, and I'd still be fine. Still be within, like, my... like, what I was looking to stream, you know? How long I was looking to go. I would have it so that, like, you could temporarily unlock something, and you would have to do it in X lives, classic style, and, you know, there'd be a risk-reward to that. And I think that, like, I think the speedrunners would have a good time with that, you know? Or at the very least, you know, if they like the game, I guess. I don't know. I don't see myself having an extra free year or 2 to develop a 2D platformer from scratch, so, like, you know, Mario Maker side, right? But, so, like, you know, I'm not about to make that thing, but, like, if I did, I feel like that'd be a good gimmick. That'd be a great way to structure it. To me, that's important, right? Like, having there be multiple ways to play through a game, from any percent to any percent no glitches to, like, 100%, you know, to me, that's just makes for good replay value. To me, that is replay value, right? Like, being able to do things in a slightly different way. Or if you want to, like, put a weird restraint on yourself Like, if your game is flexible enough where that is viable, feasible, advisable, then we're in a pretty good way. I guess maybe we can do a monkey race. Whirl. There are definitely some places where there are additional stars to be had. But, like, I don't know. I don't know. Where's the best bet? We need, like, 2 more after this. Right? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Again, we're way ahead of what I was expecting. Honestly, I came into this stream expecting, like, okay, well, we got, like, halfway through last time, but we're heading into harder parts of the game. Maybe it'll be harder. We won't make as much progress. Maybe we won't finish it. But I am, you know, delighted to see, like, oh, we're well within range. And in fact, I would be shocked if we don't get, you know, what's it, 3 more stars in the next couple of hours. Like, we did not go as long as I thought we would. We are not, and will not go as long as I thought we would. I might feel like doing Conquer next weekend. I'll say, if I decide to do that, I will know by Thursday. Tune in on Thursday or on Friday, and a decision will be made then. My gut says don't do it. I'm going back and forth. It's just that I want to play Delta. I want to play Delta and I want to do it soon. While it's, you know, a recent release. You know, while it's just out. Oh good, more prankster comets appeared. Hey Chard, we're near the end, I'll say. You know, it might look like I'm in the earlier parts of Mario Galaxy 2, but again, we're looking for our last couple of stars, and, challenge stars are just like the surest bet. You're sick today, Chard? Dang, too bad. My stomach's been feeling a little weird today as well, but it's not been a problem today, provided I'm not eating, you know. Maybe it would depend on, like, what I would eat if I ate something that went the wrong way with me. I should probably throw out all the old Stofers and stuff that I haven't eaten in ages. Like, that stuff, even if it's in the freezer, probably has a shelf life, right? Let alone, like, the fact that, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna like them anyway, so, like, whenever I take one of those out, it's a risk, and so far it's like, yeah, it might be bad, because it's been sitting there for, like, months on end, but also, it might not even be good. I might eat it and go like, ugh. Damn it! This might be the last switch. This might be the last switch over here. You get super paranoid with food expiring? I don't know, man. It's like Stofers and stuff. The Stofers expire, it goes in the freezer. If it goes in the freezer, I don't know if it expires. I am not paranoid at all about, like, you know, leftovers expiring, because I don't know that they expire. Switch things, switch games here. Excellent. Okay, where are we going? What's the next, Again, a reminder how this works. When we lose all our lives now, since Mario Galaxy 1 is beaten, we just have to beat one prankster comet. So let's go look at the directory of prankster comets and find the next one. Ah, red is still available. The red in the terrace. Is the terrace... Terrace is this one, right? The terrace? Yes. Let's go in the terrace and take care of business. By the way, yeah, I actually did already explain. Just thinking like, I should explain the positioning of the tries left after 7 hours. But I actually did explain that like 7 hours ago, so I'll just leave it at that. It's gonna be a good week. You know, I'll say I've been like pretty behind on clipping up some of the best moments from previous streams from the, you know, the shorts slash Twitch clip hustle that I tend to do, you know. So I would like to spend the next couple days that I'm not streaming, like working on that and getting it all like, you know, getting more, you know, what's the word? Getting some of that out ahead of time, getting all, some of that done before, getting that sort of thing like squared away before it's too late, or you know what I mean. I'd like to make progress on that and knock down my backlog a little bit as far as like that stuff goes. I would also like to, I guess tomorrow, you know, I have the whole day off. It's Labor Day and all. Again, this is Labor Day weekend. I feel like I haven't thought about it being Labor Day weekend in like 5 hours, honestly. It's been 7 hours. Yeah, I definitely haven't thought about Labor Day weekend since like the start of the stream. No, don't go in here. This is... I feel like this is a weird bonus. I feel like I am wasting my actually limited time. Tell me this is the way. Oh, maybe this is the way. Okay. I think this might be the way. You've watched too much Chubmiero? Oh, I guess that's another streamer who has does like eating stuff. This is how his organs shut down. 5-day-old noodles? Oh, I absolutely eat 5-day-old noodles. You kidding? Like when I make that spaghetti, it goes in the fridge. I don't eat that spaghetti every day. Maybe every other day tops, or more likely I try to save it for like stream days. So like if I make it on Monday, might have some on like Tuesday, and then on Friday again. Usually within the week though, you know. I definitely have put leftovers in the fridge and not gotten to them in weeks and eaten them, and it's been fine. That's an example you've made up. So he didn't actually get sick from eating really old noodles. I don't know, I feel like it's... Maybe it's backwards, but in my head, home-cooked food does not have an expiration date, so it's fine to eat whenever. It's probably the opposite, you know, that doesn't have as much preservatives in it, so... You know, it gets bad worse faster. But it's in the fridge, though. I feel like everything in the fridge is good to go. I trust things in the fridge. Hey, we got the 64 on this side. That's a good number. Let's try to keep it at 64. Let's keep it there. Let's keep it there. That's a good number to get to. All right, back to Galaxy 2. Oopsie daisy. All right, we're ready to go. Oh, I'm just realizing I'm covering up the purple coin thing. But not the number. You can see the number just fine. It's fine. It's fine. I will say I'm covering up my in-game lives, but, like, my in-game lives really don't matter. I'm, definitely not dying that much that I will run out of them. Honestly, it was close earlier on, but somehow I ended up just getting way above, like, the building up a stockpile. Right now I have 7. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. That's how I died last time. My homegrown eggs last forever? That's very cool. How do you know when one's gone bad? I guess with, like, regular eggs, it takes some time to, like, process them at the egg factory. The ranch, the coop. At the coop, you know, the thing. It's obvious when you crack it if it's... Wait, what was that? Did I just double spin? You could double spin? How did I double spin? I didn't know you could double spin. What? Did you see that? I double spinned. How did I double spin? I didn't know you could do that, and also it cost me a lot. Again, I double spinned! I double spinned! How did I do it? Again with the costing of a life! Maybe I shouldn't, you know, flail so enthusiastically as I'm talking. Calmly. Calmly. Motion controls. Wiimote. Relax. Relax. I guess a rotten egg, you know, is like it smells like sulfur, right? So, yeah, I would know. I don't think I've ever seen a rotten egg then. Or smelled one in, like, real life. I'm always pretty good about expiration dates and, like, eating my eggs in a timely fashion. I go through eggs like a... Oh my god! Spin once, please, Mario. One spin only. One spin only. Like, one ping only. From, Red October. That's a great film. One spin only. I'm holding my Wiimote very carefully. Only moving it when I want to spin. It didn't help. We're on our last life again. This level has been giving us the business. This is a hard one, folks. In 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, we'll either have beaten it or we'll be dead. I'm betting on beating it. No! It didn't detect my shake. It didn't detect my shake. I was shaking there. Seriously. Fuck. Okay, that wasn't the last switch over. Damn. My Switch controller is still connected. Oh, I will absolutely clip a bunch of that. That is all comic gold. I should pause so that I'm not running out my timer. Let me return the map and then I'll come back. We should pause immediately. There's a lot of clippable moments in the previous proceedings. Like all that stuff about, like, you know, double shaking. I didn't even know that was possible. What was up with that? I don't know, man. It's screwy. Let's refresh our heads and go back over to Galaxy 1 real fast. Oh, there's always like a prankster comment available, right, in Galaxy 1? If there's not, it's taking a minute. I went to the right one, right? Oh, I accidentally went to the Xbox input. This is it. Here we go. Let's go look for a, let's go look for, ooh, there's all purple coins. Can I get a non-purple coin, please? You move stuff, right? Move it. Yeah. Yeah, I want a prankster comment. I don't want, eggs take forever to go bad. Gotcha. I eat them too fast. I eat them too fast. Snack-a-diddly-doo. Okay, Terrace now has a blue one. I'll take it. I really don't want to do a purple. I'm not in the mood for a purple after that previous purple on the other side. Give me a nice, quick cosmic comet. Okay. Nice and quick, nice and quick. Ah. Relaxed. Relaxed. I'm relaxed. What else is going on? You want to talk about something? I'll talk about shit. I don't care. I'll talk about whatever. I think I did prioritize the Mario Galaxy stream back when that was. I clipped through all that. There's YouTube shorts of that. I do think this one would also be good to clip up. Did you miss anything from the last Super Mario Maker 2 stream? Well, I'll say, like, the biggest thing that we figured out then, I say figured out. Biggest thing to note from that, well, first off, it was very fun and there were a lot of great levels, but we have decided that the next Mario Maker stream will be, I'll be trying to brainstorm ideas for Mario Maker 3. And we'll be spending most of the stream, like, trying to come up with ideas for just about every facet of the game. And, making a big list of ideas. And chat is welcome to contribute ideas and things of that nature. And, you know, collaborating. So that'll be on Friday. Tune in. I got a great thumbnail for it. I'm ready to go. Thursday is Silk Song. That'll also be a stream. I'm gonna play Silk Song. Ooh. Save that for Friday. Save that for Friday. There's gonna be a whole section for power-ups. There's gonna be a whole section where we try to think of what power-ups we want per game, etc. Whoever suggested game share level making has the best idea. Oh yeah, that's gotta be in there. That's gotta be in there. Game share and like game chat, that's all. That's a lot of the features of Mario. I'll say, like, just switching back, by the way. Let's do that. I'll continue what I was saying after we're back in Galaxy 2. Nice quick one. Nice quick one. Let's... Here we go. Here we go. I think it'll be Mario Maker 3. I don't think Mario Maker 2 DLC. Though, we'll see. You know, that is definitely a thing to consider. Like, you know, should it be on the board full game and also DLC for the original? If it's DLC, it'll be less. So, you know, I feel like my wish list is more applicable to 3. And it'll definitely, like, when there's a bingo of it, it'll be much easier to do bingo when talking about, like, the whole... It'll be much easier to do bingo when You know what? I'll use the left shake. Left shake. It'll be much easier to do bingo if it's a full release, so I guess I hope it's a full release. I mean, I know I hope it's a full release. I'm betting on full release. Anyway, I will say, like, an idea I have is that I think our free space should say mouse support, because it's gonna have mouse support. That's feels like the Switch 2, in a little bit of a way, as far as the mouse stuff goes, was made for Mario Maker. So, like, I would be shocked if Mario Maker 3 comes out and does not support the Joy-Con mice. Like, that's the most likely game, I think, to support it. It feels like it's made for it. That's the free space. That's gonna be... Everyone gets that in their center. This is a great level, by the way. Let it be said. You know, it's hard as balls, but, like, it is really clever and cool. And, like, this stuff here with the chain chomps and, like, dropping them to their demise to, like, clear the path. Just very clever little bits of design. Oh god. We got a minute left. Gotten like... Shit! Fuck! Ass! Oh man. Is that really the first life? I guess that's the first life. Shit. Of this, Dang it. Yeah, second life. Game over. It'd be funny if the thing moved around now. No, I'm gonna do it tonight, my man. There's not like an alternative. How many stars do I need right now? I need 2. I need 2 stars to finish the game. How many stars does each of these fucking free star things give me? 20 star bits. 919. Like 10? That's fuck all. That's nothing. It's not even worth going for. Damn. I would like to be able to access the secret route. That would be a good, like, final couple stars to get, like, the second route of the last world. But, you know, I needed to save some bits earlier on, and I didn't do that. These purple coins ones... This isn't like the last game where, like, every level has a purple coins and that's sort of your equivalent of 100 coin stars. But enough of them do. Or some of them do. Anyway, look forward to that. I will also say, after Silk Song stream and after that Mario Maker 2 stream, there will be Conker's Bad Fur Day coming up the week after. And I'm sort of debating in my head if I want to try to, like, get that done so we can start Metal Gear Solid sooner, or if just, like, you know, we'll go a couple weeks with that. I feel like we're gonna go a couple weeks with that. Have you done any DS streams lately? I don't tend to stream DS games just because, you know, the emulation really isn't there. That said, like, you know, hey, if at some point I do think I should do Jungle Climber. Donkey Kong Jungle Climber will be one. Oh, and I'll say, like, definitely Chrono Trigger DS. I want to do that specific version as a full playthrough. That is in the cards. That is on the docket. That is like something I want to do when I am something I want to do when I am what's it? Done with current plans? I don't know. One minute left and we got like 20 coins to get. I think we're gonna do it. This is it. Yeah, sick, great, wonderful, woo! Oh God, that was probably the hardest level. That was probably the hardest level we played. Definitely the only level that we played tonight that has sent us back to the other game multiple times. I'll note, we did the entire second half of Mario Galaxy in 10 lives, basically. Well, that's not true. There were some refreshes. And there's the last one we can do. We did refresh our lives a few times, but basically, we switched over, like... We started in Mario Galaxy 1, we switched over to Mario Galaxy 2, we switched back to Mario Galaxy 1. That was it. Mario Galaxy 1 finished at that point. So like, Mario Galaxy 1, everything in Mario Galaxy 1 was a whole lot easier than what we just did. Where's the fucking thing? Here it is. Flipsville Galaxy. Let's do it. This will be the last one. I do believe this is the last star that we need. Let's have these 5 lives be the last 5 lives. And look to end before 10 o'clock. We could end before 10 o'clock. This could be an 8-hour stream. God damn, that's great. I'll say again, I really wasn't sure we could beat the game even in the time that I have. You know, in a timely fashion, but so doable, it turns out. Let's go left this time and get all of these. Now go down. This is a much easier level. I don't know if you noticed. This purple coin challenge, lot easier. Not nearly as likely to kill me. I'm pleased. I'm happy. I am feeling good. We got this, folks. The end is so near. What, is this the last room even? No, we got this room left. After this room, though, it's done. And we did it. That was so much easier than the last one. Oh my god. I just went in the order of the game, gave me prankster comments. Comments, not comments. Sort of sound similar when you say them, don't they? Comments. Goodbye, funny number. Hello, classic beat the game number. Let's go beat the game. The comment section. That's a good name for a timestamp if there was one for this, but we don't need one for this. Here's a good place for a timestamp. Folks, it's the finale? Should this be a timestamp? Is there a reason for this to be a timestamp? It's time for the grand finale. Sure, why not? This is the end game. This is the last bit. We swapped back and forth a bunch of times in the previous segments. Let me say, we were scathed a lot more by Mario Galaxy 2 than Mario Galaxy 1. That ends very shortly. There's some story here. Don't worry about it. We're just gonna go in and beat Bowser's ass. This isn't like a multi-level thing, right? It isn't like, oh, you beat one and it's like on to the actual finale. I think this is just one and done. Here we go. And then we'll be done. I'll give final thoughts. And then, you know, I'll sleep until tomorrow. That's not true. I got a lot of anime to watch that I couldn't watch before the stream. I say I couldn't. I didn't. I could have absolutely gotten up early and watched anime. I like to watch anime before sleeping. And, I should probably just more occasionally say, like, you know, just if you're tired and you don't have time, you can just save it for tomorrow. Especially hard on Fridays that are stream days, and Friday's a pretty busy anime day. And it's just like, okay, well, I'm gonna watch a bit of, I've got to do the stream, I'm gonna watch a stream, and then like, oh, let's do like 5 episodes of anime real fast. Sure. Just maybe should save that for Saturday morning. Like, that would be more reasonable and good for the health. Yeah, I saw that. No Silent Witch next Friday. Bummer. Love Silent Witch. That show has been fantastic. Isn't there one other show that's taking a week off? I think Witch Watch is off next week too. I saw on AnyList that it was saying like I think the next episode is 2 weeks away. I watched Ruri Rocks this morning. I watched that, and I also finished off what I was watching like before sleeping. That like private tutor show, which is like honestly probably so mid that I probably should have dropped it before it got most of the way through, but I didn't, and now I'm watching it, so whatever, man. That show's kind of mid. I don't like to drop shows like most of the way into a season, you know? It's like, that's too late. That's too late for me. I've already made up my mind. I'm already in for it. If I'm in for it, I'm in for it, you know? Which is silly, and it's probably a waste of time. But no, if I just drop everything that I'm feeling like is a 3 out of 5, I would never review anything a 3 out of 5 because I want to finish it before I review it. I don't know. That's all silly. I don't have to review anything. I just like to. This level's great. Giving us a lot of like really fun little bits. The car is 3D World, right? Where Bowser has the car and all that. That's 3D World, right? I forget. What does this? Oh, damn it all. What is the final boss here? Is there like a big thing that it does? Hell yeah. Is this gonna like go through all the power-ups or just like the cloud? Because the cloud is fucking great. The cloud is fucking great, so like, hey, good to get that in. Get that power-up in. I would bet no fire flower. Yoshi? Yoshi? Is there Yoshi here? Oh, speak of the devil. Speak of the Yoshi. There he is. Yes, Yoshi confirmed. Yoshi's fun. The Mario Galaxy 2. Yoshi, definitely the best addition. You know, I feel like Yoshi is... This Yoshi is the best Yoshi has ever been in a 3D game. Does that include 3D Yoshi games? Yes, because Crafted World, I think, is the only one of those. And, it's like okay, right? I don't think I've played it. I played one of them. I played Yoshi's Yarn thing. I have a Yoshi Yarn amiibo. No, that's not true. I sent it to a streamer. That's not true. I took my Yarn Yoshi and I sewed a Wario hat onto him and called him Walu Yoshi and sent him to Dan Ryckert. So Dan Ryckert is the owner of Walu Yoshi. Also, he has angry eyebrows, which was a funny bit. Angry eyebrows and a Yoshi and a Waluigi hat I got from Etsy. That was a dumb idea. I enjoyed sending that to him. He was doing a thing at the time where he did like Smash Brothers amiibo fights. So like if you sent in dumbass amiibos to him, he would construct whole dumbass storylines about like, oh, you know, basically wrestling style, and it was fun. Doesn't do that as much anymore. It's too much effort right now for where he's at, for what's up with him. But you know, that was a fun time. I liked Smashy Bet a lot. How many amiibos did I send him? How many like dumbass custom ones? There were there are a few of them. There are a few of them. I also got a VHS copy. I got a VHS, made a custom VHS art. Hello? I don't have Yoshi anymore. I don't have Yoshi anymore? Okay, that's just for if you want the comment thing. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, good. Is it? Yes, but you will get hit. Licking ability is fun with the cursor. Yeah, that's a thing that's great about it. I was about to say I sent Dan Ryckert a MacGruber VHS, which was just a VHS with a custom printed MacGruber cover art on it. And the VHS does not have MacGruber on it because that's illegal. That's a crime to copy a movie onto a VHS, apparently. At the very least, like, you can't pay anyone to do it for you with their equipment. But like, I suppose you could do it for like home use, like if you had a record from a TV or something. But like, that was a very dumb joke. Oh, part of the thing was that he was collecting like copies of the DVD, and he has like 100 copies of the DVD of MacGruber. At least he did at the time. So I sent him a VHS copy. There was also an amiibo. And could do amiibo, you know, Smash Brothers fighting. There was a Mii Brawler code on it. You know, dressed as Waluigi. I cannot remember. Those are the two worst. Those are the two dumbest ones. MacGruber VHS and Walu Yoshi. Those are the two best ones. I think I did also send him a T-shirt that I bought from him. Okay. Pause. The T-shirt was Smashy Bet related. Had like 2 tag team champions of Ness and Lucas on it, and I put amiibo things over their heads, like under their heads, so that the shirt was 2 amiibos, actually. That's pretty dumb as well. The T-Shidiots, as they came to be called. Because the tag team was called the 2 Idiots that became the 2 champions when they won the championship. And the T-shirt version of them that is also an amiibo, 2 amiibos, that tag team is the T-Shidiots. That didn't get used in that many plot lines. Again, it's been years since Smashy Bet was a thing. Smashy Bet was great. That was a thing that Dan Ryckert used to do. Very fun. Very much enjoyed all that bullshit. I sent in a Me Brawler amiibo. That one wasn't. I think that one was just a regular amiibo though. He was looking for ones that he didn't have, in addition to like, God, I forget. There was like something about that one. Maybe that one was also a little bit of a joke. Who remembers? That was years ago. Most of it was like before I was streaming. So like, you know, I wouldn't have talked about it on stream because I was not streaming at that time. That was beforehand, in the mid-early pandemic times. We're gonna beat this game right here. This is going beautifully. This is just you know, this boss fight with the balls. The balls, again, really good mechanic. The balls, the meteors, the meteorites, the big yellow balls that you hit. Lovely. Did we do it? Is that it? I think that's it. Wow, Bowser, you're done. 8 hours of streaming? I think that the first part of this, the first time I did this, let me check. Eight hours sounds like a lot, but I've done 10 hours, I've done 12 hours before. And in fact, the last time I did Mario Galaxy, let me see, get Mario Galaxy. How long did that go for? It was 9 hours. That was a 9-hour stream. The first one of these. So, like, you know, we did good, I guess is what I'm... Asshole! Of course there's a second phase. There has to be. That was too fast. That was too fast. Okay, okay, that did seem easy. Oh, this is really weird. Like, we're not even on a planetoid anymore. We're just floating through space. That's great. And just sending balls his way. This is almost like the end of, this is sort of like the end of, A, I forgot this existed. B, this is like the end of Yoshi's Island, where Baby Bowser, the young version of Bowser, Baby Bowser, is coming at you slowly. He's like giant and all that. And you have to like keep on egging him so that he stays off your ass. Was that it? Reminds me of that. Very fun, quick fight. Yeah. I think that also was easy, to be clear. Both parts were easy. Hey, there's Peach. We did it. Oh man, it must be sad to get kidnapped again for a second Galaxy adventure. Like, oh man, didn't we just do this like a couple years ago? Same exact thing. Feels weird. I guess there were like 5 new super adventures that all kind of blended into each other for these, for the princess and all that. So like 2 galaxies, not that big of a deal. Sick. Sick. Fun. Great. We did it. That's it. That's done. I think we can get rid of the tries left. The gimmick is done. We have beaten both games here tonight. And, I'm quite happy about that. Oh, hey, the spaceship is back from the first game. And Rosalina, who actually didn't have much of a role in this game. Any of a role in this game. It was all the big purple star who was like the main character, who was like the main new character of this one. And our hat-shaped ship. Hat-shaped ship. Hat-shaped ship. Anyway, this is the ending, and during the ending / credits, I tend to do final thoughts and things, you know, like I did when I finished Mario Galaxy 1, like what was that, 4 hours ago? I can pause that timer, by the way. We're good. We're done. We don't need to worry about a hard out anymore. It's done. Last thoughts. I think that Mario Galaxy 2 is fantastic insofar as, like, it understands that it has an uphill battle, right? That, like, Mario Galaxy's one's galaxies are so much more iconic, are always going to be more iconic, and, like, how are you going to beat them, right? And I think, like, a lot of the time, like, they're not necessarily making new galaxies that are more iconic than the old ones in Galaxy 1, but they're also creating like twice as many of them, and I think that counts for a lot. I think that counts. What was that face? That was a weird looking face. I think it counts for a lot that, like, you know, they put out a lot more than they did in the first game. There were a lot more stars, a lot more galaxies, and the galaxies were a lot less reused in general. That said, I do have criticisms of 2 that I don't have of 1. Mainly with the pacing. At the end there, to get up to the full 70, we had to basically start dipping into backtracking and all that stuff for like the last, probably like 10 or 15 of the last stars, which seems really unfortunate. You know, especially that last world where you're like going like, oh, this is so exciting, last stretch. Then you do a level, and it's like, go get 4 more. You're like, okay. Go, and then you do another level after returning with another 5, and it says like, get another 5 before the next level. Just like, please let me through. This is weird. This is weird, the way that you structured it. I think that is a weirdness that, like, the first game doesn't have. And, like, you know, at the end of the first game, we were going like, oh man, there's so many levels, we can't do all of them. We have to finish the game, so we have to focus on just, like, you know, the bare essentials. Whereas in this game, it's like, we did all the bare essentials. What do we do now? Comets. Whatever comet is available, and we'll take what we can get. Which I do feel like is a little bit more anticlimactic. Again, I'll say, I feel like games like this, I like games more when your first playthrough, you don't have to go for broke. You don't have to get everything. You just, you know, get enough. And then after you're done, like, go back and like, this is playable, by the way. I'm running around in the background. How about that? Isn't that interesting? I like it not more of a secondary thing. I feel like that just makes the replay value higher, you know, making it so like, oh, you know, you can replay Galaxy again, but this time what if you just, like, moved on at the first opportunity? That way you would have to do more in the back half, and maybe backtracking would be more essential, and more just like, oh man, I'm out of all the moons now, and what's going on with that? Or the stars, you know what I mean. I do think for those reasons, it's hard for me to say that Mario Galaxy 2 is better. Jeez. I feel like for me, they're on equal footing, honestly. Like, I do think Yoshi and and like having more galaxies counts for a lot. But also, they're less iconic galaxies, you know. They're smaller, and there's some losers in here. And I feel like there's more losers in here than there are in Galaxy 1, but also that's because they take like twice as many. There's twice as many galaxies. Of course, there's going to be twice as many losers as well. But overall, it's a fantastic game. Like the first one, a fantastic game. It's probably the most worthy successor that is such a direct successor that I can think of, you know, that isn't like, you know, I guess DKC 2 is a much better successor. Mass Effect 2, there are better sequels, honestly. There are sequels that like take games that were a little bit diamonds in the rough and made them diamonds, you know. But like as far as a sequel to a game that was already a diamond, this is also a diamond, and it tries its best to, like, surpass it. I don't think it does, but it's, you know, I think it holds its own in the comparison. And, you know, I think if you did a poll, I feel like the answers would be across the board, would be pretty close. And, yeah, you know, it is worth noting, we should just, like, poke the head in real fast. Special World is like a whole fucking thing. That requires like increasing amounts of stars to do, right? You can't just go in willy-nilly. But it is like a whole S-shaped path. Oh god, it looks like there's star bits. Okay, no, there's star requirements every time. And then there's a star guy at the end. So like by the end you need to have like all the stars regular style to go through. How many levels are in this world? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 galaxies. Like on top of all the galaxies that it has more than the first game, it has a bonus world. In scope, it is hard to beat Mario Galaxy 2, but Mario Galaxy 1 was first, and I feel like the people who say that like Breath of the Wild is better than Tears of the Kingdom, I feel like those people would also say Galaxy is better than Galaxy 2, and they'd be closer to correct, I think, in the case of Galaxy 1 and 2 versus Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom is way better. That's a better game. That's just transcendentally better. That's what I think anyway. You're welcome to think elsewise. Oh boy. Oh boy, that was a stream, huh? Was some sort of animal outside so you missed the final boss and all that? Well, you can always like look back in the VOD, which will be posted little later today, ideally. We'll see. Need to do timestamps and a thumbnail and all that. I think this thumbnail will not be that complex. I did not do Mario Sunshine recently. I'd like to do Sunshine some point. That's probably not an anytime soon thing, but some year I'm gonna do that. Maybe I should do it Eclipse style. I mean, I'm doing it on the Retroid actually. Did a little bit of Eclipse. I don't know. Anyway, folks, that's it. That's all. Let me pull up the schedule, and I realized midway through the stream I did not remove this stream that we just did from the schedule. This stream is no longer a going concern because it's over. The next stream is on Thursday. I'm taking the rest of the week, the next 3 days, relaxing, doing stuff off stream, etc., to relax and recover and recuperate, all that crap. And then I'll be back when Silk Song is out, and I will play that. And I'll also play some other Game Pass games that are on Game Pass. Then I'll be back for viewer levels on Friday, which, let me say, Super Mario Maker 3 Brainstorming Special this week. Super Mario Maker 3 wish list brainstorming. You can hear the click-clack on my keyboard. It's cool. That's because it's physical, or, you know, what is it called? Where physical, there's a name for that. I forget. Physical keyboard. All keyboards are physical. Most of them all are. It's like got the keycaps and all that. It's from 8-Bit Do. It's the 8-Bit Do retro Famicom keyboard. It's cool. I like it. Special this week. I'll say the week after next, Conquer. Let me just put that right there. Okay. Conquer. That starts next week. Details. TBD. There we go. There's the schedule. That's updated. That's good. Well, folks, what the schedule says is true. I'll be back on Thursday for Silk Song launch night, and also playing a few other Game Pass games like Wheel World, and I want to try Real World. I want to try Wheel World. I want to try Wheel World. I want to try Frag Punk, and I think I want to try Herders. That game that was in the Nintendo Direct. I don't know. It's on Game Pass. I can play it. Feel like there might be a couple other Game Pass games that look pretty cool. We'll see if we can squeeze a couple of them in after probably mostly a whole bunch of hours of Silk Song, and then like a little bit of trying some other games. Look for that on Thursday. That'll be fun. Then on Friday, viewer levels. Again, this week we have the special Super Mario Maker 3 wish list brainstorming special, wherein I will be brainstorming Mario Maker 3 ideas with the community. I got a whole structure in mind where I think I've broken it down into 12 categories, and we can talk about, you know, enemies, bosses, power-ups, themes, styles, that sort of thing, and just go in turn until we've all covered everything. And also, I do think that the VOD will have timestamps for each of these categories. If you're really interested in the power-up stuff, for instance, and you know, aren't there on the night itself, the VOD will be your friend, you know. That'll be good. Those are the next two streams. Again, next few days, I'm gonna relax and enjoy my Labor Day, and then, you know, not do anything on Tuesday or Wednesday. Then, week after will be Conquer. Conquer's Bad Fur Day. I'll say it is the last game of this ongoing conceit, which I just realized they didn't update that image. We did do Donkey Kong Country on the GBC. We just have Conquer's Bad Fur Day left, and I am wondering, since we did do Live and Reloaded already, should we do that in one go and try to like get it out of the way so I can go and do Metal Gear Solid Delta sooner? And I'm debating it. Maybe it'll be next Sunday. We'll do a Conquer stream. Maybe it'll be on Tuesday and we'll do it like, you know, multiple Tuesdays in a row to get it done. Whichever way I decide, I'll have a decision by Thursday. So that's it. That's all. Thank you for coming by and stuff. Let me send you somewhere. Let me see who's streaming. Let me look around real fast. Let's see. A lot of people that I'm following are streaming. Excellent. Let's go with another big Nintendo game. I'm gonna send you to Mikey, who is doing Ocarina of Time randomizer. It looks like. Maybe maybe it could be a multi-game. I don't know. You know, that is a thing these days. Like, people can do multiple, you know, Majora's Mask, Ocarina of Time combined randomizer. I could look at the tracker and figure it out, but instead, I'm just gonna send you there. That sounds good. Okay. Thanks for joining. That was really fun. I'm so glad I came back and finished this off. Really enjoyed it. Thoroughly enjoyed today. And I'm looking forward to Thursday for Silksong. I'm looking forward to Friday for the brainstorming. And Conquer Live and Reloaded, or Conquer's Bad Fur Day, will be fun too. Look for all those streams and more in the coming weeks, the coming months. Will be more streams of various sorts, and coming years, ideally. You know, look for me all the time, whenever I stream. I'll see you then. I'll see you in the future. I'll see you whenever. Thank you. Again, thank y'all for hanging out with me tonight. This has been a ton of fun. Can't believe we finished in 8 hours. I was totally expecting to go longer than this, honestly. I was expecting to go way longer than this. I was expecting to be at midnight going like, I don't know, man, I don't know. Maybe another stream. Maybe like tomorrow we'll come back for another. Maybe like in months, I don't know. But instead we did it. I'm happy. I'll see you on Thursday for Silksong, or on Friday for Mario Maker, or sometime in the future for other stuff. Later, folks. Thursday, Friday, and the future.